Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ash and Richie won the Marsh badge from Sabrina and spent the rest of the day with her and her family. After having a good time with the Natsums, they went to the Pokémon Center to rest up, and Ash runs into an old friend. "Who is this boy?" "XXX part." Ash couldn't take it anymore and hugged the boy, startling him a little bit, but he returned the hug just as happily. Pat felt himself laugh. "I missed you too, Ash." The raven-haired teen pulled away for a bit, then punched Pat in the gut but held back a little. Growlithe growled, but Pat stopped him by chuckling and rubbing his stomach. "Okay, I deserved that." He grunted. "You're DMN right, you deserved it." "Where the hell have you been?" Ash growled. Pat laughed nervously, only making Ash angrier. A dark aura surrounded the boy. "Is this really the time to be laughing right now? You have a lot of explaining to do." Pat felt himself cower in fear at his friend's ominous aura. He may be a powerful psychic, but that doesn't mean Ash didn't have his scary moments that made even him tremble. Pikachu pat Growlithe on the back in sympathy. No one was safe from Ash's death glare. Pokémon Center lobby. Ash and Pat were sitting in the lobby, and thankfully the others went to their rooms and didn't ask questions when he said he was going to stay up for a little bit. Pikachu and Growlithe were sitting near their trainers. The yellow mouse was sitting on Ash's lap while Growlithe was near Pat's feet. Pat smiled. "I really am glad to see you again, Ash. The last time I saw you was when my family visited Aunt Delia's in Pallet Town, and that was a long time ago." Ash nodded. "It really has been a long time, hasn't it? I remember it was you, Molly, and your mom." Pat nodded. "Yeah, it was just us that came to visit you guys." His face then began to scowl. He didn't come because he was too busy with his research. Ash closed his eyes. Molly's dad wasn't Ash's most favorite person in the world, but something tells him he wasn't Pat's either. Pat put both his elbows on the table. "So Ash, how exactly did Molly come to live with you guys?" Ash froze in his seat, and Pikachu looked up at his trainer in concern. The boy sighed and drubbed his temples. "I'll say this much. You're not gonna like how it happened." Pat and Growlithe gave him confused looks. 25 minutes later. Pat slammed his hands on the table in anger. "Ash, are you sure?" He nodded. "I searched the house, Pat. The only one there was Molly. I looked around to see how long he was gone, and it turned out she had been alone for 2 days, but luckily she had enough food and water before we showed up and took her home with us." Pat felt his legs shake and sat down, clenching his fists. "That bstrd." Growlithe rubbed his head against the boy's leg. Growlithe, calm down, Pat." Growly said, calming the boy down somewhat, but he was still upset. "I still can't believe he would do something like this. Was finding the unknown more important than Molly?" Pat growled. "To be honest with you, I don't really know what would cause him to leave, but Molly is with us now and is very happy, so don't worry," Ash assured him. Pat smiled. "And I'm grateful for that. Thank you, Ash. She couldn't be in more safer hands." Ash smiled back. "You're my best friend, Pat. I'd be an idiot not to look after her." At that moment Pat felt lucky to have Ash as his best friend, and nothing would change that. "There is one thing that's bothering me though. What happened to you, Pat?" Ash asked. The boy closed his eyes, then opened them back up. "Team Rocket." Ash felt cold. Team Rocket? Then they were the ones responsible for Pat's disappearance. "Pat, answer me honestly, did they?" The blonde nodded. "They did, but don't worry because I escaped and made sure to trash one of their laboratories." The frown still didn't leave Ash's face, and he held Pikachu tightly, making the electric type look at him with concern. "Don't look like that, Ash." Pat brought him out of his thoughts. "I'm okay now, and I'm right here. And besides, I'm not traveling by myself. I've got Growly and my other Pokémon with me, so it's okay." Ash looked at Growlithe, who gave Ash a determined look on his face, making the boy smiled. "You're right." Pat put both arms on the table again. "By the way, how's things in Pallet Town? Leaf and Yellow? How are they doing?" Ash shook his head. "Half the people there prefer Gary over me and Molly, and as for Leaf and Yellow, I have absolutely no idea how they are. I lost contact with them when they left Pallet Town, but Richie's traveling with me though. You remember him, right? Pat laughed. How could I forget? You two are cousins but complete opposites. So you haven't heard from Leaf or Yellow, huh? Ash shook his head. I haven't heard anything, and Richie's hasn't heard anything from them either. And it's starting to worry me. Pat smiled. Same old Ash worrying about other people instead of himself, and I take it that Gary is still the same stuck-up fool. Ash nodded, unfortunately. To be honest with you, it's like he's getting worse and has an unhealthy obsession with me. Pat raised a brow. Elaborate. He sighed. That one time at Porta Vista he called me out in front of everyone, but I flat out ignored him because I wasn't in the mood for his nonsense. And later I heard from my friends that he considered me as some sort of rival. Pat chuckled. Knowing you, I'm certain that you had absolutely no idea that he considered you to be rival, am I right? Yep. Ash said. Pat sighed. I can't even say I'm surprised. I never did like Gary and his arrogant attitude, but what I really don't like is the fact that some people in Pallet Town treated you guys the way they did. Ash shook his head. There's no point in thinking about it anymore. The past is the past, nothing we can do about it now. Pat smiled sadly. Yes, the past is the past. Growly whined, making Pat scratch behind his ear. Anyway, you should get some sleep and I should too. I'm battling Sabrina tomorrow. Ash smirked. I'd say good luck, but something tells me I won't need to. Pat returned the smirk. Indeed. In the morning, the gang went back to Sabrina's gym at Ash's request. He said that an old friend wanted him to watch his battle with Sabrina, and the boy agreed, so naturally his friends would go with him. Who's this friend of yours, Ash? Misty asked. He smiled. You'll see when we get to the gym's entrance. He said he'd be waiting for us outside. If he's a friend old Ash's, then he must be someone interesting. Brock said. Richie shrugged. Maybe, but we won't know that until we meet him. Molly yawned, rubbing the sleepiness out of her eyes. We get to meet Big Brother's friend. I can't wait. They kept walking until they arrived at the gym and saw a person standing at the entrance waiting for them. There he is. Ash said. They looked ahead of them, and sure enough there was a young boy with the same blonde hair and blue eyes as Molly. His face. Misty said. What the? Pat, is that you? Richie yelled. Brock's eyes widened in remembrance. Wait a minute. I remember you. You came and challenged my gym. Pat smiled. Nice to see you again, gym leader Brock. Ash told me he was traveling with the gym leaders of Pewter and Cerulean City. Misty looked at Brock. He did? He nodded. Yeah, he and Ash are really skilled trainers. I didn't know they were friends, and Richie knows him too. Molly tilted her head at the boy. Who are you? Ash looked at the girl at Pat, but the boy merely smiled at him as if telling him it was okay. My name's Pat, I'm your big brother's best friend. She blinked up at him and smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Molly, and this ID Teddy Ursa. Ursa, hi. Teddy Ursa greeted. He smiled. Hello there, Teddy Ursa, it's nice to meet you. The others looked to Ash as if asking for an explanation, but he smiled weakly, telling them that he'll explain later. They walked inside the gym, greeted by the students who were grateful to Ash for helping their teacher, and some of them were cautious of Pat having sensed something that no one else could sense. The man from before saw them and Pat and was about to say something when he heard a voice coming from inside his head. Be quiet and don't say a word to them. The man stepped back, allowing the others to pass him, but they were confused by the sudden fear in his eye, but Ash figured the man backed off because Pat had told him something through telepathy. Saffron Battlefield. When they arrived at the arena, they noticed Sabrina was already waiting for them. She sent Ash a look that he returned, ushering the others over to the seats so the battle could start. Mr. Natsum raised his arm in the air. Battle begin. I choose you, Kadabra. Sabrina said, lifting the Pokeball in the air, releasing her signature Pokémon. Pat smiled and grabbed a Pokeball, tossing it. Spectre, get ready. Appearing from the light was a Jengar that was not only slightly bigger than the one Richie had but also seemed to be radiating with a sense of danger power. The others couldn't help but flinch at it. That Jengar's strong. You can practically feel its power coming off of it. Brock said. No kidding, Misty commented, compared to Richie's this one's a monster. Richie gulped. Molly grabbed Ash's shirt leaning into him. The pat her head, don't worry, Pat won't do something that will cause Kadabra any harm. He said looking back to the arena. I will allow you to have the first move. Sabrina told her challenger. But to her surprise he smiled with an illuminating charm, ladies first. Aren't you a gentleman? Sabrina said, Kadabra, use Psybeam. Kadabra obeyed as a rainbow shot out at the ghost Pokémon. Spectre remained still before sensing a smile from his trainer and disappeared from sight before the psychic attack hit. The smoke cleared and they noticed that Spectre was gone. Pat's smile grew slightly as Spectre appeared with what seems to be a shadow ball forming in his hands. Both Sabrina and Kadabra looked stunned at the reaction and speed of this Pokémon as it fired a group of low-powered shadow ball around Kadabra, causing enough to make a psychic type blind. Kadabra, remember your training. Focus on where the opponent will be. Sabrina advised her partner who nodded within the dust cloud and closed his eyes, beginning to focus. It snapped its eyes open in time to see Spectre appearing just inches away from the gym leader's Pokémon. Taking this memory stun. Why don't say hello, Spectre? Pat suggested. Spectre complied as he gave his species rival a great big lick in the face, causing Kadabra to become paralyzed. Spectre floated to Kadabra who was trying to move. Spectre was waiting for his trainer's orders while having fun scaring this Pokémon and everyone else. Molly started shaking, hiding her face in her brother's side. Big brother, I'm scared. Hearing that his little sister was getting scared, Pat called out to his friend, Spectre, tone it down. Spectre looked back at him, Jen. Jengar Jen. What? But why, boss? Pat gave him a sharp look, shutting him up and making him float back over to his trainer, waiting for his opponent to recover. On my mark. Spectre got into position. Wait for it. Pat said. Kadabra began to use his next move. Now, fly at him with a shadow claw. Pat ordered. Spectre grinned, his arms becoming enveloped by dark energy as 3 claws made from the same energy shot out and with a rapid slashing pushed back at the psychic type attack before reaching his mark, and an explosion occurred covering the entire field. When the smoke cleared, Kadabra was standing still as was Spectre, but the dark energy of the shadow claw attack had caused Spectre to flinch a little before Kadabra smiled back, then fainted on the spot. Kadabra is unable to battle. Spectre wins. This match goes to the challenger, Pat. Mr. Natsum announced. Kadabra lost. Richie yelled. It didn't even get the chance to land a single hit on Pat's Jengar. Misty said. Brock nodded, he did the same to me when he challenged my gym. I didn't stand a chance. Ash shook his head, sure Pat won and all, but it probably only made the people around him afraid of him. He rubbed his sister's head. Molly, Pat and his Pokémon aren't that scary. She looked up at him. Really? Really? A smile appeared on her face and she settled down. Okay. Ash got up from his seat and went over to the arena, the others following right behind him. When he reached Sabrina and Pat, the two of them were having a friendly conversation. Pat looked at him. Hey Ash, what did you think? He nodded. You don't pull any punches, I'll say tat much, and Jengar's stronger than Richie's, that's obvious. Hey! Richie yelled. Sabrina smiled. This might be the second time I've enjoyed such a battle, with Ash being the first. Pat saw a faint blush on her face and looked at Ash. Heh, well look at you. Zip it, Pat. Ash said. Outside the gym. The gang was outside the gym getting ready to head to Hop 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 Town, while Pat was going somewhere else. Take care of yourself, Pat, and make sure you call my mom in Pallet Town. She's been really worried about you. Ash told him. Pat nodded. I will, and I look forward to seeing you guys at the Indigo Plateau. Molly approached him, you'll really come and see us again? Pat bent down and rubbed her head, of course, me and your brother are best friends after all. I care about him deeply just like I care about you. Molly smiled, see you soon, Pat. He smiled back, see you soon, Molly. And with that he stood up and walked away from the gang and they headed off to Hop 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 Town. Molly and Richie were walking in the front while Ash, Brock, and Misty were having private conversation behind them. Ash, I've been meaning to ask you, but is Pat? Brock asked unsurely. Molly's real older brother. You're not wrong because he is. Ash said. Misty's eyes grew wide, so then that means he'll. Ash shook his head, he said Molly's safer with me, and doesn't want her to know they're siblings until he's ready to tell her himself. Brock nodded, I see, by how come Molly doesn't remember that he's her brother? When she was 4 years old she was sick with a very high fever which affected her memory. Ash explained. So she forgot about her real older brother? Misty asked. Ash nodded, that's right. I only know this because Pat told me himself. I think I understand, Brock said, but why did he suddenly show up now and where has been all these years? Ash frowned in anger. A Team Rocket scientist took him to their research labs and experimented on him until he lost his own memory of his family. And when he escaped his memories slowly came back to him, but by the time he went back to his house no one was there. They both gasped. Experimented? You mean Team Rocket experiments on people? Misty questioned. Apparently. Ash growled. Brock clenched his fists, I didn't think they'd go that far, but I guess I was wrong. You and me both. Ash agreed, but he's here and traveling around so it looks like they haven't tried to find him yet. But if they do I'll show no mercy. The same goes for us. Misty said. Misty's right. Remember you're not alone in this, Ash. Brock reminded. The boy smiled, thanks guys, I mean it. Hey you guys are so slow, let's go already. Richie yelled. Ash chuckled, we're coming Richie. X part. And so an encounter with an old friend leads to information of the past both good and bad, but our heroes won't that bother them when it comes to protecting their friends. X part Hop 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 Town. The gang finally arrived at Hop 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 Town looking up at the skyscrapers with amazement. Arnold, a woman said embracing Richie by mistake. Arnold, they said. Oh Arnold I was so worried about you, the woman said continuing to hold Richie. I'm not Arnold lady. So can you please let go of me? Richie yelled. The woman let him go and apologized, oh. I'm so sorry I thought you were my son. He's been missing along with the other children. Missing children? Ash questioned. She nodded, all of the children suddenly disappeared my son Arnold being one of them. Children gone missing. Brock thought out loud. Just then Officer Jenny pulls up and put up another missing child poster making her feel sad. Brock went into flirt mode, oh Officer Jenny, please don't have that sad look on your face is too beaut dash, he was cut off by having his ear pulled by Misty. If she stays around you her mood will definitely get worse. Misty said dragging him away by the ear. Richie's sweat dropped, moron. Sparky nodded in agreement. Molly looked at Ash in concern, big brother. Ash was staring at the wanted poster and thought of his own mother, why don't we help solve the mystery? Everyone looked at him then nodded their heads in agreement. Now then, let's solve the mystery shall we? Pokémon Center. It turns out that the children had been missing for 3 days according to Officer Jenny. She's tried to find a suspect but everyone in town has an alibi, not ones to give up. They went to the Pokémon Center and asked Nurse Joy if she knows anything but she told them something else that might be related to the mystery. All of the Pokémon here in the center lost all their energy 3 days ago around the same time the children went missing. She explained. Ash had a thought, so this all started when the Pokémon here in the center started losing their energy, then after that happened the children here also went missing. That can't be coincidence. Misty said. Brock nodded. This is definitely connected to the missing children, but what could it all mean? Nothing good. Richie said. What a mystery. Molly said. Teddiursa nodded. Just then Officer Jenny Hip started beeping, another sleep wave. Sleep wave? Misty questioned. Jenny nodded. I've been tracking them ever since they started entering the city. Let's go. Having left the Pokémon Center, they tracked the source of the sleep waves to the roof of an enormous skyscraper. This is where the signal's coming from, Jenny said. Stepping off the elevator, they see a huge mansion at the end of the walkway. Richie and Brock nod to each other and bust the door down, making Ash wince. I hope they won't charge us for the door, Ash said. Misty shook her head and Molly giggled. They see a lot of people gathered around in formal wear and saw a Drowsy and Hypno on a podium. Then it hit Ash, light bolt of lightning. I've figured it out. Misty looked at him. Figured what out, Ash? I figured out the mystery, he said, stepping forward. You all have some explaining to do, he said with authority that left Officer Jenny impressed. The adults looked at each other nervously when a man stepped forward. And who are you to demand we explain ourselves, young man? Ash sent him a nasty glare that shut him up instantly. Maybe you didn't hear me? In that case I'll repeat myself. You all have some explaining to do, and if you try to run away, Officer Jenny will arrest each and every one of you, he growled. Jenny nodded. He's right, the sleep waves led us here, so I suggest you start explaining yourselves like he asked. Richie's sweat dropped. Geez, I don't know who's worse, Officer Jenny or Ash. Brock had hearts in his eyes. She's so pretty when she's demanding. You're an idiot, Misty said. The people explained that they couldn't sleep very well and it got so bad they became insomniacs, so they decided to use Hypno's sleep waves instead of sleeping pills the doctor gave them. The same man explains that city life has become stressful on the members here and said the only cure was Hypno's sleep wave. So, do you understand the situation now? The man trailed off with, because Ash was sending him the nasty glare surrounded in purple-like aura, and he wasn't the only one. His friends and Officer Jenny were glaring at him too. Understand the situation? Do you understand the situation? Ash growled, getting in the man's face, scaring him even more. Do you idiots realize what you've done? Using Hypno's sleep wave is not only stupid but dangerous as well. Your cure is supposed to be used on Pokémon only when in a battle. Using it on people has a side effect which causes a Pokémon to lose energy. Misty, Richie, and Molly looked at Brock as if to confirm Ash's explanation. Brock nodded. He's right. I see, Jenny said, but your friend Ash has a knack for making people feel fear. I wouldn't mind having him help me with interrogations. That's a bad idea, Brock, Misty, and Richie instantly said. Pikachu nodded. Pikachu, really bad. Sparky nodded too. Pikachu Pi Pika, he'll probably give people nightmares. Teddiursa shivered. Teddiursa, nightmares are scary. Not only did you idiots do something completely dangerous, but you also caused the parents of missing children pain. This also affects extra sensitive kids, which explains why the children of the town have gone missing. Ash continued. What? They all said. So you guys are the reason the kids of this town have gone missing? Richie yelled. How could you do such a selfish thing? Misty yelled. Meanies. Molly yelled. Ursa, meanies. Teddiursa yelled. Instead of taking the sleeping pills like the doctor told you to do, you ignore it and decide to use Hypno's sleep waves instead. Are you proud of yourselves? Ash yelled. The adults gathered looked down in shame, knowing that the boy was right. They weren't thinking about anyone but themselves, and it cost the parents of the town to suffer because they don't know what happened to their children. Why, you're right. We did a terrible selfish thing, the man admitted. Obviously, Ash growled, cracking his knuckles. You want to go to sleep, right? Then why don't I help you with that? I'll put you in an eternal slumber. How does that sound? The man squealed like a girl as Ash slowly approached him, but Richie and Brock stopped him by grabbing his arms. Don't do it, Ash. He's not worth it. Brock yelled. Plus that's considered attempted murder. Richie yelled. I'm not gonna hurt him, I just wanna beat him senseless until he stops moving. Ash said calmly. That's what we mean by attempted murder, they yelled comically. Misty's sweat dropped. You still want him to help you with interrogations? Jenny had stars in her eyes, did you see that? He made the man scream like a little girl. And she's gone. Misty sighed, but still I'm curious about something. She went over to Hypno and allowed the Pokémon to hypnotize her, which successfully worked. Seal seal seal. Misty said, imitating Seal. Everyone looked at her like she had grown a second head. Richie couldn't help it and busted out laughing, ya ha 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 ha. Ash sweat dropped, don't come crying to me when she beats you senseless. Brock nodded in agreement. Molly laughed, Misty's funny. Ursa, really funny. Teddy Ursa agreed. Misty ran out of the mansion suddenly surprising everyone. Misty wait. Brock yelled running after her with the others following but Ash stayed behind and allowed Drowsy to climb on his back then he followed everyone else. X part. Who's that Pokémon? It's, Psyduck. Psyduck. X Part 10. The gang followed Misty all the way to the park surrounding the mansion. That's also where they found the children with all of them acting like Pokémon. The children. Jenny yelled. So they were here in the park the whole time? Richie yelled. And they're all acting like Pokémon. I think they're suffering from Pokémonitis, the children really believe they're Pokémon. Brock said. It's probably caused by Hypno's waves. Ash said setting Drowsy down on the ground. He saw Officer Jenny try to snap the children out of it but nothing worked. I don't think that's gonna work, Officer Jenny. Why don't we let Drowsy undo what Hypno did? Drowse nodded and walked over to the children and Misty putting them all to sleep with its sleep attack then clapped its hands awaking them from their trance much to their relief. It worked. Richie smiled. Yay! Molly cheered. Officer Jenny sighed with relief, thank goodness. The policewoman called their parents and they all showed up to the park relieved to see their children were okay, even the woman from before had embraced her son Arnold in happiness. Misty was glad that the parent had their children back but couldn't help but ask a question, so, did any of you happen to laugh while I was in a trance? Ash smiled deviously, yes, as a matter of fact Richie did. He roared with laughter seeing you act like Seal. Richie shot him a look of betrayal and froze in fear at seeing Misty had brought out her mallet and hit him over the head with it. Ash chuckled and Brock looked at him, I won't lie to you, he had that coming sooner or later. I know, that's why I told her. He laughed at her. Ash smiled but that smile was devious, anyone could see that. You are truly frightening sometimes, you know that? Brock stated. I try my best, he smiled. Pikachu shook his head, Pika Pikapi, only Ash. Pokémon Center. The gang arrived back at the Pokémon Center and saw that Nurse Joy looked troubled about something. Is there something wrong, Nurse Joy? Ash asked. Well, she picked up duck-like Pokémon, this Psyduck is still holding its head. My head. Psyduck said. Richie scanned it. Psyduck, a water Pokémon. Uses mysterious powers to perform various attacks. Psyduck constantly suffers from a headache. Ash nodded, Psyduck is a water type but it also knows psychic type moves too, which is probably why it always has headaches. He said, taking it from Nurse Joy and setting it on the ground in front of them. Richie grinned, you hear that, Misty? It's a water type, so why don't you catch it? Misty crossed her arms and turned away, forget it. Besides, it looks boring to me, she said, unaware that one of her Pokeballs rolled over to the water type. She looked over just in time to see Psyduck pecks it being instantly SCKED in the Pokeball. Misty wailed, while Richie laughed, Brock sighed and the Ketchum siblings merely shrugged. Just a normal day. X Part 10. And so with the mystery of what happened to the children being solved and Misty gaining a new friend, our heroes enjoy the peace. The journey continues. After the events of the Hypno incident ended peacefully and Misty gained a new friend, they were on their way to Scissor Street at Brock's insistence. What does the town have to offer our heroes? XXX Part 10. The gang was now on their way Scissor Street at Brock's insistence, prompting Richie to ask why. Hey Brock, what's so important about going to Scissor Street? Is something special going on? Richie asked. Brock nodded. That's right, it's also referred to as Breeder's Lane, which is also well known for its Pokémon salon and beauty parlors. Misty perked up at the mention of salon and beauty parlor, salons and beauty parlor. We definitely have to go. Richie rolled his eyes. All the makeup in the world wouldn't be able to make you pretty. That earned him a whack on the head by her mallet, making Ash shake his head at his cousin's stupidity. You just don't learn, do you? Ash said. Pikachu Pika, honestly. Pikachu shook his head. Molly looked at her brother. Does he like it when Misty hits him? Pikachu Pie Pika Pika Pie, not unless he's a MSCST. Sparky joked. Ash face-palmed at Sparky's comment and Pikachu just groaned. What did Sparky say? Molly asked. You don't need to know, besides you're too young to know what that word means anyway. Ash said quickly. Pikachu looked at Sparky. Pikachu Pie Pie Pika, where did you learn that word? Sparky grinned. Pikachu, secret. Pikachu sweat dropped. Pikachu, really? Scissor Street. The gang was now walking down Scissor Street, also known as Breeder's Lane, and Brock was acting like a little kid because he could probably learn from some of the people here. Ash was happy that Brock was happy because the guy wanted to become a breeder in the near future, so he was content to see a smile on his friend's face. Misty got Ash's attention by grabbing his shirt, making him stop, and my god, he wished he hadn't. There in the window display in a store called Salon Roque was a coughing and Eakins wearing god-awful dresses and accessories. Richie looked like he wanted to throw up, Molly tilted her head in confusion, and Ash froze in place. But the Pokémon's reactions were the most expressive. Pika Pika Pikachu, what the hell? Sparky yelled. Pikachu, Pika, that's just wrong. Pikachu stared in horror. Ursa, those poor guys. Ursa looked in pity. Misty had stars in her eyes, so cute. Richie looked at her like she was crazy. Dear God, please tell me you're joking. She looked at him. You don't think they look cute? Who in their right mind would think that's cute? Richie pointed to the Pokémon. Well, apparently all of the people going into the store, Ash pointed, see? They're practically lining up to get in. Misty was debating whether she should go or not, but Brock interrupted her when she yelled, I found it. They turned to him. Found what? Ash asked. He didn't answer and instead ran in the direction of a store that wasn't as crowded and bland compared to the store across from them, but Ash preferred this bland store over that other one. Brock was struck by nervousness and froze in place, not going in, so Ash and the others went in. A woman with long green hair greets them gently. Oh, hello there. Brock shook his head, snapping out of it hearing the woman's voice. Hello, he squeaked. Why did your voice get so high? Molly asked innocently. No reason, he replied. The woman giggled. Nice to meet you all, my name is Susie. My name is Ash and this is Pikachu. Ash introduced. Pikachu, hello. Pikachu introduced. I'm Richie and this is Sparky. Richie pointed to his partner. Pikachu, yo. Sparky greeted. My name's Molly and this is Ursa. Molly greeted. Ursa, hi. Ursa said. And my name's Brock. Brock said nervously. Misty rolled her eyes. My name's Misty. Susie smiled. Nice to meet you all. She greeted, going back to messaging Chansey, and Misty noticed a fox-like Pokémon with red fur and lots of tails sleeping on the couch. What Pokémon is that? Misty questioned. Ash looked over. That's a Vulpix. Richie scanned it with his Pokédex. Vulpix, a fox Pokémon. Its 6 tails are extremely beautiful. As it evolves, it grows even more tails. So it can grow more tails. That's kinda cool. Richie smiled. Aw, it's so cute. Misty said, scooping it up in her arms and giving it more compliments. Vulpix was annoyed the redhead interrupted its afternoon nap and blew a flamethrower in her face, making Richie snort and causing Ash to sigh. Probably should have waited for it to wake up before petting it. Ash stated. Pikachu nodded. He told his trainer that if he were to ever wake him up from his nap he would electrocute him without mercy. Ash then noticed 3 more Pokémon come out of hiding, but one looked familiar. Ash blinked. Growly. Is that you? Growlithe yelped and went over to the boy. Growlithe, nice to see you again. He smiled, then noticed Vulpix and had hearts in its eyes and went over to the fire type, but Vulpix merely yawned, wanting to go back to sleep. Big brother, does Growly like Vulpix? Molly asked. Looks that way, but it looks like all Vulpix wants to do is go back to sleep. Ash told her. Richie rolled his eyes. What's the point? You're hopeless. Ash sighed. He then heard Pikachu getting into it with the Spearow while the Scyther tried to ease the situation. Spearow row, what's your problem with me, you rat? Pikachu growled at him. Pika Pikachu. Pikachu pie Pikachu, what's my problem? You smell exactly like those flock of Spearows that attacked us. Scyther got in between them, looking at the yellow rat. Scy Scyther, Scyther, I assure you Pikachu, that Nestro would never be a part of a flock that would harm a trainer or his Pokémon. Pikachu didn't seem convinced and growled at them both. This Spearow had to be a part of the same flock that almost killed his trainer, he was sure of it. Ash sensed the potential fight and made to intervene, only to stop when he saw a familiar face come through the door. Pat? Said boy turned to him. Why hello there Ash, what a coincidence meeting you here like this, he smiled. Yeah it is. Ash replied. Molly waved at him. Hi Pat. He waved back. Hey there Molly, how've you been since we last met? She smiled. Great. I'm glad. Now why is Pikachu all worked up? Pat asked. Ash explained that when he first started his journey he had to help a Scizor out because a Spearow was pecking at it mercilessly, so he had intervened to help it. He also explained that the Spearow called for its flock to come and help it, so they had to run quickly and he ended up falling into a river when one grazed its cheek. Pat put a finger to his chin. I see, well that explains why Pikachu's so hostile. He went over to the electric type and rubbed his head. Pikachu, I assure you that Nestro is not part of the flock that tried to hurt Ash. That I promise you. Pikachu looked at him for a while and nodded, going back over to his trainer, who smiled at the boy. Thanks Pat. It's okay, I'm pretty sure my own Pokémon would feel the same way if our positions were reversed. He looked over at Growly and sweat dropped. I hope he realizes that Vulpix only wants to sleep. Richie looked at Pat with suspicion. It's kinda weird that you got here before us. You're not following us, are you? Pat smiled and brought his finger to his lips. Now that is a secret. Richie and Misty fell down anime style, then got back up. If I didn't know any better I'd say that Pat and Ash are related. These two act way too similar. Misty pointed out. You're right about that. Richie sighed. Susie observed everything with a smile. My goodness, I apologize for Vulpix's behavior. She doesn't like it when people disturb her nap, so she tends to be a little moody. That's an understatement. Misty grumbled, wiping the soot off her face with a smile. Please make me your apprentice. Brock blurted out suddenly. All heads turned to him in shock, even Susie was taken by surprise. I have always admired you because of your healthy ways of treating Pokémon. Brock declared. Susie blushed. I'm flattered you'd think so highly of me Brock, but I'm really not all that great. Nonsense. Your work as a breeder is exceptional. I could learn a lot from you. Brock said. Ash smiled. Well, would you look at that? I've never seen him this nervous around a girl before. He must really like her. Molly nodded. Is she gonna be Brock's girlfriend? I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. Ash said. XXX Part 10. Susie was currently serving them all tea, having gotten over Brock's dramatic declaration. Pikachu was currently munching on Ash's Pokémon food with delight, and Susie couldn't help but notice his shiny coat. This Pikachu's coat sure is shiny, she pointed out. Brock, did you make its food? Oh no. Ash was the one who made it. See, Pikachu will only eat his homemade Pokémon food, but the rest eat mine. Brock said. Really? You make your own Pokémon food, Ash? Susie asked. Ash rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, but that's only because my mom taught me how when I was little. The recipe I'm using is one of hers actually, I just added my own mix to it. Now Brock here makes his own Pokémon food himself. Misty nodded. Ash is right, Brock's Pokémon food is the best. Susie smiled at Brock. That's amazing, Brock. He blushed in embarrassment. Vulpix woke back up from its nap and smelled Brock's Pokémon food, then proceeded to chow down on it. Oh well, this is a surprise, Susie said, staring at Vulpix. Vulpix never eats anything unless I make it myself. That's because Brock's food is awesome. Richie commented. I agree, Pat said, munching on some food Brock made for him. This really is good, even my Pokémon like it. Hey Susie, do you ever dress up your Pokémon like they do at that store? Misty asked. Susie sighed sadly. Ever since that salon opened up, trainers have been taking their Pokémon there. They believe that making their Pokémon look flashier is more important than what's on the inside. Richie scoffed. Yeah, well, I think it's dumb. I mean, seriously, who would force their Pokémon to wear those ugly outfits? That's not true. Even Pokémon like to dress up every once in a while, right, Ash? Misty countered. Ash looked at Pikachu, who shook his head. I'm afraid I have to agree with Richie on this one. When I saw those Pokémon in the store, they looked miserable, even uncomfortable. Ha! See that? Even Ash agrees with me. It's dumb. Richie stuck his tongue out. It's not dumb. Misty yelled. Yes, it is. The inside is more important than the outside anyway. Richie smirked. And besides, if you want to make something pretty, why don't you dress up Psyduck? Maybe he'll like it. Misty ceased her anger and smiled. That's a great idea. Ash and Pat said. Misty called out Psyduck, who looked confused. Huh? Misty stood up. Come on, Psyduck. We're going to the salon to get you some clothes, she said, picking him up and running out the door. Misty left. Molly said. Teddy Ursa nodded. Ursa, she did. I can't believe she actually ran over there to dress Psyduck up. Ash sighed. I feel so bad for that poor Psyduck. I don't think Misty has the patience to deal with him. Pat smiled weakly. You might be right about that. Richie agreed. Don't worry, Susie, Brock spoke up. I for one prefer your methods over some silly salon. I agree with Brock. Dressing up Pokémon like that should be considered Pokémon abuse. Ash commented. Agreed. Pat and Richie said. She smiled. Thank you for your kind words. But I don't know if I can compete with them. Ash thought about it, then came to an idea. Actually, you can, and me and Brock can help you out with what I have in mind. Brock knew that smirk. It was the I have a brilliant idea smirk that the breeder came to like. The breeder smirked himself. Ash is right, we have the perfect idea, that and all you have to do is combine style with substance. XXX Part 10. Who's that Pokémon? It's Vulpix. Vulpix. XXX Part 10. Later, Susie decides to give a lecture which draws a small crowd, but she followed Ash and Brock's plan, so she wasn't all that worried. If a Pokémon is injured in battle, then it should be given a therapeutic message. She gestured towards Ash and Pikachu. He nodded and started messaging his best friends back, earning a soft cha from the mouse and impressing the crowd that gathered, which soon gathered more people from the Salon Roquet. Brock and Richie decided to help too, including Molly, who decided to message Teddy Ursa, but Pat ran off somewhere saying there was something he had to take care of and would see them later. Susie was happy because they managed to gather a large crowd. "It seems to be working just like you both said it would." She smiled. Ash smiled back, "Of course it would. They now realize that your method is much better than Salon's." Brock nodded. "They're starting to realize this is better because it helps strengthen the bond between trainer and Pokémon." Molly giggled. Teddy Ursa said he liked the message very much. "Ursa, I did." Richie looked around. "Too bad Misty's missing out on all this." Sparky nodded. Just then Psyduck came up to them really frantic and was rambling, but Ash managed to understand him perfectly. He says Team Rocket's captured Misty in the Salon Roque. Ash translated. "Then we need to go help her," Brock declared. Right, everyone including Susie decided to go to Salon Roque to save Misty and stop Team Rocket. Salon Roque. They all busted into Salon Roque to save Misty and froze in place at what they saw. Misty's face was, well, not its best. Richie busted out laughing at Misty's face with tears streaming down his eyes and holding his stomach. Nice makeover, it really suits you," he said in between laughs. Ash just shook his head. "You do realize she'll whack you with her mallet again once we save her, right?" Molly tilted her head. "Big brother, why does Misty look like a clown?" Ash sweat dropped. Well. Brock smiled weakly. "That's one interesting makeover you have there, Misty." Misty couldn't help but wail. "It's the twerps," Meowth said. "Perfect timing. We can capture Pikachu right here and now." Jessie smirked. "Looks like it." James smiled. Susie wasn't happy with them. "Look what you've done to those poor Pokémon." She gestured over to Coughing and Eekins. "A Pokémon's true inner beauty is what's on the inside, not outside." "Oh, spare me. A Pokémon's true beauty is the outside. No one cares about what's on the inside." Jessie scoffed. Ash sighed. "How annoying. I say we just send them flying. What do you guys think?" "I agree," Brock said, bringing out a Pokeball. "I'm good to go," Richie stated. Before Team Rocket could attack, they were held in the air by some psychic-like energy, making their eyes go wide. Ash immediately looked at Molly but saw that it wasn't her. Then, who? What's going on? Why are we floating in the air? Jessie demanded. "How should I know?" Meowth yelled. "I don't like being in the air," James stated. Coughing and Eekins had also voiced their complaints. Vulpix then came out from out of nowhere and charged at the floating rockets by lighting its whole body on fire and started spinning in place. "That's fire spin." Ash stared. Richie looked at him. "That's a fire-type move, right?" Ash nodded. "That's right." Vulpix made contact with the rockets, sending them blasting off to who knows where. Brock then turns to the crowd and tells them that a Pokémon's inner strength is hindered by dressing them up in clothes that they don't need to wear. The crowd understood his words and freed their Pokémon from their tortured clothes and makeup, while Misty bashed Richie upside the head with her mallet for laughing at her, then thanked Psyduck for getting help. Unknown to them, Pat was hiding in the background, having used his powers to levitate them in the air so Vulpix could send them flying. Having dealt with that, he had another thing to take care of now. Pokémon Center. Pat asked Ash and his friends to meet him at the Pokémon Center so he could talk to them about something. Those present were Ash, Brock, and Misty. "What did you want to talk to us about, Pat?" Ash asked. Pat sighed, then smiled weakly. "Sorry about this." His eyes flashed red, making their eyes turn red just like Pat's. He then commanded they forget about knowing his connection with Team Rocket. Back at Susie's salon, he probed their memories and found out Ash had told them about his past with Team Rocket, so he decided to make them forget, not wanting them to get involved. The three shook their heads and looked at each other, feeling something was wrong, but couldn't put their finger on it. Pat merely smiled and told them that they were talking about how he had to continue his journey and would see them some other time. They understood and he headed out the Pokémon Center and down the road. Growly was quiet but now was the right time to ask, Growly, Pat? Are you sure about this? The boy nodded, I'm sure. They can't know Growly because if they do then they might get involved and that's something I don't want to happen. Growlithe merely shook his head but knew his trainer was right, but deep down something was telling him that Ash and his friends would be targeted by that man in the near future. XXX Part 10. Susie was outside her salon with the others right outside with her. I can't thank you all enough for your help. Especially you Brock, I was starting to have doubts about my abilities as a breeder but thanks to you I know I'll be just fine. Brock blushed madly, it was nothing really. Ash smiled, so what will you do now? I'm going to leave my shop for a while and go on a journey, so I can learn what it truly means to be a Pokémon breeder. She picks up Vulpix and gestures towards Brock. Vulpix has taken quite a liking to you, so I'd appreciate it if you would take her with you. Brock was surprised by the request but accepted to take care of the cute little fire type. It would be my pleasure. He said, taking Vulpix from her, giving it a gentle pat on the head, making it lean into the touch. Richie looks over to Misty's still covered clown face and snickered, I think you look better this way, you should keep it. Sparky snickered right along with him, Pikachu, Pikachu, you're right, she does. Misty glared at him, do you want me to smack you with my mallet again? Molly giggled, you look silly Misty. Teddiursa nodded, Ursa, you do. Ash had to hold in his laughter, I wouldn't worry about it, Misty will get that stuff off you before we leave. Pikachu nodded, Pikachu Pikachu, looking at her face like that isn't exactly pleasant for me to see. XXX Part 10. And so, after learning more about Pokémon breeding and gaining a new little friend Vulpix, the gang heads off to continue their journey. Why did Pat erase the conversation Ash had with Brock and Misty, and what exciting adventures will await them? Stay tuned as the journey continues. Having learned something about a Pokémon's inner beauty, our heroes are now on their way to Fuchsia City, site of Ash's and Richie's next gym battle. Wonder what our heroes will encounter when they arrive. XXX Part 10. Brock looked at the map in his hands, we're almost at Fuchsia City you guys. Ash looked at him, really? It feels like we haven't been walking that long at all. Pika, that's right. Pikachu nodded. Misty smiled, do you know what kind of Pokémon you'll use against the gym leader Ash? Ash thought about it, Koga uses Poison-type Pokémon, and they're weak against Fire, Flying, Rock, and Psychic-type Pokémon. They are? Richie questioned. Yep, Ash nodded, so I think I'll use Pidgeotto, Charmander, and Ralts. I'll call Professor Oak and ask him to send her over while I send back Squirtle, and I'll train with Ralts before going into battle. If all goes well then he might be ready to battle one of Koga's poison types. Brock nodded, sounds like a good strategy to me. Molly smiled, I can't wait to see you two battle. It's always so much fun. Ursa, it is. Teddiursa agreed. Just then a Pokémon came out from the bushes. It had spikes on its head and was wearing red boxing gloves, having them up prepared to fight the group. Hey, it's a Hitmonchan. Ash said. Hitmonchan. Richie took out his Pokédex. Hitmonchan, the punching Pokémon. Hitmonchan specializes in punch attacks. Its moves are faster than the eye. So it's a fighting type Pokémon, huh? And punches that are faster than the eye, sounds kinda cool. Richie smiled. Pikachu, it does. Sparky agreed. You think it's wild? Brock asked. Ash looked at it closely, I don't think so, it probably has a trainer, but more importantly it looks like it wants a fight right now. As if to prove his point the Pokémon charged at them, making Molly freeze up. Ash was about to intervene but Teddiursa jumped in and sent a focus punch at the fighting type, hitting it in the face, sending it skidding back. Teddiursa jumped in front of Molly and growled at Hitmonchan. Molly blinked, Teddiursa. Ash was just as surprised, Teddiursa never growls, this Pokémon just got on his bad side. Richie looked at Ash, so, what's gonna happen? You'll see. Ash told him. Teddiursa Ursa. Ursa Teddiursa, you dare try to attack my trainer? You must have a death wish. Teddiursa growled, charging at Hitmonchan with great speed, sending fury swipes at the fighting type, then used cross chop. Jumping back, he went at it again, but this time it used play nice, making it taste more of Teddiursa's wrath. Holy! Teddiursa's thrashing it. Richie yelled. Ash said that Teddiursa was strong, I just didn't realize how strong. Misty stood there dumbfounded. Brock's sweat dropped. Guess Teddiursa gets that way whenever Molly's in danger. He's just like Ash. He remembered the way the boy had punched that Team Rocket grunt, sending him across the room the moment he touched Molly. Ash and Teddiursa had the same protective instincts when it came to the girl. Ash looked at him. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing. Brock quickly said. Hitmonchan was sent skidding back some more, but was still standing, as was Teddiursa. What are you doing, Hitmonchan? A man yelled, getting their attention. Richie blinked at the man. Who's he? Ash's eyes narrowed. Hitmonchan's trainer probably. Don't let your guard down, Hitmonchan, the man yelled, knock that Pokémon out. Molly stood next to Teddiursa fearlessly. I won't let you pick on Teddiursa. Teddiursa crossed his arms, frowning. Teddiursa Ursa, give me your worst. Dad, stop. A little girl runs out from behind the tree, standing in front of the man. Please stop this and come home. The man looked at the little girl and frowned, shaking his head. I can't, Rebecca. I won't quit until I become the P1 Grand Prix champion. He turned to leave. If you need me, I'll be at my gym. And with that he walked away, with Hitmonchan following right behind him. Rebecca looks down heartbroken, but Ash wouldn't have that, so he went over to the girl, rubbing her head, making her look at him. Don't look so sad. Would you like to hang out with us for a little while? She perked up a little and smiled. Yes, please. XXX Part 10. Rebecca was eating a rice ball courtesy of Brock and cheered up a little too. That man just now was my dad, Anthony. I don't know why, but he's determined to become the P1 Grand Prix champion. Because he spends so much time training with Hitmonchan and never coming home, he's practically abandoned us. She had tears in her eyes, prompting Ash to wipe them away. In a way the boy could relate to the girl. His father had never been there for him when he needed him the most. His mentor took his place as the father figure in his life. His mom tried to make Ash feel better, saying that his father loved him, but he wasn't so sure. I mean, the man left when he was 4 years old, so what was he supposed to think of him as now? Brock, on the other hand, remembered when his dad had up and left on them to go on his journey and ended up coming back to Pewter City, but he never announced that he was here the whole time, which deep down made him a little mad. Sure, he had forgiven the man, but to find out that he was near him the whole time made him just a tad bit upset. He nodded his head and stood up. Don't worry, Rebecca, we'll make sure your dad goes home to you. She looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Really? Brock nodded. Of course. You can count on us, right, Ash? Ash nodded. Yeah, I think it's time he came home to you. Besides, every child needs their father in their life. He said with a monotone tone of voice, making Richie, Molly, and Pikachu look at him with worry. Ash is right, Brock agreed. I'll use Geodude and Ash can use Primeape. The boy nodded. I'll go the Pokémon Center and send Bulbasaur back and bring Primeape over here. Brock smiled. Sounds like a plan. Rebecca smiled and hugged them both. Thank you. Richie saw the dark look in Ash's eyes and looked down, which Misty noticed. What's wrong, Richie? He sighed and looked at her. I'll tell you when we get to the Pokémon Center. I'm sure Brock probably wants to know too. Misty said nothing and simply nodded. Pokémon Center. Ash was in the middle of transferring his Pokémon with Professor Oak while Richie and the others were far away. Molly was with Ash saying hello to Luxray, who heard Ash's voice. Richie and the others were sitting at a table watching them, but he sighed and turned towards his comrades. Brock looked at him. You alright? Richie shook his head. Sorry about that, I was just thinking about something. Does it have something to do with what happened earlier? Misty asked. He nodded. Brock, how do you feel about your dad? The teen raised a brow at the sudden question but answered anyway. Well, to be honest with you, at first I didn't want to forgive him, but after hearing his reasons I found myself forgiving him anyway, but that's just me. I see, Richie said, then, I can't say the same for Ash. Ash? Does he not like his father? Misty asked. He nodded. He left when Ash was only 4 years old and no one's heard from him since, not even Aunt Delia. Brock could relate to the red-haired teen and wondered what he was thinking when his dad had apologized for not coming straight home. Misty looked over at Ash. So, Ash doesn't like his dad all that much then? Richie nodded. Yeah, but maybe someday he'll learn to forgive him. I hope. He thought. XXX Part 10. Who's that Pokémon? It's Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan. XXX Part 10. The gang had arrived to where the P1 Grand Prix was being held and Brock and Ash got ready to battle, while the gang had seen Pat was sitting amongst the crowds smiling at them with his faithful puppy on his lap. Hey, they're funny seeing you guys here. Pat smiled. Growly smiled at them. Pat. What are you doing here? Richie asked, raising a brow at him. He smiled. I came to see who will be the champion, of course. Molly smiled. It's nice to see you again, Pat. Nice to see you too, Molly. He smiled, his face warming up. Misty was wondering if Pat was secretly following them, first the beauty place and now here. It can't be a coincidence. Can it? The first round was between a Machop and Primeape. Richie scanned the fighting type. Machop, the superpower Pokémon. Machop have muscles that never tire no matter how much they exercise. Machop have enough strength to throw 100 average-sized adults. Richie put his Pokédex away, pretty impressive, but Primeape's just as dangerous as Machop. Misty and Molly nodded while Pat and Growly tilted their heads in confusion. Primeape completely dominated Machop. Machop tried to send Primeape out of the ring using Seismic Toss, but Primeape avoided it by jumping in the air and using Karate Chop, followed up by Mega Kick, ending the match. Pat clapped his hands. That was amazing. Good job, Primeape. Grow-o-Olive, well done. Growly complimented. Richie nodded. Yep, definitely more dangerous than your average fighting type. Agreed. Misty and Molly nodded their heads in agreement. The next match was between Hitmonlee and Geodude. Richie scanned this new fighting type. Hitmonlee, the kicking Pokémon. This nimble Pokémon launches lethal kicks from almost any position. You think Brock will be okay? Richie asked. I hope so. Misty said. But it was not to be, for Geodude was completely destroyed by Hitmonlee, making the gang wince, and to add insult to injury, Rebecca's father had the nerve to say, a real man knows when to admit defeat, sing Ash off greatly. Sensing his trainer's anger, Primeape cracked his knuckles, looking forward to beating up the man's fighting type. Ash went to Brock and promised him that he and Primeape will handle it from here on. The fighting type sent a thumbs up at him, making Brock smile. As more battles rage on, Primeape, Hitmonchan, and Hitmonlee proved to be the strongest fighting types in the whole tournament. The people in the crowd couldn't decide which Pokémon to cheer for because they liked all three of them. The next match was between Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. Hitmonchan did its best, what with using close combat, counter, and other useful moves. Hitmonlee proved to be just as strong, sending its own attacks like double kick and mega kick. Seeing his Hitmonchan was on its last legs, Anthony, Rebecca's father, threw in the towel, taking the gang by surprise. He threw in the towel? Richie questioned. Pat nodded. He took his own advice and knew when it was time to admit defeat. Misty was still worried. Do you think he'll refuse to come home again? Rebecca looked down sad. No, Anthony walked over to them with a smile. I think it's time I come home. I was so caught up in the tournament that I neglected my family and my daughter. Sad. He rubbed the girl on her head. I'm sorry for worrying you, Rebecca, and your mother. Rebecca smiled and hugged her father. It's okay, because you can come home now. Misty smiled. Looks like the fighting brought them together. Brock nodded. Yeah, looks like it's up to Ash now. Richie, that Hitmonlee looks tough, but I'm sure Ash has something up his sleeve. Pika Pika, good luck. Pikachu cheered. Win it, big brother. Molly cheered. Teddiursa, fight. Teddiursa encouraged. Pika Pikachu, show them who's boss. Sparky yelled. Rebecca and her father decided to watch and see what the raven-haired trainer and his Primeape do. Ash saw that Anthony was no longer in the tournament and looked at Primeape. Looks like he's out. Are you okay with that? Primeape crossed his arms. Primeape. Primeape Primeape, I'm not. But the girl got her father back, and that's all that matters. Ash chuckled, you're right. Finally the last match was between Primeape and Hitmonlee, and the gang plus Rebecca and her father couldn't wait to see who would win. Hitmonlee sent multiple rapid kicks at Primeape, but it either dodged or blocked the kicks and sneaked in a few hits of its own. Hitmonlee then launches into the air, making Ash smirked, his friends all seeing it. That smirk. Richie said. Brock and Misty nodded while Pat chuckled, oh, this is gonna be good. Molly giggled. Rebecca and Anthony looked confused. What was about to happen? Grab the leg. Ash said. Primeape smirked and grabbed at leg with both hands, taking it by surprise. Now, use, seismic toss. Primeape swung Hitmonlee around before finally letting go, sending it flying out of the ring and into the ground completely unconscious. He did it. Molly cheered. Pika, nice. Pikachu smiled. Pikachu, awesome. Sparky smiled. Ursa, good job. Teddiursa jumped up and down. Richie looked down at Hitmonlee. I actually feel bad for Hitmonlee, but at the same time I'm glad Ash won. Brock was fully convinced now and whispered something to Misty. You think Ash might secretly be a SDST? Misty sweat dropped, gotta hope not. Pat overheard them and was trying but failing, holding to hold in his laughter, making Growly shake its head. Primeape was officially named the new P1 Grand Prix champion, making it cross its arms. Ash bent down and rubbed his fur, making the fighting type smile. When everything was over, Anthony bowed to his daughter and apologized once again for making her worry about him and promised to be home a lot more. Seeing the man's regretful face, Ash decided to let the man off the hook, seeing as how the daughter forgave him. His face then became dark. Am I capable of forgiving him? Ash thought. Richie looked around and noticed Pat had disappeared. What the? Where did Pat go? Ash looked at him. Pat's here. Well, he was. But he's not here now. Brock said, noticing the blonde had disappeared off somewhere. Ash smiled. I wouldn't worry about it, something tells me we'll be seeing him around a lot often. Somehow I think you might be right about that. Misty agreed. XXX Part 10. With Primeape being named the new P1 Grand Prix champion and Anthony finally spending more time with his family, our heroes are on the road again to Fuchsia, where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge. XXX Part 10. Grimy City. The gang were currently making their way through Grimy City, but the air here is so polluted that they were forced to cover their faces. Ash looked around disgusted, and the air here wasn't helping at all. My God, look at this place, it's so polluted that even the air has become unbreathable. Just what did they do to this place? You're right, the air here is practically toxic, Brock said with his hand over his nose. How can anyone stand living in a place like this? Misty coughed, don't know, hopefully we won't have to stay here long. Richie nodded, I agree. Molly had both hands covering her mouth, smelly. Ash noticed something. Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa weren't looking too good. What with the two electric types' cheeks had sparks coming out of them, their faces red, and Teddiursa looked no better. The little bear was slumped over Molly's shoulder. Pikachu, you okay? Ash asked out of worry. The electric type didn't answer because he passed out, but Ash caught him despite the electric shock Pikachu sent through his body, but thankfully he has a high tolerance for pain. Pikachu. Pikachu. Ash yelled. Sparky. Richie yelled out of fear, Sparky, what's wrong? Come on, say something. Teddiursa. Molly was holding on to the little bear who had passed out just like Pikachu and Sparky. This is bad, Brock said, giving Richie some pink rubber gloves since Sparky shocked him. We need to get to a Pokémon Center and quick. They all ran to the Pokémon Center unaware of a shadowy Pokémon watching them from a nearby alley. Pokémon Center. Ash and the others arrive at the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy. We need help. Nurse Joy comes out from the back yawning. What could you possibly need this time of night? It's late and I'm tired. Yeah, well, our Pokémon aren't feeling so well, so we need your help. Richie stated. Nurse Joy yawns and looks at all three Pokémon. It's just a cold there, get over it soon. What do you mean cold? Misty yelled. If this was a normal cold then they wouldn't be like this. Molly had tears in her eyes. Please help. Teddiursa's really sick. The pink-haired woman looked at the little girl. Well, leave them here and they should be fine in the morning. Ash was shaking and Brock noticed it. He was this close to losing it, and if he didn't stop him Ash would say something he would definitely regret later. Ash, try to calm down. If you blow up here now you'll say something you can't take back. Ash took a deep breath to calm himself down and looked at the breeder. You're right. Just then the lights all went out, making Nurse Joy panic and ran all the way to the intensive care unit with the others following after her. They saw that there were a lot of Pokémon there. This is bad. If the power doesn't come back on soon then these Pokémon's lives will be in danger. Can't you do something? Richie asked. She shook her head. Only the power plant can restore the power, and with the power down I can't find a way to contact them. Ash clicked his tongue, handing Pikachu over to her. Take care of Pikachu. And with that he ran off. Ash, wait. Misty ran after him, followed by Brock. Richie and Molly left Sparky and Teddiursa in her care as well and followed after the raven-haired teen. Nurse Joy watched them leave. Good luck, everyone. The three Pokémon cried out for their trainers as they left. XXX Part 10. The gang soon ran into Officer Jenny asking her for directions to where the power plant was. Just as she told them there was movement in the bushes revealing to be Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa. Pikachu. Sparky. Teddiursa. They all exclaimed in surprise, going over to the sick Pokémon. Pikachu, you're supposed to be at the center resting. That goes for you too, Sparky. Richie said. Molly nodded. You guys have to go back and get some rest. The three Pokémon shook their heads, making Richie confused. What gives? Why are they so adamant about coming with us? Probably because they think we won't be coming back. Ash theorized. They nodded. Ash sighed. Fine, you can come, but if you get any worse you're going back to the center to get some rest. Pikachu jumped on Ash, sending an electric shock, but since the boy has a high tolerance for pain it didn't affect him. The same could not be said for Richie though. Power plant. The gang finally arrive at the power plant. Entering they see the place is deserted with no one around. Misty, who had a map, points to where the central control room is. Misty senses something behind her and screams. What? What is it? Richie looked around. There's something behind me. Misty said, shaking, hiding behind Ash, who looked behind her but saw nothing. Really? 'Cause I don't see anything, Misty. Ash told her. But it was just there, I swear. Misty said. Richie rolled his eyes. There's nothing there. Stop being such a scaredy cat. I'm not a scaredy cat. She blew up at him. Now. Brock said, trying to calm everyone down. Just then all three of the Freeze seeing something behind Ash and Molly. Guys, what is it? The shadowy figure appears behind him, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder, making him turn around only to sigh. Geez, Pat, it's just you. Pat smiled at them, making Misty and Richie fall down anime style. The brunette got back up and pointed at him. What are you doing here? Pat scratched his cheek. Well, I was passing by here when Growly was feeling unwell, as you can see. He gestured to his friend, who looked a little ill but didn't want to show its weakness, so I came here to see what the source was that started all this, and I also ran into something on the way. Gesturing behind him, the gang saw a magnet-like Pokémon appear next to Pat. Ash blinked a few times. Is that a Magnemite? Richie brought out his Pokédex. Magnemite, the magnet Pokémon. It's able to float through the air and leave its thunder wave through its magnet-shaped units located on its sides. What a strange Pokémon. Richie commented. Molly noticed something. Hey look. It's following after Pikachu and Sparky. True to her word, the electric type was floating around the two electric mouse types. Pikachu looked uncomfortable while Sparky looked annoyed trying to swipe at it. It looks like it's in love with them or something, Richie observed. Doubt it, Ash said. Magnemite aren't organic Pokémon, besides I think it's impossible for it to have feelings for Pikachu and Sparky. But look at it. It's following them around like some kind of stalker, Richie said. Pat chuckled, interesting choice of words. Just as Ash was about to tell Magnemite to stop, it backed up and ran away, much to the two rodents' relief. It backed off. No, it ran away. Pat nodded, but the question is from what? They soon smelled something foul coming right towards them, making them cover their noses. Growly whimpered as he covered his nose. Oh God! What is that smell? Misty yelled. Ash pointed at the purple sludge-like Pokémon. That would be them. They turned around and saw the purple-like Pokémon staring at them. Those are Grimer. Richie scanned them. Grimer, the sludge Pokémon. It was born when sludge in a dirty stream was exposed to X-rays from the moon. How can they be causing this smell? Richie questioned. Pat narrowed his eyes. It's because of the pollution. With all the factories here, it's made the water unusable and the air here hard to breathe in. These Pokémon are attracted to foul areas such as this. And that bad pollution is the reason Growly's not feeling well. Molly covered her nose with both hands. They're smelly. Growly, whimpering as he covered his nose with his forelegs, nodded with Molly's words. Ash shushed her. Not so loud, Molly. Ash's is right, Brock said. If you say something bad about their smell, it'll hurt their pride. She nodded. Why, you have a nice smell. Misty shook her head. No way. You guys all stink. Shut up, Misty. Richie covered her mouth, but it was too late. She had made all of them mad, and to make it worse, a larger purple sludge appeared from the group standing tall. Ash's eyes widened. A Mook. Richie scanned this new Pokémon. Mook, the sludge Pokémon. A horribly toxic liquid seeps out of its body. Well, that's just great. Richie felt like rubbing his forehead. Mook pointed at the humans, signaling for the Grimer to attack, like a crime boss ordering his thugs, making them run away. Nice going, Misty. Richie yelled. How is this my fault? She yelled back. You're the one that insulted them, he reminded. He does have a point. Pat pointed out as he carried Growly in his arms, running with them even though he wished he didn't agree with Richie. Both of you shut up. Now's not the time. Ash yelled at both of them, making them look apologetic. Sorry, they both said. They all ran into the control room, closing and locking the door. There were two workers in the room with them. What are you kids doing here? One man demanded. We're being chased by the Grimer and Mook, so we ran all the way here to hide from them. Ash explained. Those Grimer are the reason why the power's out, the other worker explained. The Grimer have clogged the sea intake, preventing the power from coming back on. Pat closed his eyes. So they're the ones responsible. The Grimer soon bust down the door, approaching the trainers. This isn't good. All four of our Pokémon are too weak to fight. Ash said. Pikachu and Sparky sent a thunderbolt at but unfortunately some still remain, but all was not lost, for the same Magnemite from before appeared with a bunch of its buddies, including a Magneton. A Magneton! Ash exclaimed. Richie scanned it. Magneton, the magnet Pokémon. The evolved form of Magnemite. Its heavy gravitational power allow it to float, and it can emit powerful magnetic and electric fields. Pat smiled. Perfect timing if you ask me. All of you use Thunder Shock. The Magnemite, Magneton, Pikachu, and Sparky charged up for a powerful Thunder Shock, taking out all the Grimer, but the Mook still remained. Ash. Pat called out. He nodded. Pikachu use Thunder Shock. Pikachu plus the friendly Magnemite from before sent a powerful thunder shock towards Mook, rendering it unconscious. Ash throws a Pokeball at it, making it an instant capture when it didn't resist. He picks up the Pokeball and sighed, glad that's over. Looking over towards the others, he noticed that they had their noses covered. Ash, that Pokeball stinks. Misty told him. He looked at it, then back at them. Really? He sniffed it but didn't smell anything. I don't smell anything. How is that even possible? Richie and Misty exclaimed. Pat chuckled, as he covered his nose. Growly however whimpered as he planted his nose to the ground and his forelegs over his snout. Ash has this uncanny ability to adapt to anything, especially smelly things. If he's exposed to it for a while, it won't affect him anymore. Ash saw the looks they were giving, but he simply smiled. He's right. Ash and the others were about to leave the city, but before Ash told them that the Grimer were a sigh that they need to clean the town, and once they do, the air and water will be clean again, restoring it to what it once was. Pat had mysteriously left when they went outside, but it didn't bother Ash one bit. Pat smiled in amusement, then noticed Magnemite was still here and it was looking at him. I take it you want to come with me? It nodded. Magnemite. Magnemite. Proposal, acceptable. Power levels in human need studying. He took out a Pokeball and tapped its head, capturing it. Welcome to the team, Polaris. Growly smiled in agreement. The Magnemite accepted the name Polaris, tapped his head to the Pokeball and allowed itself to be captured. Meanwhile, Professor Oak was busy doing something but stopped when one of Ash's Pokeballs arrived. Oh. I wonder what Ash captured this time. The Pokeball opened to reveal Mook. He covered his nose. A Mook. Seriously, Ash? XXX Part 10. And so, having left Grimy City, our heroes head off to continue their journey. Hopefully Professor Oak won't be too mad at Ash for sending him a Mook. After the events of Grimy City and gaining a new friend Mook, our heroes are now taking a mountain path to Fuchsia Gym. XXX Part 10. The gang was taking a pathway through some mountains trying to figure out how to get to Fuchsia City. Brock takes a look at the map again. Strange, it says that Fuchsia City should be right over the mountain. Misty sighed, but all we see are mountains. Ash nodded in agreement. I hear rumors that Fuchsia City was harder to find. Guess those rumors were true. Richie groaned. Seriously? Molly smiled. It's okay. We'll find it soon. Ursa, we will. Teddy Ursa smiled. Pikachu nodded. Sparky smiled. Pikachu, have faith. Ash looked at the mountains. We might as well just continue to walk forward. He walked off, the other following him, unaware they'd run into someone four of them didn't want to meet. They soon heard an explosion, making them stop in their tracks. What was that? Richie looked around but didn't see anything. I think that was an explosion. Ash said. Should we go investigate? Brock questioned. Ash nodded. Somebody could be in trouble. They all ran off in the direction the explosion came from. They arrived where it came from and saw trucks that appeared to be doing some construction, and some were crashing into the ground, making them confused. Why are there so many trucks here? Richie questioned. Ash's eyes narrowed. It looks like they're doing some kind of construction, but it doesn't look like it's going very well. Pikachu then notices a Diglett popping out of the ground, so he goes to greet it. The Diglett proceeded to tell him the reason why the trucks have been crashed into the ground. Pikachu tells it that his trainer will take care of everything, making it tilt its head but nodded anyway. The gang sees a man coming out from one of the trucks. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. Excuse me, sir, but what's going on around here? Richie asked. The man glared at them. Look around and see for yourself. They looked in the direction he was pointing in and saw mole-like Pokémon coming out of the ground. Ash recognized them instantly. Those are Diglett. Richie scanned them. Diglett. The movement of these ground Pokémon can be easily detected by their tracks of upturned earth. They're so cute. Molly smiled. Teddy Ursa nodded his head agreement. The man got in the girl's face. You think they're cute? There's nothing cute about them. Because of them we can't continue with our construction. Molly had tears in her eyes about to cry, making the others mad. Hey! You didn't have to dash. Misty was about to tell him off, but Ash beat her to it by punching the man in the face, sending him back, almost hitting the truck. The others saw his set-off face and watched as he approached the man, glaring at him murderously. If you ever yell at my sister again, I'll make sure you're buried deep underground, never to be heard from again, you understand? Ash told him calmly, making them flinch. Yep. He set off. Why yes, the man squeaked. Ash walked away from him and picked up Molly, rubbing her back so she wouldn't cry. Scumbag. Richie nodded. You should have hit him harder. Sparky, Pikachu, and Teddiursa nodded. They all watched as a bus arrived and some people who looked like trainers got out of the buses, making Ash sigh. Trainers, lovely. He kept looking at them until he saw a familiar face. Pat. Pat turned to look right at Ash and walked over to him. Ash. It's been a while. Ash rolled his eyes playfully. We saw each other at Grimy City, remember? Pat smiled. So what are you doing here? Being with this type of crow doesn't suit you. Ash stated. Pat put a finger to his lips. Now that is a secret. Misty and Richie gave him a deadpan look. We know. He smiled again, making Growly sigh. Molly went up to him. Hi Pat. Pat smiled brightly. Molly, he hugged the girl. It's always so good to see you. She giggled. You too. Ash smiled at them. He hated that Pat didn't want her to know that he's her older brother, but there's nothing he can do about it because he promised. Richie looked back over to the bus, but still, that's a lot of trainers. He commented, then he saw a face he really didn't want to see and growled. Gary. Misty and Brock looked over as well, and there indeed was Gary Oak, looking smug. Misty frowned. Great, he's here. Brock frowned as well. Yeah, and I don't like it. Gary smirked. No need to worry everyone, the great Gary Oak is here. Misty brought out her mallet. Can I whack him? I really want to whack him. That makes two of us. Richie growled, cracking his knuckles. Brock's sweat dropped. Now calm down, you two. Molly saw Gary and frowned, moving closer to Ash, as did Teddiursa. Ash sighed. Something tells me that today's going to be a big headache. Pat nodded. I'm afraid so. Gary was looking around until his eyes finally settled on Ash and walked over to him. Well, if it isn't Ashy boy. What are you doing here? Only top-notch trainers are allowed here, nit losers like you. Gary then saw Pat, and look, you found Patty. Good for you, Ashy. He turned to the blonde-haired boy. Now you can explain why you prefer to hang out with Ashy here when you could speak to someone of your fellow class. Pat began to glare while Growly began growling at Gary. Gary, though, ignored the puppy Pokemon's growling and the death glare that made the other trainers fearful. Brock was having a hard time holding Misty and Richie back from beating Gary into a bloody pulp, and his arrogant attitude was making things worse. Ash ignored him like he did when they were at Porta Vista. Hey Pat, would you dash? He was cut off when he sensed a murderous aura sent in their direction, making him look over at the trainers still gathered around the buses, but it wasn't just him that sensed it. Pat, Molly, and even Richie sensed it. So much killing intent. Is this really coming from a person? Ash thought. This feeling, it couldn't be. Richie thought, searching the crowd. Scary. Molly edged closer to Ash. What is this? Why does this feel so familiar? Pat thought. Brock and Misty saw the looks on their faces and looked at them in worry, wondering what was wrong. Ash looked over at Pat. We should go back over to the others. Pat nodded. I agree. Ash took Molly's hand and walked over to Misty, Brock, and Richie with Pat, Growly, and Pikachu following behind him. Gary got angry and was about to yell at Ash when Pat sent him a cold glare. Back off. He said, his voice sounding not human. Gary took a step back and Pat walked away from him. With the ominous aura behind them, they listened as the foreman explained how he wanted the trainers to get rid of the Diglett using their Pokémon with promise of a reward staying in the Dame Hot Spring Resort, making the gang glare at him. What a selfish jay. Misty glared. Pat frowned at the man, the Diglett aren't even in the wrong here. No, it's the construction workers who are in the wrong. Richie commented. Molly nodded her head in agreement, they're the bad guys. Ursa. They are. Teddy Ursa agreed. The gang watched and saw Gary throw a pokeball only for nothing to come out. A Diglett popped up from the ground and gave it back to Gary, who thanked it, but shook his head and tried again only for the same thing to happen. What the heck's going on? Other trainers tried to call out their Pokémon and the same thing happened to them too. Gary tried to use all of the Pokémon he had only for one of them to stop in midair and fly back at Gary with equal force, hitting him in the face. The force of the impact made him fall backwards in pain. Gary looked around confused before angrily shouting for someone to show himself for using a psychic type on him. No one however said anything, even though Ash's gang looked at each other confused. Ash's eyes were on Molly, who looked innocent. Gary then felt himself becoming frozen before beginning to spin around very quickly like a tornado. With a leg and his arms up. He was then forced to dance as Ash asks, Gary. What are you doing? How am I supposed to know? He asked, annoyed as he kept moving before falling backwards. Ash shook his head, you think we should tell them now? Pat smiled, sure, why not? The two boys walked over to them, I'm afraid that won't work. Pat told them. The head boss glared at him, and how would you know that? Your Pokémon don't want to help in destroying the Diglett's home, that's why they won't come out of their Pokeballs. Ash explained. Gary scoffed, and why should we believe a loser like you? Ash ignored him again and brought out a Pokeball, tossing it in the air. Charmander, come out. Out came the Kanto fire-type starter. Charmander, I'm here. Charmander smiled. Gary glared at him. Ash had returned Charmander. Hearing a chuckle, Gary turned to see Pat laughing at him. What's so funny? Nothing. Just the only real loser here wasting his time. Pat said before he stood at the spot where the Diglett began returning the Pokeballs, said, don't you all get it? The Diglett knows that what you're doing is wrong. In fact, all your Pokémon know that this is wrong. What would you know? You haven't used your Pokémon once. Gary shot back before his hand flew up, forcing Gary to shut his mouth. What's the matter, Gary? Maybe the world finally had enough of you talking too much. Pat said as his aggressiveness began to scare everyone. Gary glared before getting in his car as the driver and his fangirls got in and drove off as he called, so long, losers. By the way, trying to demolish a territory that's been claimed by a Pokémon is illegal, isn't that right, Ash? Pat asked, wanting to ignore and forget about Gary. Ash grinned evilly, why yes it is, I wonder what Officer Jenny would have to say about all this. Pat smirked, indeed. The head boss started to sweat a little, making Ash keep his evil grin. Well, he tilted his head. The man however huffed, we bought the property officially. Those Diglett are the ones who shouldn't be here. Meanwhile, on a cliffside, Team Rocket was watching the events. They knew that a direct attack and also a sneak attack won't work, so they decided to do a strategy known as Principle of Induced Evolution. The gang walked away as they decided to camp out for the night. XXX Part 10. Later that night, while the gang were sitting up their tents, Molly was sitting with Teddy Ursa and seemed to be watching the uncompleted dam, while Ash and the others decided to enjoy the hot springs just to forget about today's events. Penny, for your thoughts. A voice asked as Molly turned to see Pat standing there with Growly by his side. Molly's face lit up. Pat. He sat down and asked, you okay? You're not in the hot spring with everyone else. I just don't feel like going. Not after him. Molly said, meaning Gary. Pat sighed as he spends time with his sister, wishing he could tell her the truth, but she needs Ash to be her brother, not him. He then said, I wish I knew why he or that man's like that, but no one's perfect. They were soon interrupted by several Digletts popping up from the ground as Molly, smiling, goes over and greeted them. Hi there, is there something you want to show us? The Diglett closed its eyes. Diglett, yep. The Digletts began traveling underground, with their heads still over the ground as the two trainers and their Pokémon followed. They soon met up with Ash and the others who were following the Diglets as well. As they followed them they saw that the foreman was still acting like that arcade game, with the mallet, trying to whack the mole but chased after the kids when he saw them following the Diglets. Where Team Rocket were, the two called out their Pokémon, Ekans and coughing as James lamented, some principle of induced evolution. Jessie was holding a guidebook as she read aloud. It says here that Pokémon need to gain enough experience points in order for them to evolve successfully. But our experience is nothing but losing, especially with more of those kids joining that twerp with the Pikachu. James lamented more. Jessie however brought up, here's something to think about though, and when Pokémon evolve they become completely different Pokémon with different forms and new abilities. She looked to her loyal and dependable snake Pokémon as she brought up, we've known Ekans for so long. Ekans, Jessie. The poison type said looking at his trainer, hating to see her like this. Coffin too. James added looking to the floating ball of poisonous gas. Coffin, James. The very ball said, wanting to help his trainer. How could we possibly evolve them? The two humans cried as they embraced their partners and began crying. As soon as they held their Pokémon to them and their tears touched their bodies the two poison types began to glow brightly, signaling only one thing. Could it be? Jessie asked, confused. That they're evolving for us? Both asked as they watched as their partners' bodies continued to change. After following the Diglets, Ash and his friends found what looks to be a garden being made by both the Diglets and their evolved forms, Doug Trio. Richie scanned them. Doug Trio. Formed when 3 Diglett combine. This Pokémon is able to tunnel deep beneath the Earth's surface. The 3 heads were moving through the ground leaving a trail of upturned earth as they go while a pair of Diglets were planting tree branches, trying to help them grow. What is this? Richie asked, amazed as he saw this. Pat however smiled, it's like I thought. The Diglets really were defending their territory, not for themselves but for others. The foreman looked, what do you mean? Think about it. Humans and Pokémon need oxygen to survive and also when trees grow they become homes for the other Pokémon that live in this mountain. Ash explained as he pointed to the Diglett and Dugtrio's home garden. Misty and Molly looked in amazement as the red-headed girl asked, you're saying all of the trees in this mountain range were planted by the little guys? It's possible. Brock added as he theorized, perhaps all of the forests and mountains that have these were planted by them and Pokémon like the one huge garden. So pretty. Molly said, her eyes sparkling at how beautiful the forest on the mountain looks in the moonlight. The foreman's face became one of utter horror at the thought, and if the construction of the dam was completed, this entire area would have been flooded by water. The others shivered or shuddered at the thought of all the Pokémon whose lives would have been destroyed had the dam been completed. I only wish those other trainers would learn like we and their Pokémon have about this. Ash said. The man looked down in defeat at the disaster he would have caused and announced, the construction of the dam's cancelled. I won't build the dam anymore. The gang smiled at their accomplishment on convincing the foreman without resorting to violence. The peace was interrupted as Team Rocket appeared and said their motto. Ash Grolwed, why now? Misty however spat, we don't have time for you 3, go away. Oh but we have time for everyone. Jessie countered. Yeah that's right and we haven't been sleeping as much as we should. James added, but we're just too excited about this to sleep now. Now let us introduce you to the time since we met you twerps. Meowth began. Our new Pokémon. Pat glared, wondering who they stole these Pokémon from now. However what happened next made a different reaction to him and the others. Our Ekans evolved into Arbok. Jessie announced as her Pokeball opened to reveal a purple Corba-looking Pokémon. Chabake, surprise. Arbok said after coming out. James held up his ball and announced, and Coffin's now wheezing. The poison ball of gas appeared, evolved into two-headed version of itself as it wheezed, wheezing, we're back. Alright. What did you do to your Pokémon to make them evolve? Ash asked, his anger growing at the thought of these two putting their Pokémon through horrible things just to get them to evolve. Jessie however snapped, watch your mouth, twerp. We didn't do anything to them. Yeah, she's right. They evolved for us. James shouted back. Puzzled, Ash looked to the two Pokémon and asked, is this true? Arbok. Arbok bok bok Arbok. That's right. We evolved just for them because we love them. Wee zing wee. Zing wee zing wee. Jessie and James have been the best trainers we could ask for. We'd do anything for them. The floating ball of gas added. Meowth, able to understand, began to get teary-eyed and murmured, you two lugs are the best friends a Pokémon and humans could have. Jessie and James asked what Meowth meant as Meowth translated everything their poisonous comrade said, making both Jessie and James cry in joy at those words. Pat looked and using his powers felt that the two Pokémon were telling the truth. Maybe not everyone in Team Rocket were as evil as him or the other elites. That may be, but we're not going to let you take Pikachu. Ash declared as he and his friends got ready for battle. Jessie however surprised them as she ordered Arbok to burrow underground and Weezing followed. They could hear the song the Diglett and Doug trio sang as they worked while waiting for something to happen. When it did, Arbok and Weezing were forced out of the hole looking as though they were beat up. What happened? Meowth asked, shocked. I know what's coming. James said, worried. Jessie looked to him and said, me too. Everyone watched as the Diglett and Doug trio all came up to the surface as they made a tidal wave of earth take team and crash into the side of the dam, making it collapse. Richie watched and commented, wow, these guys don't know how to catch a break, do they? Doubt they'll ever learn their lesson. Misty added. Not like me. I most certainly learned my lesson. The foreman said as he approached Molly, please forgive me for shouting at you, I'm so sorry that my anger clouded my judgment. Molly looked around to her friends before smiling innocently, that's okay. The foreman smiled before leaving the group to tell his men to stop construction of the dam. Ash looked at Pat, if you're not busy later would you mind coming with us to Fuchsia City? Pat smiled, sounds like fun, right Growly? Grow, it does. Growly agreed. They walked back to their tents to sleep for tomorrow was going to be a long day ahead of them, especially what's to come. The next day the gang went to the nearest Pokémon Center to get their Pokémon checked out while waiting and getting some things done. Richie. He turned to see Pat looking at him seriously, what's wrong Pat? Pat stared at him for a few minutes before speaking, I saw her Richie that I saw Leaf. Richie shot up from his seat and grabbed his collar, where? How was she? Tell me. Pat gave him a sympathetic look, save her Richie, you have to save her from herself before it's too late, and if possible have Ash help you. He removed his hand away from his collar and walked away leaving him standing there. Richie looked down, Leaf, whatever you're thinking of doing please don't do it, please. XXX Part 10. Having saved the Diglett's home from being destroyed the gang rest at the Pokémon Center, and Pat gives Richie a hint that he will have to solve for himself. But can he? XXX Part 10. Having put yesterday behind them they were now on the road again having rested at a lake for a little while they left. Are you guys ready for your gym battle? Brock asked. Ash nodded, Ralts is ready, I've been training him whenever we have free time and he's done well. How about you Richie? Richie nodded, I'm using Zippo, he's fired up and ready to go. Pat chuckled, I'm sure he is. I'll have my gym battle after you two, okay? Molly smiled, I can't wait for the battle. It's going to be so much fun. Teddy Ursa nodded, Ursa, it will. Misty stopped and looked ahead, hey, is that a house? They stop and see an old house and go through it only to see it vacant like there was no one living here. Misty leaned against the wall, I wonder if anyone lives here, she almost fell. Through the wall had it not been for Ash saving her in time, thanks. He smiled, you're welcome. Richie snorted, klutz. Shut up. She blushed. You're blushing. Pat commented, smirking at the thought of her and Ash together. Shut up. Misty shouted angrily before. Venonat, hello. Everyone looked to see a purple Pokémon with red eyes and antennas on its head. Ash blinked, a Venonat. Richie scanned it. Venonat, a bug Pokémon. Its eyes function as radar, allowing it to see in the dark. Wow. Molly said. Pikachu, that'll come in handy. Pikachu commented. Sparky nodded, Pikachu Pi Pika, wish I could do that. Growly sweat dropped, Grow, really? Ash bent down so he was at eye level, hello there, would you be so kind as to lead the way please? Venonat smiled, leaping at him, and Ash held the Pokémon in his arms, Venonat, follow me please. Ash nodded and walked forward following Venonat's directions while the others were trying to figure out why Venonat jumped on Ash. Pat chuckled, how cute. Growly sweat dropped again, Growlithe, no it's not. XXX Part 10. The gang followed Ash, who had Venonat in his arms, the Pokémon giving him directions. They were unaware that the Pokémon was leading them away from the traps that were set up and led them to a more safer direction. They arrived at what looked like a dojo. Ash looked around, this is impressive. Pat smiled, it is, I wonder. It would seem my Venonat decided to lead you the safe way here. A female voice spoke suddenly, making them look forward to see a woman with long green hair that was in a ponytail wearing a kunoichi ninja uniform, which was pink. Brock had hearts in his eyes, hello, as if using teleportation he was in front of her, taking her hand in his. Hi, my name is Brock and I was wondering if you would like to go for a stroll. His ear was suddenly pulled, pulling him away from the girl. How about you and me go for a stroll away from here? Misty said, dragging him away. Pat chuckled, oh my, that looks painful. Growly rolled his eyes, Grow, obviously. The woman chuckled, my name's Aya and I'm the sister of the gym leader here. Ash bowed politely, it's nice to meet you Aya, my name's Ash and this is Pikachu. Pikachu, hello. Pikachu greeted. I'm Molly. Molly smiled, and this is Teddy Ursa. Ursa, hi. Teddy Ursa greeted. I'm Richie, and this is Sparky. Richie introduced. Pika, hey. Sparky greeted. My name is Pat, and this is my friend Growly. Pat introduced. Grow, hello. Ash turned and pointed, the one who had his ear pulled is Brock, while the girl is Misty. Aya raised a brow, the gym leaders of Pewter and Cerulean City Gym. Pat nodded, that's right, they're traveling with Ash. Ash? Aya's eyes widened, are you Ash Ketchum? Ash looked back at her and nodded, yes I am, but how did you know my last name? Aya giggled, Erica told me about you, we're best friends so we talk a lot. She spoke very highly of you. He smiled, did she now? She nodded, she also mentioned Sabrina's taking a liking to you too, which is strange because Sabrina never shows emotions, but ever since you came to her gym she's changed. And Erica's loving it. Ash smiled softly, she was just misunderstood. Sabrina's a kind person at heart once you get to know her. Aya smiled, I agree, I'm glad you understand that. But something else is bothering me about those two. When Sabrina told Erica about you she suddenly declared Sabrina as her rival. I wonder why. Ash shook his head, I'm not sure myself, this is actually the first time I'm hearing of this. Brock, Misty, and Pat sighed knowing Ash has absolutely no idea the two of them were having a rivalry about him. Richie tilted his head, why would they suddenly be rivals? Just because Ash went to Sabrina's gym? Brock, Misty, Pat, and Molly smacked their foreheads, Richie's a lost cause. Excuse me Aya, but could you ask the man on the ceiling to come down? We need to ask him something. Pat said, causing the kunoichi to look shocked. They heard a manly chuckle, such interesting challengers we have here. The gang looked around but didn't see anyone. Suddenly a man who was upside down appeared behind Misty, welcome. He introduced. Misty screamed and jumped in Brock's arms, WHWH what? The man set himself upright and bowed apologetically. My apologies, it was not my intention to scare you. Richie was holding back a snicker but Misty glared in his direction anyway, making him stop. Brock put Misty down. It's okay, you must be the gym leader Koga. Koga nodded. Indeed I am, and you are Brock, Misty, Ash, Pat, Molly, and Richie. Misty blinked in amazement. Wow, how did you know our names? I was listening in the whole time. He stated casually. That's invasion of privacy. Misty yelled. Aya giggled. That's my brother for you. I am impressed you were able to detect my presence, young man. Koga said, looking at Pat curious about him. Koga looked over at Ash and Richie. You two are the boys Sabrina told me about, Ash and Richie. Sabrina told you about us? Richie questioned. He nodded. Indeed she did. The two of you have left a good impression on her, especially you Ash. She seems quite fond of you. Ash blushed a little, looking away. I see. Pat snickered. Embarrassed are we? Zip it Pat. Ash warned. Pat held his hands up in surrender. Koga seemed amused by their interaction. Ash, Richie, please accept my request to have a 1-on-2 battle with the two of you. Ash and Richie looked at him surprised. Even Aya was taken by surprise. Are you sure about this, brother? Koga nodded. Yes I am. She nodded. All right then, I'll be the referee. Ash looked at Richie. You ready? Richie nodded. Yeah. They were at the battle arena while Misty, Pat, Brock, and Molly were sitting in the sidelines along with the Pokémon. Aya acted as referee. This will be a 1-on-2 battle between gym leader Koga and challengers Ash and Richie. Are both sides ready to battle? All three of them nodded. Battle begin. Koga threw a Pokeball. Venonat, come. Out came another Venonat that looked strong, stronger than Aya's. Ash put a Pokeball next. Ralts, I need you. Out came the Psychic Fairy-type Pokémon. Ralts, I'm ready, father. Ralts declared, ready to go. Koga smiled. Interesting Pokémon you have there, Ash. Thank you, Koga. Ash thanked. Richie tossed his next. Zippo, let's go. Out came Charmeleon, who was ready for battle. Charmeleon, let's go. Zippo said. Koga nodded. Very good, now let's begin. Venonat use, poison powder. Venonat sent a poison powder at Zippo. Use, flamethrower. Richie commanded. Zippo sent a flamethrower at the poison powder, neutralizing it. Pat nodded. Smart. Ralts use, magical leaf. Ralts sent a barrage of green glowing leaves at Venonat. Dodge it. Koga ordered. Venonat jumped in the air and saw Zippo had done the same. Zippo use, scratch. Zippo's claws glowed white and swiped his claws at Venonat, getting it in the face. Ash used that opportunity to send another attack. Use, psychic. Ralts's eyes glowed blue at Venonat, had a blue outline around it before slamming into the ground. Misty winced. That had to hurt. Brock nodded, but that was a good strategy. Richie distracted Venonat, catching it off guard, and had Zippo attack it. When Zippo's attack became a success, Ash used that opportunity to have Ralts send another attack. Molly smiled. Big brother's really smart. Pat rubbed her head. Yes, he is. Koga was very impressed. Looks like Sabrina was right to praise these two when it came to teamwork, especially Ash. Very impressive, you two. Venonat use, Psybeam. A multicolored beam shot from its eyes and towards them. Dodge it. Richie commanded. Use, teleport. Ash ordered. Zippo got out of the way in time while Ralts teleported out of the way, taking the other by surprise. Ralts can teleport? Misty observed. Brock nodded. Looks like it. Now the real question is, where did Ralts go? They looked around and indeed Ralts was nowhere to be seen, that is until Ralts appeared behind Venonat, taking Koga and Aya by surprise. Use, Shadow Ball. Ash ordered. Ralts created a black and purple ball in between his hands and sent it at Venonat's back, propelling it forward, allowing Richie to attack. Zippo use, Fire Fawn. Zippo opened his jaw, his fangs on fire, and bit down on Venonat, making it catch on fire. What? Aya exclaimed. Ash decided to finish it, use, Double Team. Ralts created 5 copies of himself and surrounded both Zippo and Venonat. As if sensing what Ralts was about to do, he got out of the way. Shadow Ball. Ash ordered. All 5 Ralts charged up and sent all 5 Shadow Ball at Venonat, causing an explosion. Ralts teleported next to Zippo. When the smoke cleared, Venonat was unconscious with swirls in its eyes. Aya raised her hand in the air. Venonat is unable to battle. The winners are Ash and Richie. Richie hugged Zippo. You were amazing, Zippo. Zippo smiled. Charmeleon, thanks. Ash rubbed Ralts on the head. You were amazing out there, I'm so proud of you. Ralts blushed and smiled. Ralts, thank you, father. Koga approached them, both holding 2 items in his hands. You both have done well, you've earned this. He showed them their badges that were shaped like hearts and were pink. Ash and Richie took the badges gratefully. Richie was smiling, as was Ash. Only 2 more badges left and they'll be able to enter the Indigo League. XXX Part 10. Koga and Aya insisted they all stay the night, and they agreed. Misty and Molly were roomed with Aya, and Ash, Pat, Brock, and Richie were roomed together. Everyone was asleep and it seemed peaceful until a blue light emerged and 3 familiar Pokémon appeared. They were Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, but something was different. They had marks on their bodies. The 3 Pokémon were looking around the room before spotting their target, Ash. All 3 approached the bed, but Squirtle jumped on it and was Ash's chest. It poked the boy's cheek, making him groan and open his eyes only to see a Squirtle that he knew wasn't his. Ash sat up from the bed. Where did you come from? Squirtle poked his forehead, its finger glowing blue, sending information to the boy, who blinked in shock, then relaxed and smiled. I see, now I get it. He grabbed Squirtle and gently set it down off the bed and noticed a Charmander and Bulbasaur with the same markings on them. I don't understand the whole story, but I'll gladly go with you. They smiled at his willingness to go with them. Charmander raised its finger in the air, a blue light appearing, making all 3 disappear. XXX Part 10. Having won their 6th gym badge, Ash and Richie rest at gym leader Koga's house, but Ash is then whisked away by 3 Kanto starters with strange markings on them. Just where did they take him? After being invited to stay over at gym leader Koga's gym, the gang decided to stay there and rest. Then Ash is whisked away by 3 familiar Pokémon with strange markings. Just who are they? Ash didn't know what to think when he saw the 3 Kanto starters appear in his bedroom where everyone else was sleeping, but when the Squirtle showed the image of a girl and a Pokémon, the same ones from his dream, he agreed to go with them. They instantly teleported him away somewhere which he assumed was an island, even though the place had a giant looming tower on it. It seriously looked like something from one of those films where the hero goes to the bad guy's lair to confront the bad guy in one final assault. He was brought out of his musings when the marked Bulbasaur nudged him, making him smile. Sorry about that, I was just thinking about something, that's all. He started walking inside the tall tower, and what he saw would have made Professor Oak have a heart attack. Literally. He saw every Pokémon that was native to the Kanto region, and they also had strange markings on them. This was strange. Why did they all these weird markings on their bodies? Is something wrong with them? They all stared at him, making him slightly nervous, but at the same time he smiled at them, not wanting to seem imposing. As he walked past them, he was stopped by one of the Pokémon, which he identified to be a Wigglytuff, the evolved form of Jigglypuff. She stared at him and he stared back, then she smiled, making him crouch down and rub her head in greeting. Hello there, it's nice to meet you. Wigglytuff smiled back. Wigglytuff, you too. Ash stood up and looked at the 3 Kanto starters. You 3 brought me here to see someone, right? They nodded and nudged him forward again to follow them to where they were leading him. As he kept walking, he saw a door that had a name plastered on it, that read Amber. For some reason he pictured the girl he saw in his dreams with green hair and blue eyes. The door opened by itself, taking Ash by surprise, but he entered anyway, followed by the Kanto starters, who ran forward to gather by a bed where a little girl was. She looked just like the girl Ash dreamed of, except she wasn't in a tube and was wearing a yellow dress. She was sitting up in bed that was pink, surrounded by pink pillows so she could be comfortable. The girl looked over at him and smiled. "You're here." Ash felt his heart pulsate. Her voice, "It's the same." He walked over to her and sat down on the bed. "This is gonna sound strange, but have met before." The girl giggled. "Yes, we have, but in your mind." "So I was right." Ash's eyes widened. "You're the same girl from my dream, but where's that Pokémon I saw with you?" Her smile widened. "You referred to my friend as a Pokémon just now, didn't you?" He nodded slowly. "Of course I did. Is that wrong?" "No, it's not. I'm just so glad you called him that, and I'm sure he'll be happy about it too," she told him. "I see. Oh, my name's Ash Ketchum, by the way," he introduced. "And my name's Amber too." She smiled. He raised a brow. "Amber too?" She looked down. "Yes, for you see that's my name. I'm afraid I wasn't born naturally like normal humans are, and the same goes for the Pokémon here." Ash stared at her for a moment, thinking about her words, "not born like normal humans. And the same goes for the Pokémon here." He looked at the 3 Kanto starters, really looking at them and the marks on their bodies. His eyes soon widened. "So then, you're clones?" She nodded sadly. "That's right, I am a clone of Dr. Fuji's deceased daughter Amber. And the rest of the Pokémon here are clones of every Pokémon in Kanto." Ash was surprised. Cloning? He was pretty sure that was illegal to do, especially on Pokémon. But who could have? Wait a minute, there's only one organization that would do such a thing and probably use these Pokémon and Amber herself as weapons for their own personal gain, Team Rocket. She nodded again. "Yes, their boss was the one that wanted every Kanto Pokémon clone to obey only him, and unfortunately I'm no different." Ash got angry. He knew Team Rocket was bad news, but to go so far as to do this? Just how heartless can these guys be? Clones or not, you have free will of your own and have the right to live as you want to. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see you as clones, I see you as a normal human and normal Pokémon. Ash smiled at her. Amber gave him a surprised look. "Why, you do?" He nodded. "Of course I do. Just because you were cloned doesn't mean you don't have feelings and emotions just like a normal human does. I'm not going to treat you any different for it either, because no matter what, you are still you." Amber couldn't contain herself and gave him a hug, taking him by surprise, but he hugged her back. "I'm so glad you feel that way. I was afraid that you would think of it as creepy and would be scared of us." "Not at all, besides I see you as a human being, not a clone," Ash told her. Amber released him and looked up. "You heard that right? Mewtwo." Ash blinked in confusion before he felt something come down from the ceiling and saw it was the same Pokémon he saw from his dream too. "And she called him Mewtwo, does that mean?" Mewtwo looked at the boy. "We finally meet face to face, Ash Ketchum." The boy was taken back by the fact he could talk, but Amber did say that they were all clones, so he really shouldn't be surprised anymore. "Yeah, it's nice to see you too, Mewtwo." Mewtwo nodded back. "Amber has told you everything, I assume?" "She did," Ash told him. "If you don't mind me asking, what Pokémon are you cloned after, Mewtwo?" "I am cloned after the legendary Pokémon called Mew," Mewtwo told him. "Mew?" His eyes widened. "Team Rocket didn't capture it, did they?" The cloned legendary shook its head. "No, they merely managed to find a sample of its DNA and used that to clone me." "Oh." Ash sighed with relief. Amber clasped her hands together, getting their attention. "Now that Mewtwo's here, about a bedtime story." Mewtwo looked at her in confusion. "Bedtime story?" Amber smiled. "Of course. I mentioned them before, remember? Though I've never had one told to me before since I was created." She looked at Ash with hopeful eyes. "Will you read one to me?" Ash looked at the hopeful stare, for it reminded him of his sister Molly. "Sure, what story would like me to read to you?" Amber took out a book from the drawer next to her, bringing it up for him to see. "This one." Taking the book from her, he saw the title read, Alice in Wonderland, and smiled. This is Molly's favorite book. She would ask me to read to her all the time. Molly? Amber tilted her head. She's my little sister, Ash smiled. I think you two will make good friends. Amber smiled, I think so too. Ash took the book from her and opened it up. Mutwo, why don't you stay and listen? Mutwo looked a little unsure until Amber coerced him into listening to it with her along with the 3 cloned Kanto starters. Ash read her the story and even made funny voices making her and the Pokémon giggle. Even Mutwo was mildly amused by listening to the story, finding it interesting how a normal human girl was sent to a different world and met unique individuals such as the Mad Hatter, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and even the Queen of Hearts. Before Ash could finish the story, Amber and the cloned Kanto starter Pokémon had fallen asleep with smiles on their faces. Ash tucked them all in the bed and put the book back on the table next to the bed. Looks like she enjoyed the story, he smiled, the Pokémon too. Yes, I must admit it was a very interesting story. Mutwo said, wanting to know how the story ended. Ash sent him a knowing smile but didn't say anything. I should probably be getting back now. I don't want the others waking up and not seeing me there. Mutwo nodded. I'll teleport you back. They went outside of the castle and Ash was standing in front of the clone Pokémon. We will meet again soon, Ash. And with that, the raven-haired boy was teleported back to Koga's gym and went to his bed, getting under the covers unaware of the pair of eyes that watched him in the dark. Pat watched Ash get back into bed, sighing with relief. Welcome back. He mumbled. Morning. Richie yawned, stretching his arms above his head. Morning, everyone. Molly rubbed the sleepiness out of her eyes. Good morning. I slept great. Misty said. Same here. Brock agreed. Ash smiled, as at everyone. I'm glad you guys got some good sleep. I know I did. Pat gave him a side glance. I'm sure. So what now? Misty asked them. Well, Pat didn't get the chance to fight Koga yesterday, but he will today. Ash said. That means we get to see you battle again. Richie grinned. So who are you going to pick this time? Pat looked down at Growly. How about it, Growly? Would you like to battle this time? Growly yipped with excitement. Grow, I'm ready. Guess that's a yes. Ash smiled. Pikachu, he looks excited. Pikachu said. Aya soon walked in and greeted them. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad you're awake. Pat, are you ready for your battle? Pat nodded. I'm ready. Follow me then. Aya instructed. Everyone got to a safe distance as soon as Pat and Koga got into position. From what they seen from his battle with Sabrina, they knew Pat wasn't someone to be underestimated. Ash smiled. This should be interesting, right, Pikachu? Pikachu, right. Pikachu agreed. I can't wait to see Growly battle. Richie smiled. Pika, me too. Sparky said from his lap. Using a fire type against a poison type is smart, Brock observed. Remember, poison types are weak against fire, flying, psychic, and rock types. That explains why he's using Growly. Misty theorized. Molly cheered for Pat. Good luck, Pat. Teddiursa, good luck. Teddiursa cheered. Pat smiled and waved to the girl, then looked back at the field. You ready, Growly? Growly got into position. Grow, I'm ready. Koga had already called out Venonat and was simply waiting for Aya to give the signal. This will be a one-on-one battle between Gym Leader Koga and Challenger Pat. Are both sides ready to battle? Aya asked. Koga and Pat nodded. Battle begin. Koga made the first move. Venonat use Psybeam. A multicolored beam fired off from its eyes, heading straight for Growly. Dodge with agility. Pat commanded. Growly used agility to dodge the Psybeam, impressing Ash's group. That was a good move. Brock complimented. I'm not surprised, Ash said. That's just how Pat is. Use flamethrower. Pat commanded. Growly sent a large flamethrower from his mouth at Venonat, taking the others by surprise. Dodge it. Koga ordered. Venonat jumped in the air to avoid getting severely burned by the attack. Did you see that? Richie questioned. That was an awesome flamethrower. Pika, wow. Sparky said with awe. Growly must be Pat's strongest Pokémon. Misty said. I think you're right. Brock said. Go Growly. Molly cheered. Ursa, you can do it. Teddy Ursa cheered. Use fire spin. Growly opened his mouth and a torrent of flames was sent at Venonat, making it a direct hit, sending it backwards. A direct hit. Richie exclaimed. Now use flame burst. Growly opened his mouth, creating an yellow-orange fireball flame, and sent multiple fire flames at Venonat, making another direct hit and causing smoke to appear, making everyone cover their eyes. What kind of move was that? Richie yelled, the smoke clearing a little. That was Flam Burst, Ash said, having seen Professor Oak's Arcanine use it once when a wild Pokémon tried to hurt Ash and the fire type came out of nowhere and saved the boy using that very move. I remember Professor Oak's Arcanine using it once when it was protecting me from a wild Pokémon. It's a powerful move. No kidding. Misty observed. The smoke cleared and they saw Venonat was unconscious with swirls in its eyes. Venonat is unable to battle. Growly wins. The winner of the battle is Pat. Aya announced. Molly jumped up and down, yay. He did it. He won. Teddy Ursa, nice job. Teddy Ursa cheered with her. Seeing Pat battle always takes me by surprise. Brock stated. Me too, he's a powerful trainer. Misty said. Ash walked towards Pat, seeing him get a badge from Koga, and smiled. Congrats, Pat. Thanks, Pat smiled. Looks like I'll be seeing you guys at the Indigo League soon, huh? Ash smirked. Definitely, can't wait to see you there. Same here. Pat said, taking his hand, making a silent vow that they wouldn't hold back at the tournament. The gang was currently outside saying their farewells to Aya and Koga. Take care of yourselves, okay? And you're always welcome to come here anytime you'd like. Aya smiled. Brock took both hands in his. In that case, then I think you and me should discuss ARC. Misty yanked him by the ear. Next time we come here you won't be invited. Pikachu sighed at their antics, as did Growly. Thank you so much for the gym battle, Koga. Ash thanked. Yeah, thanks. Richie thanked as well. Yes, it was quite the fun battle if I do say so myself. Pat smiled. Koga smiled. You're welcome, and remember that the darkness will try to consume you, but always stay true to your beliefs. Ash wondered what he meant but nodded anyway. Richie had a sneaking suspicion that he meant something else. Pat was walking the other way. I'll see you. He waved and Growly yipped in agreement. Take care of yourself, Pat. Ash waved him off. I will, Pat said, walking away before his face became serious, but still, to kidnap Ash in the middle of the night like that. What are you up to, old friend? Meanwhile the gang walked away, but Koga asked Richie to stay back for a little bit so he could tell him something important. I must inform you that a girl came by here 2 days ago. Koga saw the look on Richie's face. She held such a murderous aura that it had me concerned. I could sense she has a connection to you and Ash, so I thought I would tell you about her. Her name is Leaf. Richie told him. Did she ask about a boy with brown spiky hair? Koga nodded. She did. I assume that the boy she was referring to is Oak's grandson, Gary Oak. Richie clenched his fists. Yeah, that stuff you said about not sticking to my belief and how the darkness will try to consume you. I think that if Ash finds out what he did to another one of our friends, it'll take over him. I don't want that. Koga put a hand on his shoulder. You needn't worry. As long as he has you by his side, he won't fall to the darkness. Believe in him, Richie. Richie smiled. Thanks. He said, walking away to catch up to the others. Aya gave her brother a worried look. Brother, you have that look in your eyes. Are you okay? Aya asked. Koga closed his eyes and felt the wind pass by him. The wind is calm for now, but soon it will a raging wind that will soon lash out. Brother? Call Sabrina, he told his sister, we'll need her for what I have planned. Aya nodded and went back in the house while Koga looked up at the sky. I fear that the Indigo League will soon become a battle to the death. After Ash returns from seeing Amber and Mutuo, and seeing Pat win a badge, Koga informs Richie of an old friend and to make sure the darkness doesn't consume Ash and to believe in him. Stay tuned as the journey continues. After getting their new badge at Koga's place, they were almost near the safari zone according to Brock. Walking for a few more minutes, they see a herd of toros. Wow! Big brother, what kind of Pokémon are those? Molly asked. Those are toros. Ash smiled. Richie scanned them. Toros, a wild bull Pokémon. When whipping itself with its 3 tails, its tackle is a powerful destructive force. Richie whistled in appreciation. Those are some powerful Pokémon. Are they part of the Safari Zone? Misty wondered. I don't think so, Brock said, they might belong to someone. As soon as he said that, a Growlithe appeared before them. A Growlithe? Richie looked around thinking it belonged to Pat but didn't see the boy. Okay, so it's not Pat's Growlithe. Well, it must belong to someone. Ash said, scratching the puppy Pokémon behind the ears, earning a happy growl in response. Wow, he must really like you. A voice said before them. It was a girl with blue hair that was in a ponytail, wearing a bandana on her forehead, light green shirt and blue shorts. She was riding a Pokémon with flames on it. Ash stood up and smiled. Look, Molly, that's a Rapidash. Wow! It's so pretty. Molly smiled. Richie scanned it. Rapidash, very competitive. This Pokémon will chase anything that moves fast in the hopes of racing it. Competitive is right. Misty said. Hello, do these toros belong to you? Ash asked. She smiled. Yes, they are. My name's Lara Laramie. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Me name's Ash and this is my friends Pikachu, and little sister Molly. Pika, hello. Pikachu greeted. Hi there, Molly greeted, then motioned over to her friend. This my friend Teddy Ursa. Ursa, hi. Teddy Ursa greeted. My name's Misty. Misty greeted. I'm Richie and this is Sparky. Richie greeted. Pikachu, yo. Sparky said. And I'm Brock. The breeder then took a good look at her, then remembered her name. Wait a minute. Lara Laramie, I know that name. You do? Misty looked at him. Yeah, the Laramie clan are superior breeders and this must be their ranch. Brock told them. Well, that would explain all the toros running around here. Richie said. Lara giggled. I'm flattered you know so much about us. By the way, there's a local festival going on. Why don't you come and see it? Molly looked at her big brother. Can we, big brother, pretty please? Of course we can go. Ash smiled. Yay! Molly and Teddy Ursa said. Lara smiled at the interaction. Come on, I'll bring you all to my house, it's not too far from here. They gang saw no problem with it and followed her. She told them about a race that will be coming up soon and she intends to participate in it. So you enter it every year? Misty asked. She nodded. Yep, and I'm using Ponyta this year. She gestured to the little pony that was staring at them. Richie scanned it. Ponyta, a fire horse Pokémon. Its mane is made of intense flames. Wow. Richie said. Ponyta's the pre-evolved form of Rapidash. Ash told Molly. Cool. Molly smiled. Ash felt something poke him and saw it was Ponyta nudging him, trying to get his attention. The boy rubbed its stout. Hello there. Ponyta neighed in response. Oh my. Ponyta usually burns anyone who touches it except me. He must really like you. Lara smiled. I remember a long time ago my mentor showed me his Rapidash and even let me ride on it one time. It was fun. Ash smiled fondly at the memory. That must have been fun. Lara smiled. Yeah, it was, Ash said, having stopped rubbing Ponyta's stout. by the way, is there someone else you know participating in the race? She frowned. Yes, his name's Dario, a Dojo trainer. You don't seem to like him very much. Richie observed. No, I don't. He's arrogant, cocky, and likes to show off, Lara said, her frown still in place. He thinks he's superior to everyone around him. Ash and Richie had dark looks in their eyes, just like Gary. Anyway, she said, her smile back in place, whoever wins the race become an honorary member of the Lara clan. Sounds cool. Richie said. Now then, on to the festival. Lara declared. Yeah, they all said. Later. The gang arrived at the festival and were having a great time enjoying the many things the festival has to offer. The people at the festival were cheering Lara on, telling her to do her best at the race, when all of a sudden Dario came and told her that her toros attacking each other out of confusion. Lara took off immediately, as did the gang, when they arrived at the scene, and true to his word they really were attacking each other, so Lara had Growlithe try and calm them down, but it spooked Ponyta and it made it Rapidash upset, making Lara fall off the horse Pokémon. Ash managed to calm the little one down, much to Lara's surprise. Thank you, Brock. Lara thanked as the breeder wrapped her arm up. You're welcome, but it looks like you can't enter the race now. Brock said sadly. All's not lost. Lara smiled, making the gang look at her with confusion. Ash will be taking my place in the race. What? Me? Ash exclaimed. Well, you're the only one who has experience in riding horse Pokémon. Brock pointed out. But that was years ago. Ash said, besides I don't know how I'll do in the race. Please, Ash. Lara gave him pleading look. Ash sighed and gave in, then looked at Ponyta. Would you like having me as your rider for a while? Ponyta neighed. Guess that's a yes. Richie grinned. Who's that Pokémon? It's Ponyta. Nay. The next day it was time for the race. Ash was riding on Ponyta, while Misty was riding Starmie, and Brock was riding Onyx. Even Pikachu decided to participate by riding Squirtle, who Ash had switched with Primeape so he could participate. Richie and Molly decided to cheer them on instead of participating. As soon as the race started, Dario took the lead and Ash wasn't that far behind him, while Pikachu and Squirtle fell from behind, knowing they had some catching up to do, but they managed to catch up. Meanwhile, Richie saw some familiar faces out in the race himself. Is that Team Rocket? Richie exclaimed. Molly pointed at them. Ah. It is them. Why are they in the race? Richie, though, about what happened last night. Oh, I get it, they must be working for Dario. He must have made the toros from last night act up and force Lara out of the race, but he didn't count on Ash joining, so he must have had Team Rocket join the race to take him and everyone else out. Molly crossed her arms with a frown. Scumbag. Richie's sweat dropped. How do you know that word? Secret. She grinned. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was busy taking people out of the race with two well-timed precisions. A slingshot spooking a toros, making it run into a night arena, and they were both out of the race. They almost got Ash and Ponyta, but thanks to Ash's quick timing they were able to stay in the lead. Brock couldn't continue any longer because of the steep hill, so he and Onyx had to drop out of the race, leaving only Ash, Misty, Pikachu, and Squirtle. After a while the racers were taking a break so their Pokémon could rest, so they were feeding them food and water. Ash was feeding the food and water Lara gave him to give to Ponyta. Misty was right there with him, letting her Starmie rest, as was Pikachu and Squirtle. The two teens then heard an interesting conversation between Dario and Team Rocket, like how he paid them to take out the competition. So they're ones behind this. Misty growled. He'd go this far just to win the race. Scum. Ash glared at him, then at Team Rocket. Pikachu, Squirtle, you guys did well, but why don't you take a break from the race and let me and Misty handle it from here? Actually, Ash, Misty said, I'll handle Team Rocket here with Pikachu and Squirtle. You go and finish the race. Ash was worried but trusted her enough to hold her own against Team Rocket. Getting back on Ponyta, he gave her one last look. Be careful. You too. Ash took off passing by Dario. What the? Hey, he got on Dodrio and went after Ash. Team Rocket was about to follow but two water guns and a thunderbolt stopped them in their tracks, knocking two of their Pokémon out. Misty had her hands on her hips. You guys are out of this race. Squirtle. Starmie. Use water gun. Both water guns combined, sending the Team Rocket members and their Pokémon blasting off. Misty smiled. Good luck, Ash. Ash was ahead of Dario, but he caught up quickly, but this didn't bother him because he had to stay focused and win the race for Lara's sake. Dario pulled up next to him. I won't lose to a loser like you. He had his Dodrio use Peck on Ponyta, making it slow down a little. Come on Ponyta, you can do it. You're fast, I know you are. Ash encouraged. Ponyta neighed and was surrounded in white light. In the stands Richie and Molly saw it. Hey look. Richie said. Molly smiled. Ponyta's evolving. When the light died down there was a Rapidash in the place of the once Ponyta. As soon as it evolved it took off at max speed, passing by Dario and winning the race, earning a photo finish. Everyone cheered for him and Rapidash, including Lara. Ash got off the horse Pokemon and smiled. You were great, Rapidash. Rapidash nuzzled him, making the boy laugh, but their moment was ruined when Dario showed up. You cheated. Dario yelled. The only cheater here is you. Ash said calmly. Shut up. Dodrio, attack him. Dario ordered, and the Pokémon was about to do just that, but Rapidash wasn't going to let that happen, so it kicked Dodrio away from the boy, then kicked Dario. Ash smiled. Nice job. Nay, thank you. Rapidash responded. Lara then approached. Ash, you're the best. Thank you so much. It wasn't just me, Rapidash was amazing too. Ash smiled. Lara hugged the horse Pokémon. You were amazing out there, I'm so proud of you. Rapidash nuzzled her. She looked back at Ash. Here's a reward from me to you. She pecked him on the cheek, making the boy blush. Brock saw it and started crying anime tears, and Misty pat him on the back with a sigh. Richie shook his head, Molly giggled, and the Pokémon just laughed. Having won the race for their friend Lara, Ash and friends continue their journey to take them to the Safari Zone. Stay tuned as the journey continues. Ash and the gang were walking near a wooded area, thinking they had made it to the Safari Zone, and decided to go walking around just to see the scenery when they saw an injured boy sitting against a tree. He had dark blue spiky hair, wearing a red shirt, blue shorts, and white shoes. Guys, look. Misty said, getting their attention. That poor boy, Misty said sadly, he has so many bruises and cuts on him. How awful. Molly said. Richie approached the boy. Hey, you okay? He touched the boy's shoulder, making the child thrash around out of fear, and he accidentally slapped Richie in the face away from him. Hey! Richie yelled. The boy brought up his arms to defend himself. I am sorry. Richie lost all his anger and stared at him with concern because this seemed way too familiar to him. Ash knew exactly what his cousin was thinking. This boy was a carbon copy of Richie when he was younger. Ash scowled at the memory. He remembered one time when he caught Gary's bullies hitting and kicking Richie, making the boy use his arms to try and protect himself. He beat the living daylights out of them to the point where one couldn't see out of one of his eyes anymore. The parents were furious, but he remembered Richie's mom, and his mom were just as furious at the parents' behavior and scolding them about not raising their children properly, and ended it right then and there. Ash had tended to Richie's wounds, and the boy whimpered every 5 minutes, saying, I'm sorry, over and over again, even though he did nothing wrong. He clenched his fist and approached the boy, getting the other's attention. Be careful, Ash. Misty warned. He gave her a smile. It's okay, he's just scared, that's all. Misty was about to say something else, but Brock put a hand on her shoulder, shaking his head. Ash crouched down slowly, making the boy flinch. Hi. He smiled. The boy was taken back by such warm and honest eyes and lowered his arms a little bit. Hi. My name's Ash. He pointed at Pikachu, who was on his shoulder, and this is Pikachu. Pikachu nodded. Pikachu, hi there. The boy stared at both of them, lowering his arms, completely showing a sign of trust. "Can you tell me your name?" Ash asked kindly. The boy hesitated for a second before responding, "Tommy." "Tommy, that's a nice name." Ash smiled. Pikachu nodded. Tommy blushed and looked down, Thank you." Ash looked at all the bruises and scars on the boy and wanted to ask but decided not to. "Is it alright if I treat your wounds?" Tommy nodded silently. Ash took off his backpack and pulled the medical items out of his bag and slowly started treating the boy's wounds carefully, then took out some disinfectant. "This is gonna sting a little." Tommy nodded and closed his eyes, as Ash dabbed the medicine on the boy's wounds, and like he said, it did sting a little, but Ash blew on them to lessen the sting. While he was doing this, the others behind him were watching in amazement at how gentle he was being. "Wow, I never knew he could be so gentle," Misty said. Brock nodded, "Yeah, I've never seen him act like this before." Richie observed the interaction. "It's the same as back then." "What do you mean?" Misty looked at him. Richie closed his eyes, having recalled a painful memory. "When we were little, I was always bullied because I was too shy to talk to other people, but Ash was always there protecting me and stayed by my side to make sure they didn't try anything. But the one day Ash had to back to class to get something he left behind, they cornered me and beat me up." Misty covered her mouth with both hands. Brock looked absolutely furious, and Molly looked like she wanted to cry. Sparky and Teddiursa weren't too happy either. "I tried to defend myself by using my arms to cover my head," Richie continued, "but they still kept on hitting me, so I started crying, begging them to stop. Then, as if he heard my voice, Ash showed up out of nowhere and started beating them in a blind rage. I'd never seen him look so scary before, but since I knew he wasn't going to hurt me, I had no reason to be afraid. He hit one of the kids so hard that he couldn't see out of his left eyes anymore. That's just how furious Ash was. After that he grabbed my hand, took me home with him and treated my wounds." He laughed bitterly. "I remember whimpering like an idiot, saying I was sorry for making Ash lose his cool for my sake, but he didn't seem to care and said he'd do it again. And that scares me." "Scares you?" Brock said. "Ash will do anything for the people he cares about, even lose his mind," Richie told them. "He almost beat those kids to death and only stopped when he heard me whimper." He gave them a sad glance. "I wasn't kidding when I said Gary made our lives miserable." Molly gave Richie a hug, making him look down at her in surprise. "It's okay, Richie, because you have us." He smiled. "Yeah, I guess I do. Thanks, Molly." He hugged her back. Sparky rubbed his cheek against Richie's. "Pika Pika Pikachu, don't forget about me." Richie smiled and rubbed the electric type's forehead. Misty still couldn't believe people could be so cruel. "I can't believe the people of their town would do something so awful." "Me neither," Brock frowned. "Human cruelty is a scary thing." Ash heard Richie explain what happened when they were kids and tried very hard not to make an angry face, otherwise he'd scare Tommy. "There, you're all done." Tommy looked at Ash and blushed. Thank you." Ash stood up and stretched his arm out. "You're welcome." Tommy took his hand hesitantly, allowing the older boy to pull him up. Tommy was about to say something else when he saw a Chansey in the bush looking at them and immediately hid behind Ash, making the boy in the direction of where the Chansey was. "Is that a Chansey?" "I think so, but what's it doing all the way out here?" Misty wondered. "Don't know, but maybe we should leave it alone for now and take care of Tommy," Ash suggested. "Wait," the Chansey suddenly yelled. "It talks!" Richie exclaimed. "That's amazing." Molly smiled. The Chansey stood up and it was revealed to be Officer Jenny, who was wearing the costume. They all sweat dropped. "Officer Jenny, is there some reason you're dressed up like a Chansey?" Misty asked slowly. "I use this disguise to catch poachers, and thought you kids were going to do the same, but I was wrong." She scratched the back of her head sheepishly, then saw a boy peek from behind Ash. "Tommy." Tommy hid behind Ash again, making her feel bad. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell." The boy still stayed behind Ash, making the raven-haired teen look at her. "Officer Jenny, can you tell us more about him?" "Of course, but we should do it somewhere else," she said. "Follow me." Ash and the others followed after her with Tommy walking behind Ash. Molly came beside him making him jump. "Hi, I'm Molly." Hi. He mumbled. "Big brother's really nice, don't you think?" Molly asked. "Big brother?" Tommy tilted his head. Molly looked at Ash as did Tommy. "He's my big brother, and you don't have to be scared. He'll keep you safe just like he did with me." Tommy stared at Ash's back and felt protected. When they arrived at Officer Jenny's base there was a large Pokémon with a little one in its pouch waiting for them. Ash recognized it immediately, a Kangaskhan. Richie scanned it. Kangaskhan, a parent Pokémon. Once approaching extinction, they are now protected by law and inhabit the Safari Zone. Approach with extreme caution. The Kangaskhan is a rare Pokémon, which raises its children in its pocket. They will attack viciously and without warning if they feel their young are threatened in any way. Richie visibly winced. Protective mothers are scary, but mother Pokémon are even scarier. Tommy recognized the Kangaskhan. Kong, the Pokémon, went over and picked the boy up, putting him in her pouch along with her little one. She looked at the boy and saw he had bandages all over him and growled, knowing that the boy's parents had abused him again, but saw someone had treated his wounds and looked at Ash. Kong, thank you." Kangaskhan thanked. Ash smiled. "You're welcome." The Pokémon was taken back. Kangaskhan, Kong, you understand our language?" Ash nodded. "Yes, I do." Tommy's eyes widened in shock. "You can understand Pokémon too?" "So can I." Ash looked at the boy in shock. "You can understand what they're saying too?" Tommy nodded. Officer Jenny coughed into her fist. "Shall we?" They went inside and took their seats, or in Tommy's case he stayed near Kong and her child watching the adults talk. Molly decided to sit with them with Teddy Ursa sitting in her lap. "Before I talk about the peaching problem I want to talk about Tommy, or Tommo as I call him." Officer Jenny started. "Where are his parents?" Misty asked. The woman's face became dark. "His parents are the problem. You see, Tommo has the ability to speak to Pokémon, and because of that he was treated as an outcast by both the people of his hometown and his parents. He's just like Ash." Misty, Brock, and Richie exclaimed. Officer Jenny looked at the boy, who nodded. "It's true, I've been able to understand Pokémon since I was very little. But I've kept it to myself and only told close friends and family members." Ash explained. "Then you know what he's going through more than I could." She looked over at Tommo, who was talking to Molly. "You see, every time I see him he's always covered in cuts and bruises, but the ones who are beating him are his parents." "What?" Misty and Richie stood up suddenly. "That's awful. Why would they do such a thing?" Brock questioned, completely furious. "They think it's creepy that their son can understand Pokémon and want him to stop being around them, but that's not possible," Jenny explained. "The Kangaskhan really love Tommo and love talking with him since no other person in this area can. When his parents saw that talking him out of it didn't work they decided to be physical about it. So they just hit him." Richie yelled. "What kind of parents does something like that?" Jenny looked down slowly. "I don't know either. You have no idea how badly I want to arrest them and lock them away never to see the light again, but we need to catch them in the act to do something. I hate it." Ash looked about to murder someone. At least his mom was understanding and found it to be a blessing, but to Tommo it felt more like a curse. "I've told Tommo that he's welcome to stay here for as long as he likes and took me up on my offer, and now he lives here, but his parents still find ways to beat him whenever I'm not around." Jenny said. "This is disgusting." Misty said. "I agree." Brock agreed. Ash went over to the children. "Having fun?" Molly smiled at him. "Uh-huh." Tommo smiled at him too. "This is the first time I've met someone else who can understand Pokémon." Ash smiled. "It's definitely life-fulfilling, I'll say that." His face became serious. "Tell me honestly, Tommo, do you like the ability to speak to Pokémon?" Tommo smiled. "I do. I can't imagine my life without having this ability." Ash smiled. "You know what? It's the same with me. The alarm soon went off, getting everyone's attention. "Poachers," she growled, running outside towards the jeep, "I might need your help, so come with me." They nodded and went with her, while Tommo and Molly got a ride with Kong, and they went into the area where the rest of the Kangaskhan were. When they got there, they saw it was Team Rocket that was causing all the trouble. "Team Rocket!" Richie yelled. "What are they doing?" Misty wondered. "Trying to catch the Kangaskhan, that's what." Ash growled, about to have Pikachu thunderbolt them when Tommo stopped him. "No," they all looked at him. "I'll stop them." "Tommo," Ash said. Kong took Molly and her baby out of her pouch and gave them over to Ash and went over at Team Rocket's robot. "Let's do this, Kong," Tommo yelled. "Kangaskhan, all right," Kong yelled. Team Rocket noticed the boy on the Kangaskhan and got excited, thinking they could catch this one, and had the robot's arm go towards both Kong and Tommo. "Kong, use Mega Punch," Tommo commanded. Kang's fist became white and she sent a strong punch towards the robot, destroying it and making Team Rocket come out of it. "Holy!" Richie's eyes bulged out of his head. "What a move." Misty nodded furiously. "That was some punch." The baby in Ash's arms was cheering loudly for its mom and friend, making the raven-haired boy and Molly smile. Jessie wasn't happy she got thrown out of the robot. "Why, you little..." "Let's go, Arbok." Out came the snake Pokémon. "You too, Weezing." James sent out the poison type. Tommo wasn't scared of them and decided to attack first. Kong used Comet Punch. Kong jabbed both Arbok and Weezing repeatedly with her fists and sent them knocking, making them knock into their trainers. Ash took this opportunity to send them flying. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Pikachu zapped the three fools, sending them flying through the air and disappeared out of sight. "And good riddance," Richie yelled. Misty sighed. "Something tells me they'll be back." Brock nodded in agreement. Ash approached Tommo and smiled. "That was amazing, Tommo. You did well for your first battle." Tommo blushed at Ash's compliment. Thank you, big brother," he mumbled. Everyone turned to the boy, surprised he called Ash big brother instead of Ash. Officer Jenny then got an idea. "Ash, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" he questioned. She smirked evilly. "Let's go back to my office. I know how to keep Tommo safe from his parents." Ash stood up straight. "I'll do this favor for you." "Good." There were two people headed towards Officer Jenny's office, arriving via helicopter, and they didn't look happy at all. Their son was staying with the cop and that stupid Pokémon again, so this time they're going to make things clear to the boy. Since doing it physically didn't work, they'll have to try another method. As soon as they landed, they headed right for the door, with the father kicking it open forcefully. When they walked in, they saw not only Officer Jenny, who was sitting in a chair in front of them with a smirk plastered on her face. Not only that, but they saw a group of kids with their son being near the raven-haired boy, holding his hand and a little blonde girl's hand. "What the hell is this?" the man growled. Ash scowled at him, finding it despicable he would swear in front of children. Jenny smirked. "Glad you could make it, because this involves both of you. You see, I'm afraid Tommo is no longer your son, for he has been officially adopted by this young man right here." She motioned to Ash, who stepped forward, showing no fear towards them. The woman looked shocked. "What? You can't be serious. He's our son." "Not anymore," Jenny told the woman. "He's been officially adopted by another lovely family as of 5 hours ago, meaning you no longer have a say in anything that involves him anymore." Richie grinned, seeing their faces. "Serves them right." Misty glared at them. They should have treated him better instead of hurting him. Brock agreed with her. Being a parent is a privilege, not a right, and they violated that by physically abusing Tommo. Molly stuck her tongue out at them. "Bleg. Ursa, bleg." Teddy Ursa copied. "You," the man growled. Tommo stood next to Ash with newfound confidence. I like my ability to talk to Pokémon. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Because of it I was able to make friends with Kong and the other Kangaskhan. Officer Jenny likes me for who I am, and so does Misty, Brock, Richie, Molly, and Big Brother. You're not my family anymore. I have a new family now, so leave me alone. Ash smiled and rubbed the boy's head. You heard him, my mom and I have officially adopted him, so that makes him my little brother and Molly's brother, so I would appreciate it if you would never come into contact with him ever again, you scumbags. The man's face was red and he was seething with anger. You ungrateful little brat, he charged at Tommo, or tried to anyway. Officer Jenny had him pinned down to the floor so quick you would think she teleported. Just what I was waiting for, she glared at him. You are hereby under arrest for child abuse. Both of you. Kangaskhan prevented the woman from trying to escape by standing near the door, glaring at her, hatefully disgusted by the fact that a mother could bring herself to hit her own child and see nothing wrong with it. Ash crouched down in front of Tommo. You were great, Tommo, you stood up to them and showed them you're no longer afraid. I'm proud of you. Tommo had tears in his eyes and launched himself at Ash, hugging him like his life depended on it. The boy hugged him back and even Molly joined in, as did Richie and the others. Finally he had gained the family he had always wanted. He was free. The gang said their farewells to Jenny, who promised them she would make sure the boy's former parents would be staying in jail for everything they've done to poor Tommo. Speaking of which, the little boy was happy to have a new older brother, a sister, a cousin, and a mom. As they left, Tommo was holding Ash and Molly's hand while a pokeball could be seen strapped to the boy's waist that held his best friend Kong. Meanwhile, a figure was watching them leave with a smile. Next to him was a Pokémon similar to Ash's Riolu, except it was taller. Looks like Ash found another Aura user without even knowing it. The man smiled. The Pokémon looked at him. You seem happy. I am, the man admitted. He's doing so well, just like I thought he would. I'm proud to call him my apprentice. The Pokémon smiled. When do you plan on revealing yourself to him? At the Indigo League. The man frowned suddenly. I can feel it. Darkness will soon surround two trainers, and only Ash can stop it from leading to bloodshed. The Pokémon next to him nodded in agreement. I understand. The man walked away. Let's go, Lucario. Lucario followed after him. Yes, Silver. Having gained a new member to the family, our heroes head off to the Safari Zone. And what does the man Silver mean by darkness and bloodshed? Stay tuned as the journey continues. Next time, Safari Zone and Biker Gang. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, male, Ralts, male, Shiny Eevee, female, Charmander, male, Squirtle, male, Bulbasaur, male, Ralts, female, Dratini, male, Haunter, male, and Riolu, male. Molly's Pokémon, Teddiursa, male, Lilligant, female, Shiny Espion, female, and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon, Starmie, Staryu, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Shiny Vaporeon, female, Shiny Glaceon, female, and Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chasepin, male, Shiny Flareon, female, and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, Gengar, Shadow, and Eevee, Eve, female. Tommo's Pokémon, Kangaskhan, female. At the ranch. Shiny Meowstic, female, Shiny Cloyster, male, Starmie, Braixen, female, Bulbasaur, male, Pidgeotto, female, Luxray, male, Scizor, male, Slowpoke, male, Rapidash, female, Nidoqueen, female, Nidoking, male, Xatu, male, Krabby, male, Glaceon, female, Leafeon, female, Umbreon, male, Espion, female, Flareon, male, Jolteon, male, Vaporeon, male, Primeape, male. Having adopted a new member into the family, our heroes are finally entering the Safari Zone, where they can hopefully catch some new friends, but will they meet a new friend along the way? Tommo and Molly were walking ahead of the group, holding hands with smiles on their faces. Tommo was looking around in such wonder and excitement. Why wouldn't he? This is the first time he got to travel around and not hide from his parents' wrath, and an added bonus, he got a new family that loved him for him. Behind them the gang had smiles on their faces, happy to see the kids were happy. I'm so glad to see Tommo smiling. Ash said. Pika, yeah. Pikachu agreed. It's nice to see a smile on his face rather than a sad frown. Misty smiled at the children. They're probably excited about going into the Safari Zone, Brock pointed out. I gotta admit I'm excited about it myself. Same here, Richie agreed. I wonder what kind of Pokémon will be there. Pikachu, me too. Sparky agreed with his trainer. Tommo and Molly start singing a song, making the group smile at them again, not knowing what kind of song it is they're singing, but know it's a very pleasant one. As they kept walking they saw a building nearby, but simply ignored it and kept on walking while the two children kept singing their song, or they wanted to, until a man slammed the door open. Shut up, he bellowed, scaring the kids, making them cease their singing. Richie frowned at the man. Hey, what's your problem? You scared them. He found a rifle pointed at him all of a sudden, making him freeze up. Do you want to get shot? The growled, then saw that the rifle was grabbed by someone that turned out to be Ash. His eyes were glowing blue, looking absolutely unhappy with the man right now. If you harm my family in any way, I'll make sure you regret it. A voice that didn't sound like Ash's threatened, making the man step back. As he did, he noticed the barrel looked as though it was about to be melted if he kept holding onto it. Ash then smiled innocently at him. Well, now that we've cleared that up, can you tell us if we're in the Safari Zone? The man composed himself. Yeah, you are. My name's Kaiser, the warden of the Safari Zone. Follow me. He turned and walked back inside the building. Ash looked at the others. Let's get going then. He grabbed both children's hands and walked inside the building with the others following him, thinking about what just happened. They were inside the building looking around Kaiser's office and seeing a bunch of pictures hanging from the wall. Kaiser's rummaging caught their attention. All right then, he brought out a basket of Safari Ball and set them down on the table. These are Safari Pokeballs. You can only use these while you're in the Safari Zone, no other Pokeballs are allowed. He brought out some fishing rods. You can also use these to catch water Pokemon. Richie leaned in for a closer at the Safari Ball and fishing rod. The Safari Ball looks cool. Sparky nodded. Pika, they do. Misty then looked to her right and saw a photo of a young Kaiser next to a Pokemon she didn't recognize and brought it down so she could get a better look at it. This Pokemon. Ash looked at the picture and smiled. A Dratini. Tommo looked at the picture. That's a Dratini. Ash nodded. Yep, its final evolution is Dragonite, a powerful pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Wow. Tommo said. Misty looked at him. Hey Ash, don't you have a Dratini? Ash nodded. Yep, he should be able to start battling now. I'll start training him in Riolu soon. Kaiser grew suspicious. And how exactly did you come to get a Dratini? Tommo edged closer to Ash, not liking his scary tone, having heard it way too many times from his own father. Ash simply smiled at him. I hatched him from the eggs I've been taking care of since I was little. Molly looked at the man's gun, not liking it one bit, so she decided to break it, which she did by using her psychic powers to snap the barrel in half, making the man turn around and go over to the weapon, trying to figure out how it broke in the first place. Everyone but Tommo looked at Molly, who smiled innocently, but they knew it was here, plus Teddy Ursa made it obvious by snickering. These two were a dangerous duo when they want to be. Excuse me, but is anyone here? A voice questioned. Wait a minute, that voice. Richie sat looking around and saw it was indeed Pat, who was standing by the entrance with a smile. Pat. Molly smiled. Pat smiled. Hey there you guys, it's nice to see you again. I take you're here to catch some Pokemon too. Pikachu greeted Growly, who greeted back. Ash nodded. That's right. He then moved Tommo forward. Let me introduce you, this is my new little brother Tommo. Tommo looked at Pat shyly, noticing that he and Molly look alike. Nice to meet you. My name's Tommo Ketchum. Pat smiled, crouching down so he could rub the boy's head. Nice to meet you too, Tommo, and welcome to the family. Welcome. Growly greeted. Tommo blinked then smiled, thank you. By the way, Brock said looking at the picture, there's a rumor going around that there's a Dratini here in the Safari Zone. Really? Misty questioned. I think I heard Professor Oak mention it before, but he said that Dratini is kept hidden here for its own protection so no trainers would try to catch it. Ash said. That's understandable, Richie agreed. I mean, think about it, if word gets out that there's a Dratini around here then trainers will come to the Safari Zone to try and catch it. If it is here then I think it's best we keep this information to ourselves. Pat suggested. They all nodded in agreement, grabbing the safari ball and fishing rod, heading out to catch some new friends, unaware that Team Rocket heard the whole conversation. They decided to split into groups. The groups were Brock and Misty, Richie and Pat, and Ash, Molly, and Tommo. Molly had caught quite a few Pokémon already. He caught a Ninetales, Alakazam, and an Exeggutor. Ash caught an Electabuzz, Magmar, Rhyhorn, a few Tauros, and Kadabra. Tommo caught some pretty good Pokémon himself. He caught a Growlithe, Poliwhirl, Geodude, Weepinbell, Voltorb, Cub1, Hitmonlee, and Hitmonchan. They soon met up with the others. Did you guys find some Pokémon? Brock asked. Molly nodded, yep. I caught 3 more friends. Ursa, friends. Teddy Ursa grinned. Richie was looking happy himself. I caught a Fiero, Sky, Tentacruel, Revenger, Nidoking, Blitz, Onyx, Killas, Machoke, Straitong. Ash sweat dropped, you and your nicknames. Misty looked at Tommo, how about you Tommo? Tommo smiled, I caught a Growlithe, Poliwhirl, Geodude, Weepinbell, Voltorb, Cub1, Hitmonlee, and Hitmonchan. That's a good catch record Tommo. Brock complimented. How about you guys? Ash asked. Brock took out a safari ball and released the Pokémon from the inside. It was shaped like a crescent moon and was floating in the air. Lunatone, hello. Ash's eyes widened, a Lunatone. Here in Kanto. That's rare. Richie scanned it. Lunatone, the meteorite Pokémon. Lunatone is believed by some people to have come from outer space. It moves around most actively during full moons and its powerful red eyes instill fear into anyone who beholds them. Outer space. Richie and Misty exclaimed. Sounds familiar doesn't it? Ash inquired, getting their attention. Remember when we went to Empty Moon? Seymour thought the Clefairy also came from outer space. Oh yeah. Misty remembered. I forgot all about that. Richie admitted. Brock returned Lunatone. I found the little guy on the ground not looking too good, so I healed it and decided to catch it. Lunatone is a rock psychic type Brock. Nice choice. Ash congratulated. Pat nodded, he's right. Grow, interesting. Growly complimented. Misty, how about you? Molly asked. Misty was grinning from ear to ear, I caught a cutie. That's not a Pokémon Misty. Richie sweat dropped. She pouted, just you wait and see. She took out the safari ball and out came a Pokémon that had a blue body, 4 legs, and a yellow pointy tip above its head. Wow! Nice catch Misty. You caught a Surskit. Ash complimented. Richie scanned it. Surskit, the pond skater Pokémon. Surskit inhabits ponds, rivers, and similar wetlands. They move about as though skating the water surface. Molly's eyes gleamed, it's so cute. Misty grinned, told you. Surskit are speedy Pokémon, so if you use it in a battle then you have the advantage. Brock told her. Ash nodded in agreement, yeah, you can catch your opponent off guard. Thanks you guys. She smiled, returning it to the safari ball. How about you Pat? Ash asked. What I caught is a secret, but one of my friends did evolve. Pat smiled, taking out one of his Pokeball, releasing Nestro, who was no longer a Spearow. Nestro evolved. I'm happy for you Pat. Ash smiled. Richie scanned it. Fiero, the beak Pokémon. The evolved form of Spearow. Its large, powerful wings allow it to fly for an entire day. The crushing power of its beak is tremendous. Talk about a strong flying type. Richie whistled. You got that right. Ash agreed. Pat returned Nestro with a smile, eyes always exciting to see one of my friends evolve, right Growly? Grow, yep. Growly agreed. Pikachu's ear twitched and he looked over at a lake running over towards it getting their attention. Pikachu? What's wrong? Ash questioned. Pikachu pointed at the lake gesturing for Ash and the others to come closer. Not seeing why they shouldn't, they walked over to the lake. They saw something pop its head out of the lake squealing cutely. It's Dratini. Molly smiled. Ursa, it is. Teddy Ursa said. Dratini seemed to like the attention because it slithered towards Molly, rubbing against her chest making her giggle. It then went over to Tommo, nuzzling his cheek making him smile. Well, it's certainly a friendly one, isn't it? Ash smiled. Yeah, you're right. Brock then looked around. Looks like no other trainer knows about this area but us, so everything's all clear. Not quite, twerps. A giant robot came out of nowhere making them all on alert. Team Rocket. Ash growled. Pat wasn't too happy to see them either, and neither was Growly because he was growling at them, baring his fangs at them. Hand over that Dratini, twerps. Jessie demanded. Forget it. Dratini belongs here in the Safari Zone. Richie yelled. Pika, that's right. Sparky said. Have it your way then. One of the claws made a move making them all scatter so they wouldn't get hurt. Have they lost their minds? Richie yelled, they'll destroy the Safari Zone. Pat glared up at the robot. I highly doubt they care about that. Team Rocket saw that Molly and Tommo were running with Dratini cradled in the girl's arms. She fell down making Tommo stop so he could help her up. Gotcha. Meowth said, making one of the arms go forward to catch both children. Ash ran forward and shielded his siblings by standing in front of them, bringing his hands up. As if he called some force for help, his body glowed bright blue and a blue shield emerged protecting them and shattering the arm upon impact. Everyone there couldn't believe what they just saw. This was the same blue light they saw at Sabrina's gym, and now here in the Safari Zone. Ash opened his eyes and looked at his hands when he saw the shield had disappeared. What? How? Pikapi, Ash. Pikachu cried out. Ash saw that both Pikachu and Teddy Ursa had been captured and were both put in cages. Pikachu. Teddy Ursa. If you want them back then hand over Dratini. Meowth told them. No. Molly said. Dratini stays here. Tommo agreed. The other arm came at them again, but Ash stood his ground, not allowing his siblings to be hurt. Ash. Just then a person came out of nowhere and destroyed the other arm with his bare hand, taking them all by surprise. Who's that? Misty wondered. I'm not sure. Brock said. Getting a good look at him, they saw it was about 16 years old, a little taller than Ash, wearing a red fedora, with black stripes, black hair, red shirt, boots, and a green backpack. The mysterious boy did a spin dash into the cage, breaking it, grabbing both Pokémon and using what looked like gauntlets to slow down their fall. Having landed on the ground, his arm was surrounded in purple aura and sent a blast at the robot, making them blast off. Richie blinked a few times. Did you guys see that? I saw it, but I don't believe it. Misty said. Having seen Ash glow bright blue and this boy's arm glowing purple was more than surprising for her enough already. The boy sighed and looked over at Ash. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine, thanks for your help. Ash said with Pikachu secured on his shoulders. What did you use earlier? That was pretty cool. The boy asked. Ash blinked. To be honest with you, I'm not quite sure myself, it just came on its own. Oh, I'm Zach, by the way. He introduced. I'm Ash, and this is Molly and Tommo. He introduced. The people behind me are Misty, Brock, Richie, and Pat. Yo. They greeted back, anyway, I say we get a move on before they come back. Brock suggested. Agreed. They all said. When they arrived at Kaiser's place they told him what happened and he thanked them for protecting Dratini, who is actually Dragonair's offspring, the original Dratini he met when he was younger. After they got to keep the Pokémon they caught, Ash asked Zack to join them on their journey and he agreed. Pat departed from them, but they knew they'd see him again anyway. Having caught new friends for the journey and gaining another companion, our heroes continue their journey. Leaving the Safari Zone with a new companion in tow, our heroes continue their journey and end up unable to go across the bridge to get to Sunnytown. Will they be able to make it there? We now follow our heroes who are now heading towards a bridge but were stopped by an officer when he told them that it wasn't really ready yet, only the bike track was. Seeing no other option when they opted to get some bikes but were unsuccessful, so they decided to head to the Pokémon Center and sent some Pokémon home. As soon as Ash was by the transfer system he sent back Squirtle, Charmander, and his male Ralts, leaving his female Ralts, Bulbasaur, Riolu, Dratini, and Haunter. He also sent back some of the Pokémon he got at the Safari Zone, including his Tauros. He would have loved to see the professor's face, but he'll just have to hear it from his Pokémon instead when he calls them next time. With that done and over with he went back over to the group and sat down onto the table with them with a sigh. So what do? We can't pass through without the bikes. We'll think of something, Brock said positively, we always do. Zack was trying to think of something himself but came up with nothing, then he saw that Nurse Joy had come over to them with a worried expression. Something wrong? Yes there is, she said, I have to deliver some medicine for an injured Pokémon over the bridge of Sunnytown, but I can't leave the center because I have Pokémon to attend to here. I hate to ask this of all of you knowing you just got here, but would it be alright if I ask this favor from you? I have enough bikes for you all to use. Misty and Richie smiled enthusiastically, we can do that. Brock's sweat dropped, why are you two so excited about this? Nurse Joy kept her word and gave them all the bikes she had available for them to use to get to Sunnytown. Ash had a little Min bike attached to his bike, which is what Molly was in. Richie had the other one, so Tommo was with him. They were having fun riding the bikes, especially Misty having missed her own bike. This feels nice. Richie said, loving the way the wind feels against his face. Zack had his eyes closed, it does feel nice. Makes you want to keep on riding forever. Yeah, Brock agreed. If we keep going at this pace then we should be able to reach Sunnytown with no problems at all. That's good. Misty smiled, hey look, there's a rest stop over there. She pointed to a rest stop not too far from them. Why don't we take a short break? Ash suggested. I don't see why not. Brock said, going over to the rest stop, setting the bike straight as did everyone else. Ash came back with refreshments, giving them to Molly and Tommo. Thanks big brother. Both children thanked. You're welcome, Ash said, drinking his own drink. So far we're making good time, Brock reminded them. Looks like we'll be able to get there and give the medicine to the Pokémon that needs it without any problems. Misty smiled, having finished her drink. Richie just finished his as well and threw it in the trash can, but something was bothering him and his face showed it. What's wrong, Richie? Ash asked. Richie whipped his head towards his cousin. What? Oh, it's nothing. But it feels like something about to happen. Something like what? Zack wondered. Just as he said that, they found themselves surrounded by a biker gang closing off their attempt to escape. Molly and Tommo were near Ash, grabbing onto his shirt in fear, making the boy looked around him with caution. These guys, where did they come from? Pikachu looked ready to electrocute all of them. Pikachu, want me to shock them? Teddiursa was sharpening his claws. Teddiursa, let me claw their eyes out first. Pikachu, I call for the electrocution. Sparky agreed. Richie and Zack already had their hands on one of their Pokeballs. Even Brock and Misty were tense, not expecting to be ambushed. Just who are these guys? One of them got off their bike, which they assumed was the leader, and walked over to them. Name's Chopper and I challenge you to a battle. his eyes settled on Ash, who didn't look pleased because his siblings were still scared. If I refuse, he'll just keep insisting on it and never let us leave. He felt his siblings grip his shirt with their tiny hands. No choice then, he brought out a Pokeball. I'll end this as quickly as possible. The others looked at him. Ash is actually considering this? Misty stared. I don't like it either, but I understand why, Brock said, making them look at him. Think about it, if Ash had refused, then the leader wouldn't let us leave. Remember, there's a Pokémon that needs this medicine. We have to get to Sunnytown. Richie took his hand off one of his Pokeballs. I don't like it, but you're right. Zack conceded as well, but wasn't stupid. If they try anything, then I won't show any mercy. Chopper sent out a Pokémon. Golem, let's go. Out came a rock-type Pokémon. Richie scanned it. Golem, a megaton Pokémon. Once a year it sheds its bedrock shell and grows larger. A rock-type, huh? Zack observed. What will Ash choose? Brock wondered. I already sent Squirtle back, so I can't use a water-type, Ash thought, so I'll go with this instead. He tossed the Pokeball in the air. Bulbasaur, come out. Out came the grass-type, who looked ready to battle. Brock nodded. Good choice. Why's that? Misty wondered. Because grass-type moves are super effective against rock types too, not just water types. Brock explained. Look at Bulbasaur. Richie brought their attention to the grass type that looked ready to battle. Bulbasaur looks like he's ready to show something off. You think so? Misty wondered. Brock kept his eyes on the battle. Guess we'll have to wait to see. Golem, use tackle. Chopper ordered. Ash saw the rock-type charge at them and decided to wait for it. Bulbasaur, he muttered. Bulba, all right. Bulbasaur got ready. Golem was almost near the grass-type when Ash ushered a command, Vine Whip. Bulbasaur used both vines to grab Golem's legs, lifting it in the air. Before Ash could utter another command, Bulbasaur emitted a light blue powder from the bulb on his back surrounding the rock-type, making it instantly fall asleep. Bulbasaur brought it back towards its trainer, who looked absolutely stunned, as was the gang. What move was that? Richie asked. I think that was sleep powder, Brock said. Bulbasaur must have learned it at some point. Ash still looked stunned himself, but then smiled. That was amazing, Bulbasaur. Molly grinned. Thank you, Bulbasaur. Tommo smiled. Thank you. Teddy Ursa smiled. Ursa, so cool. Pikachu eyes Bulbasaur. Pika Pika Pikachu Pi Pi Pika, so that's what you were doing during lunchtime. Sparky blinked. Pika, awesome. Bulbasaur walked over to his trainer and grinned. Bulbasaur, surprised. Ash bent down and rubbed the grass-type's head. Yeah, I was. I'm so proud of you, Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur smiled happily. Ash returned his friend and looked at the biker gang. You got your battle, not move out of the way. Not so fast, kid, a woman said, standing next to Chopper, who had already returned his Golem. I'll take you on next. She said, releasing her Pokémon, which was a normal Cloyster. Ash's eyes narrowed, but Misty stood next to him this time, bringing out her own Pokeball. I got this one, Ash. You sure? I'm sure. She said, determined to get them out of the way. Just as she was about to call out Starmie, one of her Pokeballs opened up and out came Psyduck. Psyduck tilted his head. Huh? Ash blinked. Psyduck? Did you want to fight for Misty? Psyduck tilted his head. Maybe. He sweat dropped. Oh, I see. The biker gang laughed at the confused water type, making Ash and the others angry. Psyduck hasn't even done anything and they're laughing their heads off. Richie growled. How disgusting. Zack frowned. Brock nodded. They're underestimating Psyduck. Misty got angry and looked at the confused water type. Psyduck, get ready. Psyduck just looked at her in confusion, but a look from Ash told the water type he believed in him. What a weakling, the woman mocked. End this battle quick, Cloyster. Psyduck looked back at Cloyster and closed its eyes, opening them back up. The gang saw his eyes were now glowing blue, as was his body, taking Misty and everyone else off guard. Psyduck? Misty stuttered. Psyduck's eyes were still glowing blue and he looked almost angry. Ash could figure out why. Psyduck was a simple Pokémon and wasn't the type to get mad if someone insulted him, but his trainer Misty was a different story, even if the girl didn't realize it herself. Psyduck's eyes were still blue and soon enough so was Cloyster. The water type lifted Cloyster up in the air and slammed it back down hard enough to leave a dent in the ground. Holy! Richie's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. That was confusion. Brock exclaimed, Psyduck's never done that before. Go Psyduck! Molly and Tommo cheered. Misty couldn't believe her eyes. Psyduck. Ash smiled, you must really love Misty, don't you Psyduck? Cloyster was able to get up, but Psyduck wasn't done with it just yet. He released blue rings from its body, making Cloyster unable to move. That's disable, Ash said. Cloyster won't be able to move now. Psyduck's head glowed bright blue and he charged at Cloyster, slamming its head right in its face, sending it back towards its trainer unconscious. Zen headbutt. Zack muttered. No way, Psyduck just beat up Cloyster like it was nothing. Richie stared in awe. Looks like Psyduck can get serious when the situation calls for it. Brock stated, a little stunned himself. Misty hugged the water type. That was amazing Psyduck. I had no idea you could do that. Psyduck went back to normal and tilted his head in confusion. Huh? Ash smiled nervously, he just took down an opponent without any memory of it whatsoever. Classic Psyduck. Pikachu nodded with a sigh. Biker Gang was about to make another move when they heard the sirens go off, promoting them to flee. Officer Jenny soon arrived at the scene and told the gang that those bikers were known for challenging trainers that come through here just for the fun of it and won't let them leave until they accept the challenge. Officer Jenny offered to give them a ride. They refused, saying they would be okay, and decided to ride through the storm unaware that Team Rocket was following them on their unicycles. Who's that Pokémon? It's Cloyster. Cloyster. Those guys. Because of them we won't make it in time. The bridge looks like it's about to separate. Zack said. We'll make it. No matter what. Ash determined, not ready to give up yet. We can still make it. Brock said. They pedaled even faster, determined to get to Sunnytown, not willing to give up. The bridge soon came in sight and it was starting to split apart as it was moving in the air and jumped. Luckily Team Rocket, who was probably following them again, had also jumped in the air at the same time they did and jumped on their head, successfully making it to the other side of the bridge, making Team Rocket plunge into the waters below. They soon passed by the biker gang again, but this time Ash refused to battle them. He told them there's a Pokémon that needs their help and they don't have time to mess around. Understanding why they were so determined to ride in this storm, they decided to help them get to the hospital, where Nurse Joy was waiting for them with a relieved smile on her face. Chopper then made an announcement, listen up everyone. We now have new heroes in our ranks. Awesome Ash. Mighty Misty. Adorable Molly. Brave Tommo. Determined Richie. Strong-willed Zack. Brock was in the middle of flirting with the female biker that challenged Misty, and you can call me honey. Before Misty could go over there to pull him by the ear, the female slapped him across the face, courtesy of the female, creep. Zack's sweat dropped. So, I take it this is normal? Unfortunately. Richie and Ash said in unison. After making new friends with the biker gang, our heroes successfully make it to Sunnytown. Stay tuned as the journey continues. Next time, Ditto's mansion and Porygon. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, male, Shiny Eevee, female, Bulbasaur, male, Ralts, female, Dratini, male, Haunter, male, and Riolu, male. Molly's Pokémon, Teddiursa, male, Lilligant, female, Shiny Espeon, female, Ninetales, female, Alakazam, male, and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon, Starmie, Staryu, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Shiny Vaporeon, female, Shiny Glaceon, female, Surskit, male, and Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chespin, male, Shiny Flareon, female, Lunatone, male, and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, Gengar, Shadow, and Eevee, Eve, female. Tommo's Pokémon, Kangaskhan, female, Growlithe, male, Poliwhirl, male, Geodude, male, Weepinbell, male. At the ranch. Ash's Pokémon, Shiny Meowstic, female, Shiny Cloyster, male, Starmie, Braixen, female, Bulbasaur, male, Pidgeotto, female, Luxray, male, Scizor, male, Slowpoke, male, Rapidash, female, Nidoqueen, female, Nidoking, male, Xatu, male, Scizor, male, Gyarados, female, Krabby, male, Glaceon, female, Leafeon, female, Umbreon, male, Espeon, female, Flareon, male, Jolteon, male, Vaporeon, male, Primeape, male, Ralts, male, Charmander, male, Squirtle, male, Electabuzz, male. Magmar, male, Rhyhorn, male, Tauros 25, male, Kadabra, male, Braixen, female. Tommo's Pokémon, Voltorb, male, Cubone, male, Hitmonlee, male, Hitmonchan, male. Molly's Pokémon, Exeggutor, male. After the events with the biker gang, our heroes continue their journey and end up at a strange place that may be more interesting than they think. Seriously? Those are all Pokémon you have? Richie asked. Zack nodded. Yeah, I have a lot of Pokémon with me right now actually. There's Jinx, Electivire, Magmortar, Gardevoir, Swampert, the list goes on actually, but those some of the Pokémon I have on me. Pretty cool. Richie complimented. Pika, it is. Sparky nodded. Ash was looking at Molly and Tommo. What's the matter you two? You seem tense about something. Molly was looking up at the sky looks weird. I think so too. Tommo agreed. Misty and Brock looked up and saw some clouds were gathering. Now that you mention it, the sky was clear not too long ago. But look at it now. It's almost as if it's going to rain down on us. Misty commented. As soon as she said that, it began to pour down on them, making them run for it to find shelter. Geez, where the heck did all this rain come from anyway? Richie complained. Who knows, let's hope we can find some shelter before it gets worse. Ash said. Zack saw something ahead of them. Guys, look. Looking in the direction he was pointing to, they saw it was an old-looking house in the middle of nowhere. That'll have to do, let's go. Brock said. They all went inside the house, shaking the water off of them. Ash then noticed something. Hey guys, where's Pikachu and Sparky? Looking around, they did notice that the two electric types were nowhere in sight until Molly spotted something. Big brother, look. Looking to where she was pointing at, they saw another Pikachu conversing with Pikachu and Sparky, but it looked different somehow. Ash tiles his head in confusion. Is that a new species of Pikachu? Brock was thinking about it. I'm not sure, but it might be. They heard someone giggle. You're not the first to think that actually. The weird looking Pikachu went over by the girl standing next to her and transforming into a pink blob with a smiling face. The girl had green hair that was two ponytails, red shirt, and purple pants. The girl smiled at them. My name's Duplica, and I welcome you to the Ditto Mansion. Ash snapped his fingers. Ditto. Richie looked at him. What is it? Professor Oak told me about Ditto once. Even brought one to the lab one time. Ash said. Zack looked over at him. So they're rare Pokémon? I wouldn't say that, but they are used for breeding with other Pokémon. Ash said. They are. Misty exclaimed. Richie scanned the Pokémon. Ditto, a transform Pokémon. It is able to rearrange the cells of its body and assume any form. Its only attack is transform. Richie looked disappointed. If it only knows transform then it's not that strong. Duplica smirked. You think so, do you? Well, yeah, it only knows transform. Richie said. Then how about this? You and me will have a battle and see if my Ditto is strong or not. Duplica told him. You're on. Ash be the referee. Richie grinned. Ash sweat dropped. Why me? But his question was ignored when both Richie and the girl got into position, making Ash. This will be a one-on-one battle between Duplica and Richie. Each trainer will use only one Pokémon to battle with. Are both trainers ready? Richie nodded, as did Duplica. Let the battle begin. Richie went first. Sparky used Thunderbolt. Sparky sent a Thunderbolt at Ditto. Dodge it. Duplica ordered. Now use Vine Whip. Ditto shot out Vine Whips at Sparky, smacking it hard in the face before grabbing onto it and slamming Sparky to the ground, knocking him out. Ash raised his arm. The battle is over. The winner is Ditto. Duplica smiled. Still think Ditto's not strong enough. Misty was surprised. That was amazing. It can use other Pokémon's attacks. I'd heard rumors about Ditto being able to do that, but I've never actually seen it. Brock commented. That was still pretty cool thought. Zack said. Ditto's so cute. Molly smiled. It's so cool. Tommo complimented. Duplica went over to Ash. You seem to know about Ditto, don't you? Actually, Professor Oak knows all about them. I just sat through the lecture. Ash smiled. Lecture? Richie said, with Sparky back to consciousness and on his shoulder. Ash nodded. That's right. Duplica grabbed his arm, dragging him towards a table. Tell me all about it. Ash looked back towards the others, confused, so they followed after him and Duplica. Who's that Pokémon? It's Ditto. Ditto. Duplica had Ditto on her lap, eager to hear what Ash knows about Ditto. Ash explained that Professor Oak had brought one in his lab one time and started to lecture about how Ditto may not look like much at first, but the Pokémon was used for all sorts of things, like breeding, for example. Wait, so you can breed using Ditto? Richie questioned. Ash nodded. Professor Oak told me that some breeders use Ditto to breed with other Pokémon. Ditto can breed with any Pokémon, even genderless Pokémon. Genderless Pokémon? Misty questioned this time. Ash nodded. Legendary Pokémon are genderless, but Professor Oak also said they can breed with Magnemite and other non-organic Pokémon too. I didn't know that legendary Pokémon were considered genderless. Misty said. Me either. Richie agreed. Ash looked at Duplica, but still, it was really amazing how Ditto used Vine Whip like that. It was really good. Ditto smiled at the compliment. Thanks, Ash, that means a lot to me. Duplica smiled. To be honest with you, I want to become a Ditto master, but I can't because when Ditto transforms into other Pokémon its face doesn't change. And the audiences don't like it very much. Ditto looked down. Duplica gave Ash a desperate look. Did Professor Oak's Ditto do a complete transformation? Ash smiled nervously. It did. In fact, it transformed into Professor Oak. Richie snickered. Seriously? Ash nodded. After that, Ditto went around town pretending to be Professor Oak, but failed when it started liking people, making him embarrassed. They all laughed, imagining the look on the old man's face when Ditto did that. So it did work. Will you tell me how he did it? Duplica asked. Ditto nodded in agreement. Professor Oak showed it lots of images from people to Pokémon until it eventually got it right, Ash recalled, so try having Ditto transform into a person first, then try a Pokémon. Duplica nodded eagerly. What should I ask it to transform into? Well, try asking it to transform into you. Brock suggested. That's a great idea. If Ditto transforms into Duplica, then maybe it can get the hang of transforming into something else without a problem. Misty smiled. Duplica smiled. I'll try it. Ditto transform into me. Ditto got off her lap and transformed into her, but the face still didn't change much to their disappointment. I didn't work. Molly said sadly. Ursa, you're right. Teddy Ursa agreed. Give it one more go Ditto. Tommo encouraged. Ditto still transformed into Duplicate transformed into Tommo this time and one of its eyes looked like Tommo's. Oh. Its eye. Zack observed. Brock smiled, that's a start. Try Pikachu again. Ash said. Ditto transformed into Pikachu again this time and the face was almost halfway there. Almost there Ditto, you can do it. Duplicate encouraged. Ditto tried one more time and transformed into Duplicate again only this time, Ditto finally got it. You did it. Molly and Tommo cheered. Nicely done. Brock complimented. Duplicate hugged Ditto that was still transformed into her, I'm so proud of you Ditto. I knew you could do it. Ditto hugged its trainer back with a smile. You see. Ditto responded to your feelings and finally got it. Ash told her. Duplicate hugged Ash and smiled, thanks Ash, she kissed him on the cheek taking him by surprise. Again. Richie and Misty exclaimed. Brock was crying tears of jealousy while Zack looked confused. Molly got in front of her brother, no. Big brother is not allowed to find a mate until we say so right Teddy Ursa, Tommo. Teddy Ursa nodded, Ursa, that's right. I'm sorry, you're a nice person but Big brother can't date until we say so. Tommo told her. Tommo you too. Ash exclaimed blushing in embarrassment as Duplicate giggled. Duplicate and Ditto did a performance for the audience now that Ditto could transform without any problems she could use her friend in her performances again, and the audiences were loving it themselves. Ash and the others were sitting in the front row as Ditto transformed into a cannon of all things making them clap loudly. All in all, it was the best performance ever. Duplicate was outside seeing them off, I can't thank you enough for your help. Thanks but I didn't really do anything. It was all you. Ash smiled. Yeah. We better get going now, hope you become a Ditto master. Richie smiled. I will. They all walked away waving goodbye to their friend wishing her luck on becoming a Ditto master in the near future. With Ditto now able to transform perfectly our heroes continue their journey. Stay tuned as the journey continues. Having left their friend Duplicate and Ditto our heroes are now on their way to the Pokémon Center to have both Pikachu and Sparky checked out by Nurse Joy. What happened? Matcha City. Ash and Richie were running ahead of everyone else. There was something wrong with Pikachu and Sparky. The others were running right behind them too, Pikachu and Sparky just felt tired all of a sudden, so Brock brought out a map and pointed them to the nearest Pokémon Center. When they finally made it there they saw a distressed Nurse Joy who was trying to get the Pokémon transporter to work but with no luck at all. The man next to her sighed, I just can't figure out what's wrong with it. Nurse Joy still looked distressed, are you sure you can't figure it out Dr. Akihabara? He shook his head, I'm afraid not. It could be a virus. Brock suggested. He shook his head, no possible. I programmed the system so well that a virus couldn't possibly be the problem. Not everything is made perfect, Ash stated, Professor Oak taught me that. Maybe it's sick. Molly suggested. If it's sick we should make it feel better. Tommo said. Nurse Joy thought about something, I have heard about an antivirus that should be able to fix the system. Akihabara was too busy examining the system further to contribute to the conversation and something caught him off guard making him gasp and run out the door much to their confusion. What's with him? Richie wondered. Zack shrugged, who knows? Nurse Joy gave them a concerned look, could you all go check on him for me? They nodded and headed out to see what he was up to. Who's that Pokémon? It's Porygon. Porygon. Here's his place but what do we do now? Richie wondered. The door opened startling them, guess he wants us to come inside. Ash said. Walking inside the house a giant hologram of Akihabara's head appeared making Misty and Richie scream. My apologies, it was not my intention to startle you. The hologram apologized. Oh really? Richie and Misty said, not believing him for a second. Please follow me to the lab if you will. The hologram said, moving ahead of them, giving the group no other choice but to follow. The hologram brought to a door before it disappeared. Exeggutor opened the door greeting them, please come inside. Walking inside they saw a very interesting Pokémon. Ash blinked then whipped his eyes a few times. Is that a Porygon? Oh, you know of it? The man asked. Thanks to Professor Oak. It really does look like something that could come from the internet. Ash observed the Pokémon. Richie scanned it. A Pokémon that consists entirely of programming code. Capable of moving freely in cyberspace. So it's not an organic life form, but something made up of numbers. Zack guessed. Yes, you are correct, Exeggutor smiled, it is the very first Pokémon made completely of a number code. Porygon, hello. Porygon greeted. Oh, it talks. Molly said. Ursa, cool. Teddy Ursa said. It looks kinda cool. Tommo complimented. Ash looked around, where are we anyway? We my boy are inside the machine, and by machine I mean the giant human transporter. He explained, the reason I led you all in here is because some thieves wearing strange uniforms have stolen my prototype Porygon are causing nothing but problems. Ash looked at Brock, thieves wearing strange uniforms. It can only be Team Rocket. Brock frowned. Don't worry, we'll take care of them, no problem. Richie promised. The man gave a smile of relief, thank you, I'll be watching for him outside the machine, if anything happens I'll let you know. Got it. Ash nodded. He turned to Porygon, make sure you take good care of them, okay? Porygon nodded. As soon as I step outside I'll be sending you into cyberspace because that's where they are. Good luck. He left the machine and about 5 minutes later they were all zapped into cyberspace just like he said, but what he didn't tell them was that they almost fell their deaths had it not been for Porygon who got them in time and let them ride on him. That was close. Richie breathed a sigh of relief. No kidding, I thought we were done for. Zack agreed. Well, at least Porygon caught us in time. Misty smiled. Yeah, we got lucky. Brock agreed. Ash was on the head with Molly and Tommo looking around to see if they could spot Team Rocket anywhere. Tommo's eyes flashed red for a split second and pointed, their big brother. Ash looked down, good eye Tommo. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Pikachu sent Thunderbolt attack right at unsuspecting Team Rocket, sending them and the prototype Porygon blasting off. Porygon landed on the ground, allowing them to get off its back. Were we supposed to get the prototype Porygon back? Richie asked. He didn't mention it, so I guess not. Zack shrugged. There's all the Pokeballs for the trainers. Brock spotted them. They heard a noise and a man's voice was heard, can you all hear me? Yeah, we hear you just fine. Ash replied. Listen, I don't have time to explain, but you need to get out of there right now. Nurse Joy called in another tech and put in an antivirus to try and cure the system. Say what? Misty, Richie, and Zack exclaimed. I can't stop it on my end, I'm afraid. You need to hurry and get out there as fast as you can. Porygon grabbed Ash and his friends and immediately left the area as the antivirus just took effect. They spotted Team Rocket and were having a vote on whether to leave or save them. Ash sighed and said that they couldn't just leave them here to die, so it was decided that they would tell them to escape with them, much to the group's dismay. He was actually surprised Brock was for leaving them here instead of trying to save them. With the Porygon prototype and Team Rocket following them towards the exit, the antivirus was right on their trail, even transforming into a freaking spaceship. They barely dodged the attacks it sent at them and saw the exit was soon within their reach. We're almost there. Ash told them. The antivirus was about to launch another attack at them, but this time Sparky and Pikachu dealt with it, causing a beautiful but hard to look at blue and red light to shine about. I can see how this caused some seizures. I actually found the episode and had to close my eyes. After that they finally made it to the exit, destroying half of Akihabra's lab in the process, but at least they were alive. Thank goodness you're all okay, the man sighed with relief. We're alive. Richie and Misty sighed together. That we are. Zack commented. Tommo looked around. Where did Team Rocket go? They probably ran off and escaped somewhere. Ash sighed. We'll see them again, unfortunately. They nodded in agreement. Well, glad you're all okay, and as an apology for almost getting you killed I'd like to give Porygon to Ash. The man smiled. Why? Ash said. Well, Porygon seems to have taken quite a shine to you, and I think it needs to see other places instead of just being stuck here all day. He said. Ash looked at the Pokémon and smiled, taking out a Pokeball. I get the feeling Professor Oak's gonna freak out when he sees you. And with that he caught the Pokémon and it was sent back to the ranch. By the way, I wonder if Team Rocket realizes that they left the Porygon prototype here and didn't take it with them. It's obvious they were trying to steal it. Zack wondered. They all thought about and realized he was right. Jessie was trying to rip her hair out. How could we forget T.O. take Porygon with us? James and Meowth sighed. She's going to be like this for a while. James sighed. Yeah. Our heroes continue their journey and meet a very scared and lonely Jinx. Wonder what's wrong. In the southern part of the Kanto region our heroes are spotted playing in the snow, while Molly and Tommo were anyway. Ash and the others watched them with smiles on their faces. It's nice to see those happy smiles on their faces. Misty smiled watching Molly and Tommo throw snowballs at each other. Well, it is Christmas, and this holiday makes everyone feel happy. Ash smiled. Zack looked over and saw the Pokémon were also throwing snowballs at each other. The Pokémon are enjoying themselves too. I still can't believe those are all your Pokémon, Zack. Richie stared. Aside from the gang's Pokémon Zack had called of his out too. Zack had a Gengar, Shiny Gardevoir, Swampert, Electivire, Magmortar, Dragonite, Jinx, Decidueye, Incineroar, Primarina, Alolan Raticate, Alolan Persian, Alolan Raichu, Alolan Exeggutor, Alolan Sandslash, Alolan Marowak, Alolan Dugtrio, Alolan Ninetales, Alolan Golem, Alolan Mook, Tyranitar, Salamence, Metagross, Garchomp, Hydreigon, Goodra, Kommo-o, Serena, Toucanon, Rhyperior, Sceptile, Blaziken, Sock, Throw, Slurpuff, Aromatisse, Bisharp, Blue Flower Florges, Aegislash, Alakazam, Weevil, Drapion, Glalie, Frostless, Lucario, Glisker, Ludicolo, Shiftry, Ninjask, and the Shedinja. They were all throwing snowballs at each other with some of the Pokémon getting in a few hits. I've never seen those Pokémon before. Misty stared. That's because they're from a different region, that's why. Ash said. Ashes is right, those Pokémon are from different regions that we've never seen before. Brock agreed. We might eventually. Richie commented. Zack nodded in agreement. Big brother. Ash turned his head and saw his younger siblings waving at him. What's wrong? Ash responded. We found a Pokémon here, but she looks sad. Molly said. They all went over to where the kids were and sure enough, there was a Jinx that was looking down in the dumps holding what looked like to be a boot. Richie blinked. Why is it holding a boot? Maybe it's from its trainer. Brock theorized. You might be right. Ash agreed. Misty looks more closely at the boot. Wait a minute. This boot might belong to Santa. Santa must be Jinx's trainer. Wow. Molly's eyes sparkled. Ursa, so cool. Teddy Ursa smiled. Really cool. Tommo grinned. Why are you out here on your own, Jinx? Ash questioned. Jinx began to tell them that she needed to get to the North Pole and needed their help. Don't worry, we'll help you. Richie proclaimed. Zack nodded in agreement. This should be fun. Jinx thanked them repeatedly. Meanwhile, a little further away from them, Team Rocket was observing them from a distance. So that Jinx belongs to Santa Claus? James observed the gang as they were calling some of their Pokémon back into their Pokeballs. Looks like it. Hey Jessie Dash, Meowth froze when he saw a dark smirk on her face. I found you, just you wait, I will have my revenge. Jessie had flames in her eyes. James and Meowth inched away from her slowly. It's best we don't ask. Meowth said. I agree. Who's that Pokémon? It's Jinx. Jinx. Before they helped out Jinx, they went to the Pokémon Center first to check up on their Pokémon's health ever since the Porygon incident. Anyway, Ash had sent Haunter back to the ranch to exchange for Squirtle. Then they headed outside where Jinx was waiting for them. Ash had Squirtle out and Misty had called out Starmie, Staryu, Goldeen, and Psyduck. All the Pokémon including the gang helped create the raft for Jinx so they could get her to the North Pole, well, except Psyduck. Psyduck outright refused to go near the water, much to Misty's annoyance. Will you just get in the water already? Psyduck shook his head quickly before hiding behind Ash, who smiled nervously. Psyduck, by any chance, can you not swim? The Pokémon nodded repeatedly, much to everyone's shock. Okay, I may have paid a little bit attention during Professor Oak's lectures, but I'm pretty sure he said that Psyducks can swim. Richie sweat dropped. Misty's is a special case. Zach stated. That's true. Brock agreed. Poor Psyduck. Molly petted his head. It must be hard. Being afraid of water. Tommo sympathized. Why don't we just let it ride the raft with us, Misty? He's really terrified. Ash asked. Misty sighed. Well, all right. The gang finished the raft and the Pokémon were pulling it as they swam through the water, but Psyduck was riding it with the gang, seeing as how he can't swim. But soon the Pokémon were starting to get tired. They're getting tired. Brock observed. Yeah. Misty agreed. I'll pull us the rest of the way so they can get some rest. Ash volunteered. Are you sure? Richie asked. I'm sure. Ash assured them and told the Pokémon to get on the raft so he could pull them the rest of the way there. Once they did, he started pulling the raft, feeling a little tired, but pushed himself to keep going for Jinx's sake. Chosen one. He suddenly heard a voice making him look over his shoulder. Did you guys say something? I didn't say anything. Misty said. Me neither. Brock said. Zach shook his head. I haven't said a word. Not a word from me. Richie said. Molly and Tommo shook their heads. I see. Ash turned back around. Maybe I just imagined it. Chosen one. He knew he didn't mishear it that time, but didn't have time to think about it as he was soon swept up in a wave, while the others were drifting away on the raft. Big brother. Molly and Tommo yelled. Ash. Richie, Misty, Brock, and Zach yelled. Ash was plunged underwater, but surprisingly he could breathe. What? How am I breathing underwater? Chosen one. He looked ahead of him and saw a pale blue light of a creature that looked pretty big in his opinion. Getting a closer look, he saw it was a Lapras. A Lapras. Lapras smiled. Indeed. I was sent by Santa to help bring Jinx to the North Pole, but my true purpose was to make contact with you. With me? He blinked. Correct, you will have an important role to fulfill when you reach the Orange Islands on your journey. The Guardian of Wisdom and the Guardian of the Seas will soon come to you. I don't understand. Ash said. When the time comes you will. Before Ash could ask it anything else, Lapras already brought him to the surface where the gang was staring at him with relieved faces. Big brother. Molly and Tommo smiled. You're okay. Richie said with relief. The other were relieved as well. Wait a minute. He's riding a Lapras. Richie took out his Pokédex. Lapras. This intellectual advanced Pokémon is able to understand human speech. With its mild temperament, Lapras prefers to carry humans on its back, rather than engage in Pokémon battles. Wow, so it can understand people. Cool. Richie smiled. Lapras chuckled, thank you for the compliment. I talks. Misty, Brock, Richie, and Brock exclaimed. Cool. Molly and Tommo smiled. Like Jinx, I am able to communicate telepathically. I will bring you all to Santa's workshop. Lapras smiled. Awesome. Richie grinned. Lapras giggled and allowed all of them to climb on board while the Pokémon were back in their Pokeballs, except Jinx, Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa. This so exciting. Misty was smiling from ear to ear. We get to see Santa. Molly cheered. Ursa, yay. Teddiursa smiled. I'm so nervous. Tommo said. There's no need to be nervous, Brock smiled, I'm sure Santa's a nice person. He is, he knows all of you very well. Lapras told them. Seriously? Awesome. Richie grinned. They swam for what felt like hours until they finally arrived at Santa's workshop, but before they could go in a large red Gyarados submarine appeared blocking their path. Is that? Zack stared up at the monstrosity. Team Rocket. Richie glared. A metal claw shot out from the submarine aiming right at Jinx, but Lapras would have none of that and froze it using Ice Beam. Pikachu use Iron Tail. Ash ordered. Pikachu jumped in the air, his tail glowing silver before he smashed the frozen claw, rendering it useless. Molly frowned at Team Rocket, you meanies won't hurt Santa. Teddiursa use Cross Chop. Teddiursa jumped high in the air, its hand turning silver before it chopped the head off of the submarine, revealing Team Rocket. Zack blinked in surprise, wow, that's one strong bear. You have no idea. Richie said. Lapras wasn't happy and froze them using Ice Beam again, preventing them from moving. We will bring them inside and see what their intentions are. If you say so. Ash said uncertainly. I say we just toss them in the river. Misty suggested. No. Richie sweat dropped. Let go of me right now. Jessie demanded. They got Team Rocket inside and tied them up so they wouldn't cause any trouble. Forget it. Zack glared. Yeah, the second we let you guys go you'll just cause trouble like you always do. Misty stated. Of course we cause trouble. Jessie smirked. And we make it double. James smirked. Richie instantly get them, there's no way I'm listening to that. Zack and Misty gave him 2 thumbs up. Ash wondered something, but why was Team Rocket here waiting for us anyway? Lapras looked at them, it would appear that the one called Jessie has a grudge against Jinx. Why? Molly tilted her head. Jessie spat out the cloth Richie put in her mouth, because that thief stole my doll. Silence. Everyone looked at her and it was silent for a few minutes before a few of them went off. Are you serious? James, Meowth, Misty, and Richie yelled. Ash and Zack sweat dropped, I don't even want to imagine that. Me neither. Zack agreed. I remember it clearly. I woke up and watched that thieving Pokémon take my doll. Jessie accused. Jinx did no such thing. A voice stated, making them all turn around to see a man wearing a red suit sporting a white beard. It's Santa. Molly and Tommo smiled. Ursa, it is. Teddiursa smiled. Pika, he's tall. Pikachu stared. Sparky nodded. Santa came over to them. Jinx didn't steal your doll, Jessie, she merely took it to bring it back here to the shop to fix it up because it was broken. So that's what happened. Misty said. Jinx went in the back and brought over Jessie's doll from way back then and gave it to her. Jessie stared at the doll with tears in her eyes. Santa had Jinx untie her so she could hold her doll, and, you mean you didn't try to steal it? You were just getting it repaired for me. Jinx nodded. But then why didn't you return it? Jessie questioned. Because you stopped believing, that's why. Santa told her. Jessie was smiling from ear to ear and hugged the doll close to her chest, making the others smile, but of course Meowth had to ruin it when he somehow got free and summoned another red Gyarados, and T tried to grab the presents but Santa wouldn't allow it. He summoned a bunch of Jinxes out of nowhere. Jinx, use Psywave. Santa ordered. All of the Jinxes raised their hands in the air and summoned blue rings, making the presents come back to them, much to Meowth and James's shock. Jessie was too busy in her own little world, happy to have her doll back. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash commanded. Pikachu jumped in the air and sent a powerful Thunderbolt attack, destroying the red Gyarados robot. Team Rocket's blasting off again. Serves you right for trying to steal from Santa. Molly stuck her tongue out. Ursa, serves you right. Teddy Ursa stuck his tongue out too. Santa laughed merely before he gave them all presents, much to their surprise, but they simply smiled having received them. Ash, I have a special present for you. Santa told the boy. What is it? I want you to take Lapras with you. Santa said. Ash was taken back. Are you sure? Santa gave him a gentle look. You will face something emotional very soon and Lapras will be there to help you with that. Ash didn't quite understand what he meant, but for some reason he had a feeling that will soon. The gang bid Santa farewell and saw him get on his sleigh riding off into the night sky. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Indeed. Merry Christmas to you all. Having helped Santa, the gang head off with happy memories. Stay tuned as the journey continues. The gang were traveling until come to a fork in the road, the trail leading right to a mountain. Before they left, Ash had switched his Pokémon again. He traded Dratini for Charmander and Riolu for Pidgeotto. He even sent Lapras to Professor Oak and told him to take good care of her. What should we do? Zack wondered. Why don't we just take the path that leads to the mountain? Richie suggested. I don't know, Richie, remember it's a mountain. Anything can happen. Ash said. Brock nodded. Ash is right. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Richie smiled. Ash sighed. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt. So we're going then. Misty turned to Brock. Looks like it. Brock said. They headed up in the trail of the mountain. Misty, Brock, Molly, and Tommo were wearing blankets, shivering a little, but Ash, Zack, and Richie were just fine. When asked why, they simply said, we're used to it, making Misty roll her eyes. Brock was looking at the compass needle. Well, according to my calculations, we're completely lost. Ash sighed. I figured, I'll send out Pidgeotto. He threw a Pokeball in the air and out came the bird Pokemon. Pidgeotto, I want you to find a trail if there is one. Pidgeotto nodded and flew off, trying to find a trail for them to take, and after about 5 minutes the bird Pokemon came back. You found one? The bird Pokemon nodded. Good, lead the way. Ash said. Pidgeotto nodded and flew in the direction where she found the trail, acting as their guide while the rest followed. 10 minutes hadn't even passed and the gang was blasted by a full-on snowstorm. Ash asked Molly and Tommo if they were okay, but the kids said they were just fine. Where did this blizzard come from? Misty yelled. Don't know, but we need to set up camp soon, otherwise we'll freeze to death. Brock yelled. I agree, we should set up camp somewhere. Ash agreed with him. We don't need to set up camp, the path is probably close by anyway. Richie argued. Yeah, but Richie, the sun will be setting soon. Brock reminded. Brock's right, we're fine now, but as soon as the sun goes down the temperature will drop to a low level. Ash said, holding Molly and Tommo close to him. Richie seemed to understand and nodded. You're right. Brock looked around. We need to find a way to dig a cave somewhere. But before they could do anything, the snowstorm intensifies and knocked Pikachu and Sparky off of Richie and Ash's shoulders. Pikachu! Ash yelled. Sparky! Richie yelled. Both boys ran after their Pokémon, not wanting them out in the cold. Ash! Richie! Misty yelled about to go after them, but Brock and Zack stopped her. Don't. Zack shook his head, holding Molly and Tommo back. He's right, Misty, besides the storm's getting much worse. Brock stated as the wind intensified. Richie and Ash were looking for Sparky and Pikachu, calling out their names all the way. DMN, where are they? Richie was looking around trying to see something, anything in this blizzard. I don't know. Ash was getting worried. What if something happened? Before he could worry anymore, he heard something. Wait, do you hear that? Hear what? Richie wondered what he was talking about but shut his mouth when he heard it. A Pikachu. It's them. Ash's eyes tried to find them, and unknown to him his eyes glowed blue and he was able to see where they were. I found them. Where? Richie exclaimed. They're hanging from a small cliff. Ash went in the direction where he saw them, with Richie following right behind him. Spotting the small cliff, they could hear them a lot better now and spotted them hanging for their lives. Pikachu. Sparky. Both electric types smile up at him. Pika, Ash, they both cried out in happiness. How are we gonna get them up here? Richie wondered. Ash brought out a Pokeball. Bulbasaur, come out. Out came the grass type. Bulbasaur, I'm here. Bulbasaur said. Use Vine Whip to help Pikachu and Sparky. Ash pointed to the two electric types. Bulbasaur nodded and extended his vines, grabbing them both and bringing them up, and both Pokémon embraced their owners. Thank God you're okay. Ash rubbed his cheek against Pikachu's. Thank Bulbasaur. Bulba, you're welcome. Bulbasaur nodded. You okay, Sparky? Richie asked. Pika, I'm good. Sparky smiled. Pika Pikachu, Ash, we need to dig a cave. Pikachu told the boy. You're right, we do, but question is how. Ash wondered, then looked down. Maybe we can use this cliff to make one. What do you think? Sounds good to me. Richie agreed. They climbed down slowly, and Ash had sent out both Charmander and Squirtle so they could help make the cave. When they finally made it just the way they like it, they headed inside, then proceeded to seal the cave. Well, we're inside, but what do we do for warmth? Richie questioned. Sparky nodded. Ash looked at Charmander. Charmander, can you make your tail flame a little brighter? Charmander nodded and boosted the flames from his tail a little brighter so they could be warm. Ash sat down near Charmander, hovering his hands over the flame. That's great, thanks. Char, you're welcome. Charmander grinned. Richie sat down next to his cousin, holding Sparky close to him. Ash, I'm sorry. Ash smiled. Don't apologize, sometimes it's good to go on a little detour every once in a while. This storm's no different. But it's fine. Ash looked over at the sealed cave. The storm should let up soon, if not then we'll figure something out. Richie stared at his cousin, then grinned. I can always count you, Ash. And don't you forget it. Ash grinned. Both boys laughed despite their situation. Hey, sometimes you need to find humor in everything. Ash noticed that Charmander's flame was starting to dim. Charmander, are you okay? See, Charmander, I'm okay. Charmander said with sweat pouring down his face. No, you're not okay, take a break. Ash frowned. Char, no. Charmander shook his head. Charmander. Ash protested. Charmander shook his head again in defiance. Looks like Charmander can be stubborn when he wants to be. Richie sighed. Pika, no kidding. Sparky agreed. Ash had a thought about something. The blue flames he produced back at Sabrina's gym, and when he shielded both Tommo and Molly that time he made a barrier. Maybe. He took a deep breath and tried to will his body to start that blue flame, and it surprisingly worked. Whoa. Ash, you're glowing blue again. Richie stared in awe. Pika, cool, Sparky said. Pikachu didn't share the same sentiment as them and started to panic. Pika Pikachu, Ash, wait, that's dangerous. Ash didn't care. He refused to let Charmander bear the burden of keeping them warm all by himself. He kept this up for about 15 minutes before he felt overwhelming pain and doubled over. Ash. Richie went over to him to see what was wrong. What happened? Ash felt like his whole insides were on fire but found the will to speak. It hurts. All of his Pokémon gathered around him with worry, even Pidgeotto and Ralts who came out of their Pokeballs. Ash tried to move but couldn't. He was in so much pain. I did this before and it didn't hurt this much. Is it because I've used for 15 minutes? Ash, what's going on? Richie yelled. The raven-haired boy smiled a little. See, Charmander's done enough for us already, so I wanted to try and keep us warm with that strange blue light I have inside me. Guess I went too far. Charmander hovered above Ash with worry. He did this for the fire type's sake. The first time he did something for the fire type was when he instilled fear into his former trainer without hesitation. Shutting its eyes tightly, his body glowed brightly, taking everyone there by surprise. No way, Charmander's evolving. Richie stared. The Pokémon stared at the fire type themselves and couldn't believe it when the transformation was completed. Charmander was now a Charmeleon. Charmeleon! Charmeleon roared. Richie grinned. Charmander, you did it. You evolved. Charmander nodded and brightened his tail again, but this time it was much more fierce, taking Richie by surprise. Wow. That's some flame. Think you can keep this up till morning? Charmeleon smirked. Charmeleon, hell yeah. Ash opened his eyes slightly. Charmeleon. Charmeleon smirked at his trainer. Charmeleon, I'm good. The raven-haired boy smiled slightly and passed out. When morning came, Richie was carrying Ash on his back. He felt movement and smiled. Hey Ash, you're awake. Ash opened his eyes slowly and looked around. It's morning. Yeah, you've been knocked out all night and Charmeleon's flame didn't go out either. Richie grinned. Ash made eye contact with the fire type, who grinned at him. I see, thanks buddy. Charmeleon, no prob. Charmeleon gave him a thumbs up. Richie then turned serious. Hey Ash, you know how you make that blue stuff around you come out sometimes? Yeah. I don't want you to use it anymore. Richie admitted. It was cool at first, but now I think it's dangerous for you to use, especially since it caused you pain. Richie said. Before Ash could say anything, they heard the cries of Misty and Brock and saw them, as well as the others who were riding on Onyx, come towards them happily. Ash didn't say anything and simply kept his mouth shut. Richie, something tells me I won't be able to keep it from coming out. Having gotten out of the snowstorm, Richie reveals to Ash the helplessness he felt when Ash released this foreign energy to try and keep them warm, but will Ash be able to keep it from coming out? Stay tuned as the journey continues. Sparky, use Thunderbolt. Richie ordered. Sparky jumped in the air and sent an electric attack towards Zack's shiny Gardevoir. Use Teleport. Zack commanded. Gardevoir teleported away from the attack, impressing Ash and the others. His Gardevoir is strong. Ash complimented. Pika, she is. Pikachu agreed. Eevee, wow. Eevee stared. This a good way for Richie to be prepared for the next gym battle. Brock stated. I think he'll do great, provided he keeps a calm head. Misty commented. Alright Sparky, use Quick Attack. Richie ordered. Sparky came at Gardevoir quickly. Gardevoir, use Shadow Ball. Zack ordered. Gardevoir formed a black and purple ball in her hand and sent it at Sparky, causing an explosion and creating smoke. Sparky. Richie yelled. When the smoke cleared, Sparky was out for the count. I guess that's it. Ash said, getting up. Richie picked up Sparky. You okay? Sparky nodded. Pika, I'm good. Molly smiled. That was cool. I can't wait to start battling myself. Ursa, me too. Teddy Ursa agreed. Tommo nodded. I wanna start battling too. You will. Ash smiled. After they stayed in the open area for a little while longer to relax, they headed off on the road again. After walking for a good distance, they heard the cry of a Pokémon, making them stop. You hear that? Zack questioned. That sounds like a Pokémon. Ash looked around holding Eevee. Eevee jumped out of his grasp and headed towards the cry and found a familiar brown Pokémon inside the base of a tree tied to a tree post. It was an Eevee. An Eevee. Ash came over and untied the little one, observing its collar. Looks like it belongs to someone. It has a name tag, and it looks like an address too. Misty bent down, looks like its owner is from Stone Town. That's on the foot on Evolution Mountain. It holds evolution stones that allow certain Pokémon to evolve. Brock explained. We better head there and return this little guy. Richie said. You think his trainer is looking for it? Molly wondered. I think so. Tommo said. We'll find out when we get there. Zack stated. He's right, let's get going. Ash told them. Stone Town. Well, they arrived at Stone Town and found the address leads to a giant mansion. They head towards the backyard and notice a garden party is being held, and not only that but there were a lot of Pokémon there, including evolution stones. Wow! Molly and Tommo said in awe. There sure are a lot of Pokémon here, wonder what's going on. Misty wondered, looking around. Whatever it is, it must be big. Richie said. Pika Pika, it must be. Sparky agreed. Three boys approached them suddenly. Hey there, you are Eevee. The one with the red hair smiled. And you are? Ash raised a brow at their bizarre hair color choices. I'm Pyro. The one with red hair introduced. Rainer. The one with blue hair introduced next. And I'm Sparky. The yellow-haired one introduced. Last. Richie winced at the last one's name. Why does he have to have the same name of Sparky? Unique names. Zack deadpanned. If you say so. Misty didn't look convinced. Thanks for bringing Eevee back here, it's the star of the party after all. Pyro said. Star of the party? Misty raised a brow. That's right, hey Mikey, Eevee's home. Rainer yelled. The gang saw a boy with brown hair approach them, looking a little sad but brightened up when Eevee came at him, jumping on the boy, liking his face. See, the reason Eevee's the star here is because the only way for Mikey win battles is for him to evolve his Pokémon just like we have. Pyro told the gang. Mikey held Eevee close to him. I don't care about battles. He mumbled. What do you mean you don't care about battles? Pyro yelled. You want Eevee to be strong, right? Then evolve it. Sparky yelled. Shut up. Mikey yelled, running away, taking the three boys by surprise by his outburst. He snapped. Zack and Richie said. Not surprising. Ash frowned, holding his own Eevee, who looked sad for Mikey and his Eevee. Hey, why don't you evolve your Pikachu and Eevee? Rainer told Ash. Pikachu and Eevee are fine the way they are. I see no reason to make them evolve, and besides it's the Pokémon's choice whether it wants to evolve or not. Ash stated calmly. Pikachu, Sparky, Eevee, and Teddiursa nodded in agreement. But you won't win battles without evolving your Pokémon. Pyro insisted. Ash gave him a murderous glare, making him flinch. Place, like I said, my Pokémon are fine the way they are. Got it? Gee, got it. Pyro hid behind Rainer. Molly smirked. Serves you right. That's right. Tommo agreed. Ursa, yeah. Teddiursa nodded. These guys better not make Ash mad, it's not smart. Brock stated. Yep. Misty nodded completely. Who's that Pokémon? It's Eevee. Eevee. Misty watched her Horsia swim around in the fountain with a happy look on her face and spots Mikey offering him some food. Thank you. He mumbled. You're welcome. Misty smiled. Are you okay? He nodded. You shouldn't let your brothers push you around like that, and besides, do you really want to evolve Eevee? She asked. He shook his head. They only care about battling. I'm sorry for the outburst back there, but I just couldn't take it anymore. If it makes you feel a little better, my friend Ash told them off when they tried to get him to evolve his Pikachu and shiny Eevee, even made one of your brothers hid behind the other. She giggled. Did he really? Mikey couldn't believe it. He said that it's the Pokemon's choice if it wants to evolve or not, and that there are some Pokemon that are fine just the way they are. She smiled. Wow, oh by the way, his Eevee was a different color. Why is that? Mikey asked. Because Ash's Eevee's a shiny, so it's rare. Misty told the boy. That's amazing. Mikey smiled. His Eevee agreed. Ash's Pikachu come out of nowhere and asks to play with Eevee. The brown Pokemon agreed and ran off with the yellow mouse, leaving the two of them to talk alone. As a Pokemon trainer, it's your responsibility to tell your brothers that Eevee is your Pokemon and you decided that you don't want to evolve it. Mikey got a determined look in his eyes. You're right. He stood up just as his brothers approached. Mikey, have you made your decision yet? Rainer questioned. The boy looked over at Misty, who nodded with encouragement, giving him the courage to do this. He was cut off by a hot air balloon that was hovering above the ground. What's that? Team Rocket. Misty growled. Pikachu went to go get Ash, who wasn't that far away, and spotted the balloon that was hovering in the air. Hey Zach, Richie. Wanna take them down? The two boys smirked. Zach sent out his shiny Gardevoir. Richie was going to use Sparky. Ash decided to use Pikachu. Gardevoir use Psychic to send that balloon crashing down. Zach ordered. She nodded and made the balloon fall to the ground right along with Team Rocket. When they got up, they weren't happy. How dare you? Jessie growled. Arbok use Poison Sting. Arbok opened its mouth, sending out silver needles at the group. Pikachu use Protect. Ash ordered. A green shield appeared around Pikachu, blocking the poison needles from hitting it. Sparky use Quick Attack. Richie ordered Sparky's shot towards Arbok, sending it back. Why you? Jessie growled. Ash. Misty, Mikey, and his brothers ran towards them. These the Team Rocket guys you were talking about? Pyro questioned. Yeah, and they're really annoying. Molly crossed her arms. Teddiursa nodded in agreement. They steal people's Pokemon. Tommo told them. Oh really? Rainer glared at them. Mikey looked over at Eevee, who nodded. This will be our first battle, so let's be careful. Eevee nodded. Mikey stood with Ash and the others. I'm going to help fight them too. Ready Eevee? Eevee, ready. Eevee smiled. Ash smiled at the boy. Looks like he's grown a backbone. He felt a tug on his pants and saw his own Eevee giving him a determined look, making his smile widen. You ready for your first battle? Eevee, I am, she nodded. Ash scanned her move set. Covet, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Growl, Sand Attack, Charm, Quick Attack, Swift, Dig, and Bite. Good move set. Ash complimented. Eevee stood next to Pikachu. James had long since took out Weezing, use Sludge. Brown stuff came out of Weezing's mouth and headed towards the gang. Eevee use Swift. Ash ordered. Eevee jumped in the air and sent star-shaped projectiles at the Sludge attack, canceling it out. My turn now. Eevee use Take Down on Weezing. Mikey ordered. Eevee came at Weezing quickly and knocked it backwards and into James, knocking him out cold. I think James it out. Meowth said. And you're next, Ash told them. Pikachu use Thunderbolt. You too Sparky. Richie ordered. Gardevoir use Moonblast. Zack ordered. Ash and Mikey smirked and said together, and Eevee use Swift. All attacks combined and were sent at Team Rocket, making them go flying in the air and away from the party. We did it. Mikey hugged Eevee. Eevee, we did. Eevee smiled. Ash rubbed his Eevee's head. Great job out there. Eevee blushed but smiled. Eevee, thank you. Mikey turned to his brothers. I've decided that Eevee doesn't need to evolve because it's fine just the way it is now. Ash and Misty smiled. The three brothers look at each other and nodded, and we agree. So, how about we make this into a party for your first victory in battle? Sounds great. Mikey smiled. Everyone cheered with glasses in their hands congratulating Mikey for his first battle and first win. The boy was smiling from ear to ear happy that he and Eevee will be partners for a long time. Having proved that Eevee doesn't need to evolve to be strong, our heroes party all day enjoying themselves before they head off the Cinnabar Island where Ash's next gym battle is. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, male, Shiny Eevee, female, Bulbasaur, male, Ralts, female, Charmeleon, male, Squirtle, male, and Pidgeotto, female. Molly's Pokémon, Teddiursa, male, Lilligant, female, Shiny Espion, female, Ninetales, female, Alakazam, male, and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon, Starmie, Staryu, Psyduck, male, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Shiny Vaporeon, female, Shiny Glaceon, female, and Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chasepin, male, Shiny Flareon, female, and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, Gengar, Shadow, and Eevee, Eve, female. Tommo's Pokémon, Kangaskhan, female, Growlithe, male, Poliwhirl, male, Geodude, male, Weepinbell, male. Zack's Pokémon, Jinx, female, Electivire, male, Magmortar, male, Swampert, male, Gardevoir, Shiny, female, Gengar, male. At the ranch. Ash's Pokémon, Shiny Meowstic, female, Shiny Cloyster, male, Starmie, Braixen, female, Luxray, male, Scizor, male, Slowpoke, male, Rapidash, female, Nidoqueen, female, Nidoking, male, Xatu, male, Scizor, male, Gyarados, female, Krabby, male, Glaceon, female, Leafeon, female, Umbreon, male, Espion, female, Flareon, male, Jolteon, male, Vaporeon, male, Primeape, male, Ralts, male, Charmander, male, Squirtle, male, Electabuzz, male, Magmar, male, Rhyhorn, male, Tauros 25. Male, Kadabra, male, Butterfree, male, Pink Butterfree, female, Sandshrew, male, Porygon, genderless, Lapras, female, Haunter, male, Dratini, male, Riolu, male. Tommo's Pokémon, Voltorb, male, Cubone, male, Hitmonlee, male, Hitmonchan, male. When on a journey you tend to get hungry as you travel, and our heroes are about to find that out when they meet an interesting new friend. Our heroes continue on their journey as they head off to another gym so Ash and Richie can earn their next gym badge and enter the Indigo League. Pikachu was fast asleep on Ash's shoulder, making the boy chuckle in amusement. I was wondering when Pikachu was ever going to take a nap on our journey. Pikachu looks really cute when he sleeps. Misty smiled. Molly nodded in agreement. Zack looked around. I wonder where we are though. Don't worry, we're taking the right path. Brock told him. That's good. Richie and Tommy noticed something far up ahead. Hey guys, there's someone over there sitting down on the road. They all walk over to the man and noticed he was playing a song on a flute. When he sensed them he stopped playing. Good day, would you kids happen to have any food? No, I'm sorry mister, but we don't have any food. Ash responded regretfully. He noticed Pikachu stopped his little snoring and turned to see the electric type was wide awake. I see, please have a safe journey. The man smiled politely. They all nodded and continued on their way without looking back at the man. Well, that was interesting. Brock said. I know. I wonder who that man was. Misty wondered. Whoever he was, his flute playing was really good. Ash complimented. Molly and Tommy nodded in unison. Zack had a thought, maybe we should go find some food for him and ourselves. Sounds good to me. Richie agreed. They walked on until they eventually found a town, only to see the people had crestfallen looks on their faces. I wonder what happened. Misty wondered. Hey, look. Tommy pointed at a restaurant that had a closed sign on it. That's not the only one, there's one over there. Zack pointed. There's one over there, too. Ash pointed in the other direction. What in the world happened here? Brock wondered. I'll tell you youngsters what happened here. A man approached them. You must be trainers. I'm the mayor of this town and unfortunately there's no food here. Did something happen? Ash asked. It's our river. For some reason it's gone completely dry, killing all of the produce, which is why there's no food here. The mayor said. Zack's shoulders dropped a little. Well, so much for that plan. Now what? Richie wondered. We could go check out what the problem is and see if we can somehow help. What do you guys say? Ash suggested. I'm in. Misty said. Me too. Brock replied. Us too. Molly and Tommo raised their hands. You need to ask. Richie grinned. Zack nodded. Well, let's get going then. Ash said. And with that they all headed upstream to find out what the problem was and had run into some thorns, causing Misty to get pricked by one. Ash had Bulbasaur use Razor Leaf to get through. Once the thorn were cleared out of the way, none of them were expecting to see this. Before them was a large Pokémon that was snoring as it blocked the flow of the river. What Pokémon is that? Misty stared. That would be a Snorlax. Ash said. Richie scanned it. Snorlax, the sleeping Pokémon. Snorlax isn't satisfied unless it eats at least 900 pounds of food per day. Once it is full, it promptly goes to sleep. 900 pounds of food per day? Misty and Richie exclaimed. That's a Snorlax for you. Ash commented, this is the first time I'm seeing one too, so I have no idea what to do in this sort of situation. So big? Molly stared up at Snorlax. Really big. Tommo added. We need to try and move Snorlax out of the way. Brock said. Easier said than done, Ash sighed. Snorlax weighs close to 1,000 pounds, our best bet is to try and wake it up, and even that won't be easy. They know how to sleep. Should we try capturing it? Richie questioned. Not while it's sleeping, and even if we tried, the Pokeball would just bounce off of its belly. Zack said. Then what do we do? Misty wondered. How about stepping back and let us steal it? Jessie appeared from out of nowhere. And now they show up. Richie rubbed his forehead. Actually, we could work together on this one. Ash suggested. Silence. Say what? Misty, Brock, Richie, Molly, Tommo, and Zack exclaimed, even the Pokémon. Ash gathered them all into a semicircle. We'll only work with them so they can help us in waking Snorlax up. Once that's done we can send them blasting off like always. He whispered. Oh, so we'll just be pretending to work with them? Richie got the idea. That's right. Ash said. Sounds like a plan. Zack saw no problem with it. Okay, we'll go along with it. Misty said. I've got no problem with it either. Brock was in. We wanna help, too. Molly and Tommo chorused. Good. Ash nodded his head, turning to Team Rocket. We'll work with you in order to wake Snorlax up. Fine with us, twerp. Meowth had his hands on his hips. And we have the perfect idea. James smiled. So Team Rocket's idea was to attach cables to their hot air balloon, but of course it didn't work, not much to anyone's surprise either. So they tried waking it up again. Alarm clock. Richie suggested. Why not? Zack shrugged. They put an alarm clock near Snorlax hoping that would wake it up, but of course nothing happened. So that failed. Bucket of water. Misty suggested. Splashing a bucket of water on Snorlax proved to be just as useless too. Another failure. Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty. Molly suggested. Richie blanched, you want one of us to kiss it? No silly, not us, one of the Pokémon. Molly smiled. Pika, not it. Pikachu and Sparky yelled. Ursa, not it. Teddiursa yelled. Well, these three are out. Ash smiled nervously. Meowth, you do it. Jessie ordered. What? Why I gotta do it? Meowth exclaimed. Well, I'm not going to do it. Jessie stated. Me neither. James said. Meowth grumbled something under his breath. Misty was about to send out one of her Pokémon when one of her Pokeballs opened on its own, revealing Psyduck. Psy, huh? Psyduck tilted his head. Psyduck? You wanna try it? Ash questioned. Psyduck said nothing as it went over by Snorlax and kissed it on the mouth, but it didn't do anything. So much for that. Richie sighed. I actually thought that was gonna work. Zack admitted. Same here. Brock said. Okay Meowth, it's your turn. Jessie said. Meowth sighed as he went over by Snorlax, kissing it on the lips. Snorlax seemed to flinch a little, but it still stayed asleep. Well, at least it moved a little. Ash observed. It loves Meowth. Molly smiled. Ursa, it does. Teddiursa agreed. Meowth sobbed comically. Who's that Pokémon? It's Snorlax. Snorlax. Ash was racking his brain over about what to do next until he saw Snorlax roll over, dropping something. What's this? Ash picked up what appeared to a card. It says, only the beautiful music from a poke flute will awaken a Snorlax. He read off from the card. Hey, remember that hippie guy we saw earlier? He had a flute. Richie reminded them. We need to bring him here so he can wake up Snorlax. Brock said. Right. Misty said. Hold it right there, twerps. We're going to catch this Snorlax, not have some hippie wake it up. Jessie proclaimed. Oh no, you're not. Zack growled. Yeah, leave Snorlax alone, mean lady. Tommo yelled. Why, you little dash? Jessie growled. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash said. Pikachu wasted no time in sending the idiots flying as they blasted off again. With then taken care of, they went off to find the hippie guy, successfully finding him and bringing him over toward Snorlax. Oh my, so this is where he's been sleeping. The hippie smiled. Wait a minute, you mean this Snorlax is yours? Richie said. Yes, he most certainly is. Now then, it's time to wake him up. The hippie said, blowing on his poke flute, successfully waking up Snorlax, who yawned as he got up, but there was a problem. The river is still blocked. Brock said. It must be the thorns. Wait a minute. Snorlax's favorite snack is thorns. He can eat it. Ash remembered. The hippie smiled. That's correct, eat it up, Snorlax. Snorlax wasted no time in eating up all of the thorns, allowing water to flow through the river again, thus saving the town. The gang was glad the town won't have any more problems with these two around, and left to continue their journey. With the town no longer facing problems thanks to Snorlax, our heroes continue on their journey. So, this is Dark City, huh? Richie looked around. It really is a ghost town, Ash observed. Are you sure this city hasn't been abandoned? No, this is the right place. Brock said. So creepy. Misty commented. It's creepy, all right. Zack agreed. Molly and Tommo edged closer to Ash, feeling uneasy about the silence of the place. Something wasn't right. "Hey, there's a woman there with her son," Misty said, about to wave over at them, but the woman herded her son away from the trainers. What was that about? Ash was really starting to get a bad feeling about whatever was happening in this city. Something isn't right. "I agree, we should probably be on the lookout for anything," Zack said. "Yeah." Ash reacted quickly when he noticed a rock being thrown right at his sister's head. Catching it quickly, he looked around to try and find the person responsible. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed 3 kids on the roof with rocks in their hands. Giving them a fierce glare, the 3 kids ran off in fear. "Let's get something to eat and leave now before I lose my temper." He tossed the rock away. "I'm in agreement," Richie said. Everyone else agreed with him. An angry Ash is something nobody wants to see. A restaurant owner saw what happened and invited them in to get something to eat while he explained the situation to them. "In this city we have 2 Pokémon gym rivals, the Yas Gym and the Kaz Gym. Both gyms are trying to be official, but they need the approval of the Pokémon League inspector, who is scheduled to arrive at any moment. There can only be 1 official gym per city. Each gym seeks to eliminate the other before the inspector arrives," the owner explained. "Sounds intense," Richie said. "It is. Pokémon trainers who have neared Dark City are recruited for the cause of either gym," he continued. "So they just brawl anywhere they want without even thinking about how the people of the town feel about it. Selfish morons," Ash stated calmly, but the others could tell he was mad. Just then some fighting broke out and the others stayed in the restaurant watching from a distance. They noticed something else about the Pokémon battle, and this was no Pokémon battle, but a gang war. The Yas Gym leader Scyther against the Kaz Gym leaders Electabuzz begin to dispatch the other opposing gym with ease. This is just too much to look at. Do they even realizing what they're doing to this town? Misty yelled. Of course they don't, the only thing they care about is battling. It doesn't matter who gets hurt in the process, Zack stated. Molly and Tommo didn't even want to see the battle, and the Pokémon were starting to get really angry. Just then 3 familiar figures entered the restaurant and started harassing the restaurant owner for food. When he refused, they sent out Arbok and Weezing, but before they could do anything, Ash had Pikachu send them flying out of there. Pikachu was especially vicious because he was feeding off his trainer's emotions. When Ash was angry, then all of his Pokémon were angry. Ash sighed, "I really need to let off some of the anger I'm feeling." "Yeah, no kidding," everyone agreed. Another person entered the restaurant. This time it was a girl that was with the Yas Gym. She came right over to them. "Hey, I saw what you did with your Pikachu and I'm impressed. Why don't you join up with us, the Yas Gym?" she suggested. If anything, making such a request made Ash angrier, but Misty managed to calm him down. "Wait a minute, why don't we go there while using fake names? We won't join them, of course, just get some information." "Ash?" Richie looked at his cousin. Ash sighed. "Fine," he turned to the girl, "My name is Tommo. I'm Anchovy," Misty introduced. "I'm T," Tommo said. "I'm M," Molly said. "Name's Orange." Richie shrugged his shoulders. You don't need to know my name," Zack said. "I'm Caesar Salad," Brock introduced. Everyone turned their heads over to Brock. "I can never say no to a pretty girl. You are seriously pathetic." Misty shook her head. Ash gave the restaurant owner a reassuring look as they let the woman lead them to the Yas Gym. Looking around the ruined places only made Ash's mood worse. He really needed to blow off some steam, and quick. They finally arrived and entered the building where the leader was there waiting for them. "Yo, so you're Tom and these guys are your disciples, huh?" The leader eyed them. Ash's eyebrow twitched as he looked over to the others, showing them he was going to snap. While they didn't appreciate being called disciples, they overlooked it in favor of calming Ash down. "Before I let you join, how about we have a battle? You and me." He was referring to Ash. "He'll accept," Brock said quickly. Misty grabbed his ear. What are you doing? She whispered. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Besides, look at Ash. He had her look at their friend. He needs this to blow off some steam, trust me. I'm with Brock on this one. Richie agreed. Yep. Zack, Molly, and Tommo nodded. Yeah, I think you're right. Misty said finally. Ash gave Pikachu a look who understood completely and got into position. I'll use Pikachu, call out your Pokémon. Scyther, tear em up, the leader sent out his Scyther. Scyther, let's do this. Scyther got ready. Richie scanned it. Scyther, the mantis Pokémon. Its claws are sharp as swords, and it is a powerful flyer. This Pokémon is rarely seen by humans and almost never captured. Sounds like a tough Pokémon, but Ash can handle it. Richie said. Brock nodded in agreement. Scyther, use cut. Scyther's pincer started glowing as it came at Pikachu, but the yellow Pokémon had other plans. As per Ash's orders, he used the ketchup bottle he got back at the restaurant to block the attack, causing it to bust open, getting in the Pokémon's eyes, causing it to go mad and attack its own trainer, forcing him to return the bug Pokémon. The leader was surprised that Scyther suddenly lost it, but a loss was a loss. Not bad, how about you guys join us? Before we get to that, explain why you want to be an official gym. Ash said. For money. Huh? Richie stared dumbfounded. It's a simple means to earn money quickly. Official gym status comes with prestige and funding. The leader explained simply. Is he serious? Richie couldn't believe what he was hearing. This whole time, scaring the townspeople, recruiting trainers, all for money. Oh man, it's about to get ugly real quick. Zack said, getting out his camera. How long have you had that camera? Misty wondered. I've had it with me the whole time. He told her. Ash looks like he's about to snap. Brock said. Snap. Oh, I heard something. Molly said. Me too. Tommo said. DMN, he snapped. Richie shook his head. This is stupid, we're leaving. Ash said to the others walking towards them. You think you can just come in here and leave? I don't think so, get him boys, the leader growled. Ash stopped in his tracks before taking off his cap. Richie. I got it. Richie took off his cap, handing it to Brock, while Ash handed his off to Molly. Ash and Richie turned to the men who came at them, wasting no time charging at the BSTRDS and proceeding to beat them into a bloody pulp. Misty and Brock covered Molly and Tommo's eyes, while Zack was taking pictures of the beatdown. Pika Pikachu, I knew this would happen. Pikachu sighed. Pikachu, serves them right. Sparky huffed. Ursa, I can't watch. Teddy Ursa covered his eyes. Ash took down the last goon before he spin-kicked the leader in the face, sending him flying across the room. Sighing deeply, he walked away with Richie following after him. Both boys took their caps back as they all left the gym without another word, leaving some flabbergasted trainers behind them as they all left. Feel better? The restaurant owner asked. Ash sipped his drink calmly. I feel much better. Guess beating them up along with the leader was just what I needed. Oh man, did you beat them down good? Zack grinned, showing this to the people of town should lift their spirits. Richie stretched his arms. I just hope they stop after this. Doubt it. Guys like them are the types to keep on fighting until the other one is no longer capable of doing so. Brock said. Now what? Misty said. I know exactly what to do. Ash said. You do. Misty wondered what he had in mind. Yeah, both Scyther and Electabuzz are color sensitive, and the color red in particular sends them into a rage. We'll use that to end this, permanently. He said. Who's that Pokémon? It's Scyther. Scyther. Once again fighting broke out between the two gangs outside. The two sides were destroying the buildings and everything around them as they fought. Seeing an opening, Ash gave the signal to the others to drop the red paint on both sides, which was successful as both Pokémon attacked their trainers, ending the war between them both as their Pokémon took them all down. Ash then appeared. Well, have you two idiots learned your lesson? Yeah, we can come to an agreement on one thing. The Yas leader said. That one thing is. The Kez leader agreed. Dealing with you. Thunderbolt. Ash hollered. Pikachu shocked them, taking great pleasure from it too as he stared at their charred bodies. Before any more damage could be done, the mysterious figure revealed themselves to be Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy. Brock said with hearts in his eyes. Misty sighed, enough already. Nurse Joy confronted both men. Neither of you has any right to have a gym, as you don't understand what it truly means to have one. Having a gym isn't about money, recognition, or fame. It's to test trainers and Pokémon to do their very best and trust in each other, not senseless violence. Both men looked down in actual shame. There is a way you can redeem yourselves, she continued, seeing them perk up. Ash would make a fine tutor, don't you agree? Ash gave them a scary smile. And I have a way they can learn too, Nurse Joy. Oh man, that smile. Richie's spine shivered. Yeah, it's over for them. Brock felt sorry for them. Go easy on them, big brother. Molly said. I don't think he'll do that. Tommo told her. Zach was ready to take more pictures. This is gonna be awesome. Put your backs into it. Ash ordered. He observed both groups fix up the town for every single battle they had. Misty and Brock's sweat dropped. He's a demon. Zach was laughing his butt off while taking pictures at the same time. Richie was eating some food along with Molly, Tommo, the Pokémon, and the three boys from earlier. They apologized for what they did and Ash accepted it. The boys stayed and watched the men who caused their town so much problems be ordered around by a 10-year-old boy. They were fans of both Pikachu and Ash, and the town was eternally grateful. Nurse Joy was smiling pleasantly. He's such a nice boy, look at him telling them what to do nicely. Misty and Richie looked at her like she was crazy. Is she serious? Who said you fools could stop? Keep working. Ash ordered. Sir, yes sir, the group saluted, getting back to work. Misty and Brock shook their heads. With the fighting between the two groups finally over and Dark City back to normal, our heroes learn what it truly means to create a gym. Stay tuned as the journey continues. I want to be the very best. Like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. I will travel across the land. Searching far and wide. Teach Pokémon to understand the power that's inside. Pokémon, gotta catch 'em all, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokémon. Oh, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend. Pokémon, gotta catch 'em all, a heart so true. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me, and I'll teach you. Pokémon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokémon. Our heroes continue their journey in order for both Ash and Richie to earn their next gym badge. While on the road they come across a festival and decide to have some fun. This is awesome. Richie grinned seeing the festival along with everyone else. We managed to land right in the middle of a carnival. This is good for us because we could use a break. Ash smiled. Big brother, look at all the sweets. Molly pointed. Can we have some? Tommo asked. Don't eat too much or you'll get sick. Ash warned them. Okay. Molly and Tommo said as they raced towards the candy stand. I'll watch over them. Zach volunteered. Thanks, Zach. Ash said as Zach followed after the children. This carnival does look a lot like fun. Where should we go first? Misty wondered. Let's see, how about Dash? Ash stopped mid-sentence as he spotted both Brock and Richie dressed up like a bunch of fools doing a strange dance in front of a large crowd. Misty facepalmed. What are they doing? have no idea. Ash rubbed his temples in embarrassment, but it was worse for the Pokémon. Pikachu Pie, I'm so embarrassed. Sparky covered his eyes. Pikachu Pikapi Pie, thank God Ash isn't joining them. Pikachu sighed in relief. Let's pretend we don't know them. Ash suggested. Good idea. Misty agreed, walking away with the boy and the two Pikachus. Hey, why don't we catch up with the others and enjoy ourselves? Sounds like a plan. Ash said. I managed to catch up with Molly, Tommo, and Zack as the two kids just finished eating their cotton candy. After that they decided to get on some rides, having a blast. After that they all got some ice cream to cool down from their excitement. Misty then noticed a woman arguing with a man. She managed to hear her complain about him owing her money before she pushed him into a box before walking away. Concerned Misty went over to him, followed by Ash and the others. Are you okay? Misty helped him up. The man grabbed her hands looking desperate. Please be my assistant. Misty blinked. I'm sorry. Excuse me sir, but why would you need an assistant? Ash questioned. You see, I'm a magician who runs a magic show, and that woman just now was my assistant who just quit on me. My name is Melvin and this is my Exeggutor. Melvin introduced himself. Since Richie wasn't with them, Ash decided to scan the Pokémon in his place. Exeggutor, an egg Pokémon. Although it resembles an egg, it is known to be more closely related to the seed of a plant. Sounds pretty cool. Zack commented. So, will you be my new assistant? Melvin asked again. Of course I will, but just for today. Misty told him. I have a bad feeling about this. Ash said. I'm with you on that, my friend. Zack nodded his head in agreement. Pikachu, this is gonna be bad. Pikachu commented. Sparky and Teddiursa voiced their own worries. Ash shook his head as he saw poor Misty being forced to wear a leotard adorned with golden fins. She looked completely embarrassed, but lucky for her only 4 people actually showed up to the man's magic show. Unfortunately, Brock and Richie happened to be the ones that showed up, and as soon as Richie saw her he didn't hesitate to start laughing. I can't believe he made Misty wear that horrible thing. Ash sighed. I can't believe she actually had the nerve to wear it. Zack said. Misty looks silly. Molly giggled. She doesn't look very happy either. Tommo observed. Pikachu Pie Pika, I wouldn't either if I was forced to wear that. Pikachu gave the girl a sympathetic look. Pikachu, better her than me. Sparky said. Teddiursa, poor Misty. Teddiursa gave his sympathies. For my first performance I will juggle my Exeggutor. Melvin started juggling his Exeggutor Pokémon, but here's the problem with the performance. This is boring. Zack deadpanned. It really is. Ash agreed. Melvin then pulled out a wand and a tiny flame came out, making the crowd fall back. That was pathetic, they exclaimed. Ash shook his head. This is not going well at all. No kidding. Zack said. Melvin tried one more time and his second attempt worked out, but Misty told him to be careful, but sadly he didn't listen as the flames triggered the sprinkler system, soaking everyone in the crowd. Ash said what everyone was thinking, 3 strikes, and you're out. Oh yeah. Zack said. After that disaster they all went outside and Misty wasted no time whacking Richie upside the head for laughing at her earlier. Yeah, she didn't forget. Well, that was a disaster. Brock said. Boy, I'll say, even the crowd looked bored out of their minds. Richie said. I think he needs to work on his magic skills a little bit more. Ash said. Sorry Ash, but I think we can all agree that his so-called magic skills are pretty much non-existent. Zack stated. I have agree with Zack on this one. Misty sighed. Hey look, there he is. Tommo pointed, making them all look in the direction he was pointing to. Sure enough, it was the same man who was getting yelled at again, but this time by a man. You're fired. That stunt you pulled was dangerous and it could have hurt everyone in the audience. I'm sorry, but you're done, the manager walked away from the heartbroken man. You okay, Melvin? Ash asked. Melvin sighed, it's always been my dream to become a magician, but after this, maybe I should just give up. Ash put a comforting hand on his shoulder, don't give up just yet, we'll help you out. You will. Trust me, we know what to do, right? Ash looked to the others who all had smiles on their faces. Melvin smiled with tears in his eyes, thank you. Who's that Pokémon? It's Exeggutor. Exeggutor. Evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will now perform my first tricky for you all today. See this magic box? I will now command fire to come out of it. Ash raised his hand and sure enough fire came out of the magic box much to the crowd's delight. Next I will command water. Fire was then replaced with water, making everyone clap their hands with excitement. Wow, Ash is really good. Melvin complimented. I get what he's doing, Brock observed, he's using his Pokémon to get the crowd fired up. Pika Pikachu Pika Pie, he's using them, right? Sparky asked Pikachu. Pika, yep. Pikachu nodded. Ash was using Squirtle, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, and Ralts to help with his magic routine, he had them all in the same box and luckily they weren't having any problems with each other. And now, here's something you'll really like. I will now combine Psychic with Leaf. Ash announced. The crowd didn't understand until some leaves burst out of the box and they glowed blue, moving around the stage, and the crowd was loving it even more than they did before. Wow! That was amazing! Molly clapped. He combined both Ralts' psychic attack with Bulbasaur's leaf attack. Cool! Tommo cheered. That's a good combination. Zach commented. It's so beautiful. Misty stared starry-eyed. Simply magnificent. Melvin stared. Yeah, but your Exeggutor doesn't do much, does it? Richie said. Exeggutor didn't take too kindly to the comment and used hypnosis on him. Brock and Misty were wondering why he was acting like such a goof, especially since Melvin told Richie to act like a Bulbasaur. Somebody wanna explain to me why Richie's acting like such a goofball? Zach asked. I have no idea. Brock said. Pikachu, Richie. Sparky shook his head. Oh, Big Brother just finished up. Molly gathered their attention back on Ash and his Pokémon. Ash bowed to the crowd before picking up the box and going back over to the others. Well, that was fun, you guys can come out now. Squirtle, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, and Ralts all got out of the box. Thanks for your help, you guys. Charmeleon, no prob. Charmeleon smirked. Squirtle squirt, that was fun. Squirtle smiled. Bulbasaur Bulba, wasn't that bad. Bulbasaur admitted. Ralts, I wanna do that again. Ralts smiled. Ash chuckled, then looked around, hey, where's Richie and Melvin? They're both gone. Brock exclaimed. Let's go find them. Ash said, returning his Pokémon, but Ralts wanted to stay out and help. Ralts, I'm staying. Ralts stated. Have it your way then, Ash resigned, let's go. While they were trying to find Richie and Melvin, the two were currently heading towards Leaf Forest, unaware that Team Rocket was following them. Look, it's one of the twerps. Jessie said. You're right, it is, but what's he doing? James wondered. Who cares? We could use him as bait to get to the other twerp. Meowth grinned. Good idea, let's do it. Jessie smirked. Melvin ordered Richie to capture all of the Exeggutor that were in the forest with one of his Pokémon, which was Zippo. When they all went down, Melvin wasted no time in capturing all of them, and just as he was about to start celebrating, Team Rocket came out of nowhere and tied the man up. Well, that was easy, Jessie said. Now then, for the twerp. Just as she was about to walk over to Richie, Melvin's Exeggutor started glowing. What's going on? James wondered. I think it's evolving. Meowth said. Jesse and James looked both squeaked as Exeggutor finished evolving, having now become an Exeggutor. Exeggutor, it said, hypnotizing all three of them. The other Exeggutor followed Melvin's example and began to hypnotize each other, causing them to go on a rampage and head towards town, with Team Rocket following them, believing they were Exeggutors. Meanwhile, with the others, they were still searching for Richie and Melvin when Ralts, who was hitching a ride on Ash's other shoulder, finally found them. Ralts, I found them. Ralts said. Where? Ash questioned. Ralts, there. Ralts pointed. Following Ralts's directions, they ran in that direction and finally found an unconscious Richie and Melvin on the ground. Richie. Ash ran over to his cousin, crouching down and holding him in his arms. Richie, wake up. Pikachu, Richie. Sparky yelled. Richie slowly opened his eyes, seeing the worried faces of his cousin and Pokémon. Ash. Sparky, he sat up slowly, holding his head. Ow, my head, what happened? That's what we should be asking you, what happened? Brock questioned. I don't know, I can't remember. Richie tried to remember. Ash had an idea. Richie, try entering Exeggutor in your Pokédex. Richie didn't question his cousin and did it. Exeggutor, a coconut Pokémon. Also known as the walking tropical rainforest. Each coconut has a distinct face and its own character. Its special attack is hypnosis. That's what I thought, sounds like you got hit with a hypnosis attack. Ash eyed the unconscious form of Melvin, and I bet he used your vulnerable state to his advantage while you were hypnotized. You think he'd really do that? Misty gave the man a disappointed look. My mom once told me that people do stupid things when they're desperate enough, so I believe it, but that's not important right now. Ash said. Ralts, wake him up. Ralts used Psychic to wake the man up by lifting him in the air before shaking him until he woke up, then promptly dropped him on his rear. I'm surprised Ash is holding in his anger. Brock whispered. He must be learning self-control, wonder how long it'll last. Misty wondered. I give it 3 days. Zack said. A week. Misty said. How about a month? Brock said. Molly and Tommo looked to each other in confusion but otherwise said nothing. I can hear you. Ash deadpanned. Sorry, the three stood up straight. Yeah, now you. Ash turned his attention back to Melvin. Explain what happened. Melvin explained himself, how he used a hypnotized Richie to capture a whole Exeggutor herd, allowing him to capture them all, but before he could have the boy unhypnotized, Team Rocket showed up, knocking him unconscious. Ash held in his anger well, but Misty blew up at the man for using Richie instead of just asking for help. We don't have time for this right now, we need to know if the Exeggutor are in town right now. He said, untying Melvin. I'll overlook what you did to my cousin, for now. Melvin felt his life was in mortal danger and decided to behave himself in front of these kids. They then went into town only to see that the carnival had almost been entirely destroyed. Oh, no. Brock said. I hope no one's hurt. Misty said with a worried tone. Look. Zack pointed. The Exeggutor were coming right at them. It's an Exeggutor mob. Get out of the way. Ash said, getting his siblings out of the way, as did everyone else. What's going on with them? Richie wondered. My guess is they must have hypnotized each other and are now going on a rampage. Brock theorized. Well, that's just great. Zack said dryly. Hey, are you kids okay? The carnival owner appeared. We're fine. Ash said. Good, don't worry, I have a plan to deal with those Exeggutor. I planted a bomb so that when they come back they'll blow up, he explained. Are you crazy? That's murder. Misty yelled. We'll stop the Exeggutor. Ash said with determination. We can still catch up to them if we hurry. Zack said as they all ran in the direction where the Exeggutor went off to until they finally found them. There they are. Exeggutor are grass psychic type Pokémon. Ash told them. I can use Zippo. Richie called out his faithful fire type. Charmeleon, let's go. Charmeleon declared. You too, Charmeleon. Ash got out his too. Charmeleon cracked his knuckles. Charmeleon, let's do this. Ralts stood next to Ash's Charmeleon. Ralts, I'll help too. Suit yourself. Charmeleon, use flamethrower. Ash commanded. Zippo, use Ember. Richie ordered. Both fire types used their respective attacks on the Exeggutor, stopping some of them in their tracks. It's working. Brock said. Some of the Exeggutor kept on coming despite the fire attacks. They're still coming. Molly said. What'll we do, now? Tommo wondered. Ralts decided to help out her friends by using an attack that they had never seen before. Her whole body glowed pink and sent it toward some of the Exeggutor, knocking some out, helping out both Charmander and Zippo. That was stored power. Ash exclaimed. Stored power? Richie questioned. It's a powerful damage-dealing psychic-type move. This is the first time I'm seeing it. Brock explained. Good job, Ralts. That attack slowed some of them down, too. Ash praised. Ralts smiled before her body started glowing white, taking everyone by surprise. She's evolving. Brock stared in awe. The shape of the white form changed as the light finally died down, revealing a different Pokémon. In place of Ralts was a bipedal, humanoid Pokémon that appears to be wearing a tutu. Most of its body is white, and there are 3 ruffles on each hip. Beneath the ruffles, it has skinny green legs with pointed feet. Its arms are also thin with 2 digits each. It has green hair that covers most of its face and reaches its shoulders on either side, resembling 2 ponytails. Large, red eyes are visible on either side of the hair that covers its face. On each side of its head is a flat, red horn that resembles a hairpin. Kirlia, the evolved form announced. Amazing. Ralts evolved into a Kirlia. Brock smiled. Richie scanned her. Kirlia, the emotion Pokémon. Kirlia is able to sense the feelings of its trainer, and when it becomes happy, it will start to dance. Ash couldn't be happier. You evolved. Did you train back at Professor Oak's ranch while you were there? Kirlia, of course. Kirlia confirmed. Ash smiled, then scanned her new moves. This Pokémon knows the moves: Charm, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, and Stored Power. The Egg move Confuse Ray has been unlocked. Ash nodded at the moves. Good moves, but let's use one we haven't used before, shall we? Kirlia, let's. Kirlia agreed. Kirlia, use Synchronoise. Ash ordered. Kirlia used an odd shock wave that inflicted damage on the Exeggutor, knocking some of them out cold while some still remained. It knocked some of them out but not all of them. Zack said. Melvin, that trick you used back at the magic show. Misty exclaimed. Yes, what about it? He questioned. Try using it on the Exeggutor, she said. What? But Dash. You can do it. I know you can. Misty told him honestly. Melvin still had his doubts, but he tried it anyway, and by some luck the trick actually worked. Together with Charmeleon and Zippo, all 3 stopped the Exeggutor in their tracks, finally. Richie breathed a sigh of relief. We did it. He returned Zippo. Thanks Charmeleon, get a good rest. Ash smiled, returning his fire type before rubbing Kirlia's head. You were great, too. Kirlia, thank you. Kirlia thanked. Melvin hugged his Exeggutor, who greeted his trainer happily. I'm glad everything worked out. Ash said. Me too, but I can't help but feel we're forgetting something. Brock brought a finger to his chin. Boom. Maybe that was it. Well, at least nobody got hurt. Richie said. That is a good thing. Molly agreed. Tommo looked around. I wonder whatever happened to Team Rocket? Who cares? Zack shrugged. Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa nodded their heads in agreement with Zack's comment. With the Exeggutor crisis over and no one getting hurt in the process, our heroes head off to continue their journey towards Cinnabar Island where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge. We now find the gang on the road again, unaware they are being followed by 3 familiar individuals, but something appears to be wrong with one of them. "Twerps, spotted," James announced. "Good, get ready to make our move on Pikachu," Jessie said. "Oh." Meowth groaned. "What's wrong with you?" Jessie raised a brow. "Oh, the pain." Meowth groaned again. "I think he's sick, should we do something?" James wondered. "Oh please, he'll be fine, besides it's a noble sacrifice in capturing Pikachu," Jessie stated. "Good point." James agreed. Before they could begin to leave him behind, they were stopped by a voice that wasn't happy with them. "What do you two think you're doing?" the girl demanded. "What?" James responded. "And who are you?" Jessie sneered. "How dare you two just leave this poor Meowth behind when it's so ill? You two are a disgrace as Pokémon trainers," she lashed out. "What was that?" Jessie growled. Now, James said, trying to calm her down. The girl meanwhile ignored the two in favor of focusing on Meowth. After healing him, she left unaware of the heart-shaped eyes Meowth was sending her. "I'm in love," Meowth declared. "Huh?" Jessie and James blinked. "Here we are, Moss Green Village," Brock announced. "What a small little town," Misty observed. "That's not necessarily a bad thing, small towns are more quieter and much more relaxing," Ash said. "You don't say," Zach said. "Should we stop here?" Richie asked. "Well, we do need some potions and antidotes seeing as how we ran out, so we need to make a rest stop here," Brock informed them. "Brock's right, besides we need a break anyway after the whole Exeggutor fiasco at that carnival," Ash said. "I wanna rest up here, too," Molly said. "Me too, I'm kind of tired," Tommo said. "Pikachu, yeah," Pikachu said. Sparky yawned in response, while Teddiursa rubbed his eyes. After no more arguments, they headed into town, heading right towards an herbal shop to purchase some new medicine. "Hello, is anyone here?" Ash looked around. His question was answered when they spotted an old woman grinding herbs. Hearing Ash's voice, she responded. "Can I help you?" the old woman asked. "Yes, we were wondering if we could buy some potions or antidotes from you," Brock asked politely. How about instead of potions and antidotes I give you a snake root that will cure insomnia and grow hair on your nose and tongue?" the old woman suggested. Ash sweat dropped. No thanks. That sounds really gross," Misty said. "Grandmother, don't try to sell them such weird things." A young woman appeared from the back. "My love." Brock grabbed her hand. "Your beauty cannot be measured in words." The woman said, unsure of what to do. Misty grabbed his ear, pulling him back. "Yeah, well, your actions speak louder than words." Richie and Zach decided not to comment. Yeah, anyway, my name's Ash Ketchum," Ash introduced, "and this is Pikachu." "Pikachu, hello," Pikachu said. "I'm Richie and this is Sparky." Richie introduced himself. "Pika, yo," Sparky greeted. "I'm Molly, and this is Teddiursa." Molly greeted. "Ursa, hi." Teddiursa smiled. "I'm Tommo." Tommo greeted. "Name's Zach," Zach said. "The girl over there is Misty and that's Brock." Ash finished the introductions. "Nice to meet you, my name is Cassandra." Cassandra introduced herself to them. Brock appeared before her again. "Cassandra, such a beautiful name for such a beautiful woman." "I've got a headache." Misty rubbed her temples. "I would very much like to learn about all the medicines you use here, for one day I intend to be a Pokémon breeder." Brock rambled on. "Oh, I see. You there, are you a Pokémon trainer? Cassandra asked. Yes. Ash said. Then, I challenge you a Pokémon battle. Cassandra declared. Well, this is unexpected. Zack finally spoke what everyone else was thinking. Ash was surprised himself but agreed to it anyway. Sure, I don't mind. Thank you. She said gratefully. Cassandra and Ash stood on opposite sides of each other as everyone else watched. I'll be using Pikachu. Ash said. Pikachu, I'm ready. Pikachu announced. Very well, I chose Paras. She announced as the bug grass type appeared. Para, hello. Paras said. Richie scanned it. Paras, the mushroom Pokémon. Rare mushrooms grow on its back. Paras is a bug grass type Pokémon. Brock said. Bee-bug? Misty started freaking out. Calm down, Misty. Zack said. Paras looks scared. Molly pointed out. Now that you mention it, the little guy does look frightened. Richie observed. Wonder why? Tommo wondered. Ash was wondering about something and decided to ask, if you don't mind me asking, but what's the real reason you asked to battle me? Honestly, I asked for this battle so my Para could evolve into a Parasect, so I can use its mushroom to help develop a miracle Pokémon medicine. She explained. I see, but... Ash saw the poor little guy shaking like crazy. Your Paras doesn't seem to like the idea. I know, when it comes to battling it acts cowardly and fearful. She said. I've never seen a Pokémon afraid of battling before. Richie said. There are some Pokémon that are afraid of battling, so it's not all that surprising. Brock explained. Pikachu, take it easy on the little guy, okay? Ash said gently. Pikachu, alright. Pikachu nodded. Pikachu, use as small thunderbolt. Ash said. Pikachu sent a small thunderbolt at Paras, but it ended up knocking the poor little guy out anyway. Oh, no. Cassandra cried as she went over to Paras. I guess that was too much for it. Ash said. Pika, I guess so. Pikachu commented. It got knocked out by a small thunderbolt attack. Richie stared in disbelief. What a weak Pokémon. Zack said. Hey Ash, why not try using Squirtle? Paras has the type advantage over water types. Misty suggested. Good idea, Misty. Pikachu swap out for Squirtle, okay? Ash said. Pika, okay. Pikachu went over by the others. Squirtle, come on out. He sent out the water type. Squirtle, what's up? Squirtle said. We're in a battle right now, but I want you to hold your punches for this one, is that okay? Ash asked. Squirtle squirt, leave it to me. Squirtle declared. Cassandra, is Paras okay to continue? Ash asked. Yes. She said. Alright, Squirtle, use a small water gun. Ash said. Squirtle used a small water gun on Paras, but that proved hopeless too, as that also caused Paras to pass out again. How can it just pass out like that when it has the type advantage? Richie exclaimed. I'm not sure myself. Brock said honestly. Ash sighed, bending down. Don't worry about it, Squirtle, you didn't hurt Paras too badly if that's what you're worried about. Squirtle squirt, if you say so. Squirtle said unsurely. Cassandra woke Paras up. Looks like battling didn't help you evolve as I hoped it would. Paras, I'm sorry. Paras said, looking down. That was simply pathetic. Cassandra's grandmother came up to them with her Persian. She has a Persian. Ash said. Richie scanned it. Persian, the classy cat Pokémon and the evolved form of Meowth. Persian can walk silently thanks to its nimble muscles. It pounces on its prey at lightning speed. So it's the evolved form of Meowth, huh? Richie commented. Yep. Brock said. Richie then had a thought, it makes you wonder, if Team Rocket's Meowth evolved into a Persian. It would make no difference whatsoever. Misty and Zack stated. Pikachu, Sparky, and Teddiursa nodded. Grandmother. Cassandra said. Your Paras needs to get into shape if you want it to evolve. The elder said. But I don't know how. Cassandra said looking down. It just needs some self-confidence, Ash told her, if we build up Paras's confidence it won't be afraid of battling. Good idea young man, would you be willing to help out with that? The elder asked. Sure if you don't mind. Ash said. Not at all, did you have something in mind? She wondered. Cassandra what are Paras's attacks? Ash questioned. It knows Scratch, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Absorb, and Fury Cutter. She listed off. That could work. Ash muttered. You have something in mind? Misty asked. Maybe, if we get Paras to train with the attacks he already knows then it'll gain some self-confidence and want to battle. Ash theorized. It's worth a shot. Brock said. Is that alright with you, Paras? Cassandra asked. Paras, I'll do it. Paras gave her a determined look. Who's that Pokémon? It's Paras. Paras. Ash decided to have all of his Pokémon train alongside Paras, not wanting them to feel left out. Okay Squirtle, you work on your bubble attack. Ash instructed. Squirtle, got it. Squirtle said. Bulbasaur, work on your Razor Leaf attack. Bulba, right. Bulbasaur nodded. Charmeleon, your flamethrower's looking fine so work on Fire Fang. Ash said. Charmeleon gave him a thumbs up, Charmeleon, fine with me. Kirlia, I want you to work on Double Team and Magical Leaf, okay? Kirlia, okay, father. Kirlia said. Now for Pidgeotto, I want you to work on both your quick attack and agility. Pidgeotto, understood. Pidgeotto flapped her wings. Ready, go. All of them separated to go train. The old woman was impressed with the boy and how he commanded his Pokémon. It's obvious they all respected the young man and cared about him deeply. Okay, he looked down and saw his Eevee pulling on his pants with her teeth. What's wrong, Eevee? Eevee Eevee Vooey, I wanna train too. Eevee said with determination. Oh, okay then. Why not work on your tackle and quick attack? Ash told her. Eevee, okay. Eevee said running off to join the others. In all my years I have never seen such loyalty between Pokémon and trainer, Cassandra's grandmother observed. They fully listened to him, even that Charmeleon. What do you mean? Misty wondered. You may not know this but the evolutionary line of this particular fire type has a habit of not listening to their trainers once they evolve into Charmeleon, their second form of evolution. They are known for their disobedience due to lack of respect towards their trainers, but this young man seems to have gained his Charmeleon's respect. The woman explained. Really? I have a Charmeleon too and I haven't had any problems with it. Richie told her. Both of you must be a special case then. It proves that you're strong trainers who have both the love and respect from your Pokémon. She said. Richie blushed at the compliment, thanks. Someone's blushing. Misty teased. I'm not blushing. Richie protested. Yeah, sure you're not. Zack said sarcastically. Richie pouted. Meanwhile Cassandra was trying to get her Paras to do Fury Cutter, but so far they were having no luck as of yet, but they would keep on trying. Unaware they were being watched, a conversation was taking place behind a bush. A Pokémon that even battle is pretty much worthless. Jessie stated. It's not even worth the catch. James agreed. She's so pretty, Meowth said with hearts in his eyes. Huh. Jessie and James said. Hear me out on this. If we somehow help her Paras evolve then she'll be grateful to us and ask us to be spokesman for the medicine herb she wants to make when it evolves into a Parasect. Meowth explained. Jesse and James looked at each other. That actually sounds like a good idea. The redhead admitted. Not a bad plan, Meowth. James complimented the cat Pokémon. Naturally. Meowth puffed out his chest with pride. Back with the others, Paras was finally managed to do Fury Cutter and cut up the tree it was practicing on, much to Cassandra's happiness. You did it. Paras, I did. Paras cheered. Her grandmother smirked. Humph, finally managed to get one attack down. That's good, now it can try to learn its other attacks too. Brock smiled. I wonder how Ash's Pokémon are doing. Misty wondered. Why don't we go and see? Zack suggested. Okay. Molly said. I wanna see how they're doing, too. Tommo agreed. Ash was supervising all of his Pokémon, and so far Charmeleon, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Kirlia, Pidgeotto, and Eevee were doing great. Charmeleon's Fire Fang was looking powerful, Squirtle's Bubble was looking good, Bulbasaur's Razor Leaf was sharp, Kirlia was looking ready for battle, and Eevee's determination was just as impressive. They all look amazing, don't they, Pikachu? Ash said to his starter. Pika Pika, they do. Pikachu agreed. Ash surveyed them again until he noticed Charmeleon finally learned Fire Fang. Charmeleon had a satisfied smile on his face before turning to Ash, who returned it. Nice work, Charmeleon. Charmeleon, thanks. Charmeleon thanked. Ash looked at his Pokédex again. When a Pokémon evolves, their new moveset is updated into the Pokédex, and Charmeleon's updated moveset is Dragon Rage, Scary Face, Fire Fang, and Flame Burst. Since he mastered Fire Fang so quickly, Ash was debating what to teach Charmeleon next, what to do. Suddenly, as though a bolt of lightning hit him square in the chest, he decided to ask Charmeleon what new move he would like to learn next. Charmeleon, I'm going to show you my Pokédex and you pick out what new move you'd like to learn next. Ash told the fire type. Charmeleon blinked but nodded anyway as Ash bent down and showed him some new moves he could pick from. The fire type looked very carefully. If he were the arrogant type of Charmeleon, then he would have picked to learn Dragon Rage, but he knew he wasn't ready for it yet. Skipping over Scary Face, knowing that move wasn't hard to learn, his choice became easier. He pointed at Flame Burst, wanting to learn it. Flame Burst, huh? Good choice, but are you sure you don't want to learn Dragon Rage? Ash questioned. Charmeleon shook his head. Charmeleon, Charmeleon. Charmeleon, Charmeleon, I'm not ready to learn it yet. When I evolve, then I'll be ready. He gave his trainer a determined look. Ash was surprised but understood, respecting Charmeleon's choice. Alright, for now we'll work on Flame Burst. Charmeleon nodded and got to work on learning Flame Burst. When that was over, Squirtle and Bulbasaur came over. Hey, you two, ready to learn some new moves? Squirtle, yeah. Squirtle gave him the peace sign. Bulbasaur, I'm ready. Bulbasaur nodded. Ash looked back at his Pokédex, looking up Squirtle's moves first. Okay, Squirtle work on Rapid Spin and Bulbasaur work on Takedown. Sound good? Squirtle nodded with a grin. Fine by me. Bulbasaur, sounds fine. Bulbasaur agreed. Good, get to it. Ash told them. Both Pokémon nodded as they went off to go train some more. Ash looked over at Kirlia, Eevee, and Pidgeotto. The two of them were still practicing, but this time together, making him smile. Looking down at Pikachu, we should add some new moves to your arsenal too. Pikachu, okay. Pikachu nodded. We'll work on Thunder Wave, then once you've got that done we can work on Wild Charge, and in case you have any problems I'll call back Luxray and he can help you. Ash said. Pika, sounds good. Pikachu was all for it. Great. Get ready then, Pikachu. Ash said. Pikachu went over and joined the other Pokémon to train while Ash watched them. Ash. The raven-haired boy looked over his shoulder and saw it was everyone. Oh, hey you guys. Ash greeted. So how's it going? Brock asked. Ash smiled. Charmeleon learned Fire Fang, so now I'm having him learn Flame Burst instead of Dragon Rage. Why not teach Charmeleon Dragon Rage? Misty questioned. Ash shook his head. He said he wanted to wait until he evolved to use the move, said he wasn't ready for it yet. Really? I didn't think Charmeleon would wait to learn a dragon-type move. Brock said. Ash smiled. My Charmeleon special. What about your other Pokémon? Zack asked. Squirtle and Bulbasaur have improved on their Bubble and Razor Leaf, so for Squirtle I'm having him learn Rapid Spin and Bulbasaur work on Takedown. Ash explained. Sounds like a plan to me. Richie said. The dash Ash was cut off by a loud noise near where Cassandra and Paras were. What was that noise? Misty yelled. Don't know, but it's over by Cassandra and Paras. Richie said. Let's go see what's wrong. Ash turned to his Pokémon. You guys come along, too. All of his Pokémon nodded as they followed him to where Cassandra and Paras were. When they arrived they spotted Cassandra's grandmother just sitting there with her Persian watching Paras face off against Arbok and wheezing all by itself. What are you doing? Why aren't you helping them? Richie yelled at her. The old woman merely gave him a calm expression, because this is something that needs to happen. Needs to happen. It's 2 against 1. Misty yelled this time. I wonder why Team Rocket's just standing there anyway, and what hell is wrong with Meowth? He's got heart-shaped eyes. Zack stared. Molly and Tommo looked closer at the cat Pokémon. I think Meowth has a crush on Cassandra. Molly said. What? A rival in love? Brock exclaimed. Misty rubbed her temples. Brock, zip it. Teddy Ursa and Sparky shook their heads. The gang saw Arbok attack Paras first trying to head but Paras was smart enough to avoid it but unfortunately didn't see the tail that was behind it. Ash couldn't just stand there and watch. I can't just stand here and do nothing. Charmeleon used Fire Fang on Arbok's tail. Charmeleon charged quickly at the serpent before opening his mouth, his fangs lighting on fire as he bit down on Arbok's tail, damaging it and forcing it to back away from the two. Stay out of this, twerps. Jessie growled. Like I'd listen to you. Ash yelled. Young man, don't interfere, the old man ordered. What? Ash looked confused. Paras. Are you going to let Charmeleon fight your battles for you? Are you that much of a coward? She yelled. Grandmother. Cassandra cried out. That's going too far. Misty yelled at the elder woman. No, she's right. Ash said, making everyone look at him. Charmeleon, come over here. Paras needs to do this on his own. Charmeleon nodded, going back over to his trainer standing next to him. She's right, Paras needs this. Besides, he's not alone because Cassandra's with him. He returned all of his Pokémon who didn't resist being returned. The elder smiled. Precisely. Well, Paras? Are you just going to stand there or are you going to battle? Paras looked over at his trainer who gave him an encouraging smile before looking back at Team Rocket but looking more determined this time. Paras, I'm ready to fight. Paras? Cassandra was surprised but then smiled. Right, we can do this. Tackle it, Arbok. Jessie ordered. Arbok came at Paras again, but this time Cassandra and Paras were ready. Dodge it. Paras jumped up, avoiding the tackle attack. Now, use Fury Cutter. Cassandra commanded. Paras repeatedly slashed at Arbok without hesitation and it was actually doing some damage. Alright, Paras learned Fury Cutter. Richie cheered. Tackle, she ordered again. Paras tackled Arbok this time, sending it back a little. We're not done yet, Paras, use Scratch. The bug type scratched Arbok, sending it flying backwards towards its trainer with swirls in its eyes. Paras had defeated Arbok. He defeated Arbok. Brock said. Nice job. Misty congratulated. Cassandra hugged Paras. You did it. I'm so proud of you. Paras, thank you. Paras said with tears in its eyes as Its body suddenly started glowing. It's evolving. Ash smiled. In the place of Paras was an orange, insectoid Pokémon that has been completely overtaken by the parasitic mushroom on its back. It has a small head with pure white eyes and a segmented body that is mostly hidden by the mushroom. It has 3 pairs of legs, with the foremost pair forming large pincers. The fungus growing on its back has a large red cap with yellow spots throughout. Parasect, it announced. It finally evolved into a Parasect. Zack grinned. Richie scanned it. Parasect, the mushroom Pokémon. It battles using poison spheres that spread from the mushroom canopy on its back. Cassandra had tears in her eyes. You did it. You finally evolved into a Parasect. Parasect smiled at the girl. Parasect, thanks to you. Yeah, the little insect evolved. Jessie ruined the moment. Now where's our reward? Excuse me. Cassandra said. You heard me. We worked our butts off to make that little insect evolve, so where's our reward? Jessie yelled. She's right. We deserve something for our hard work. James agreed. Meowth didn't comment because he was still smitten with Cassandra. How is ganging up on Parasect helping it evolve? Ash yelled. I say we just send them blasting off. Richie had Sparky get ready. No. Let us handle them this time. Cassandra volunteered. Are you ready, Parasect? Parasect, I'm ready. Parasect got ready to fight. Show that insect who's boss Arbok. Jessie ordered. You get in there too, Weezing. James said. Both Weezing and Arbok came at the insect, but Cassandra wasn't worried in the least. Quick Parasect, use Fury Cutter. Parasect slashed continuously at Arbok and Weezing, sending them both back towards Jessie and James, knocking them down as the 2 Pokémon slammed into them. Richie. Ash said. I'm right behind you. Richie smirked. Pikachu dash, Ash started. Sparky dash, Richie started. Thunderbolt, they finished together. Pikachu and Sparky used their Thunderbolts together at Team Rocket, sending them blasting off without mercy. Well, that was a waste of time. James said. No kidding. Jessie agreed. She's pretty when she's battling, Meowth gushed. Wake up already. Jessie and James yelled in unison, Team Rocket's blasting off. Cassandra pulled Parasect into another hug. I'm so glad you evolved. You're not shy anymore either. Parasect, that's right. Parasect smiled. Looks like it finally gained some self-confidence during its evolution. The elderly woman came up to Cassandra smiling. Cassandra nodded as she stood up. Ash, thank you so much for all your help. You're welcome, but I didn't do anything. Paras responded to your feelings and evolved into a Parasect. Ash smiled. Parasect, that's right. Parasect said. Thank you anyway. She thanked. Instead of a thanks, how about you and me dash? Brock's ear was yanked by Misty. How about I thank her by getting you as far away from here as possible? Misty dragged him away. Ash smiled nervously. Anyway, we better get going. Take care of those Pokémon of yours, young man, for they are fiercely loyal to you. The old woman told him. Yes, ma'am. Ash said before walking away, along with the others, waving at Cassandra and her grandmother as they departed. Having helped their new friend Paras evolve into Parasect, our heroes are on the road once again as they head off to Cinnabar Island, where Ash and Richie will earn their next gym badge. Pokémon captured. On hand. Ash's Pokémon, Pikachu, male, Shiny Eevee, female, Bulbasaur, male, Kirlia, female, Charmeleon, male, Squirtle, male, and Pidgeotto, female. Molly's Pokémon, Teddiursa, male, Lilligant, female, Shiny Espion, female, Ninetales, female, Alakazam, male, and Clefable, female. Misty's Pokémon, Starmie, Staryu, Psyduck, male, Goldeen, female, Vaporeon, male, Froakie, male, and Jinx, female, Shiny Vaporeon, female, Shiny Glaceon, female, and Horsia, male. Brock's Pokémon, Geodude, male, Onix, male, Chespin, male, Shiny Flareon, female, and Shiny Leafeon, female. Richie's Pokémon, Pikachu, Sparky, male, Charmeleon, Zippo, male, Butterfree, Happy, male, Shiny Umbreon, Midnight, male, Shiny Jolteon, Speedy, male, Gengar, Shadow, and Eevee, Eve, female. Tommo's Pokémon, Kangaskhan, female, Growlithe, male, Poliwhirl, male, Geodude, male, Weepinbell, male. Zach's Pokémon, Jinx, female, Electivire, male, Magmortar, male, Swampert, male, Gardevoir, Shiny, female, Gengar, male. At the ranch. Ash's Pokémon, Shiny Meowstic, female, Shiny Cloyster, male, Starmie, Braixen, female, Luxray, male, Scizor, male, Slowpoke, male, Rapidash, female, Nidoqueen, female, Nidoking, male, Xatu, male, Scizor, male, Gyarados, female, Krabby, male, Glaceon, female, Leafeon, female, Umbreon, male, Espeon, female, Flareon, male, Jolteon, male, Vaporeon, male, Primeape, male, Ralts, male, Charmander, male, Squirtle, male, Electabuzz, male, Magmar, male, Rhyhorn, male, Tauros 25. Male, Kadabra, male, Butterfree, male, Pink Butterfree, female, Sandshrew, male, Porygon, genderless, Lapras, female, Haunter, male, Dratini, male, Riolu, male. Tommo's Pokémon, Voltorb, male, Cubone, male, Hitmonlee, male, Hitmonchan, male. Molly's Pokémon, Exeggutor, male, Raichu, male, Tangrowth, male, Machop, male, Beedrill, male. Richie's Pokémon, Venomoth, male, Fiero, male, Farfetch'd, male, Dodrio, male, Hoot, male, Scyther, male.